Okay, we are live. This is not at all how I wanted the stream to start. I apologize to those in attendance. 16 minutes ago, my internet service provider decided to kill itself, and I am now reaping the benefits of that. And here we go. So instead of the nice intro I had planned, instead of doing this in a somewhat professional way, fuck it. We're just going to do it live. We're just going to do it like this. We're just going to do it in the most ghetto way possible because what the hell, right? So I will be here as a talking avatar instead of my camera to try and save on a little bit of the bandwidth. So Turner, I'm going to just rely on your handsome visage to carry us because it's going to be me as an avatar and Tim as an avatar. So just look pretty for the three of us if you don't mind.
We'll try.
Thanks. All right. Well, thank you for everyone here. I really appreciate it. And I apologize again, but I'm going to go ahead and just kind of go minimalist on this because, again, I don't want to tax the bandwidth any more than I absolutely have to. The thing I guess I'll start out with is if you guys could just kind of walk us through how we got here for everybody that's joining us that's not aware. Tim, Turner, do I call you Turner or B.A.? What do you prefer?
B.A. works.
All right, so Tim and B.A., I guess just kind of define some terms and walk us through how we got here. I'm just kind of lay out my mic for a minute, and I'll just step in when I can if I don't crash.
Sounds good. Yeah, I mean, from my interpretation, this started in the comment section of a Drink with Crazy, one of his videos, which was basically titled like EBS versus Eric July. Just his coverage of the whole feud, as you must, between the two, and kind of just bled into the comments of my videos now that I've been ramping up my channel. So essentially, from what I could tell, Tim has a very anti-CG stance, and the reason I made comments in that video of Royce's was just to defend CG, and obviously a lot of my videos mention CG, and I'm pro CG because I'm CG. So that's essentially how I interpreted it.
All right. And so my name is Tim. I think my moniker on YouTube is Truth Ministry. Yeah, and so like you said, Drink with Crazy was the video, although I think I've commented on other videos that you made or possibly, I mean, I've been following all of this for, like months now, as long as this internet drama has been going on. And when I hear somebody say something that I think is incorrect or is misinformed, I make it a goal to put a comment on there correcting the record. And so there are a couple of things that I want to, or the first thing I want to address. So we are going to get into ComicsGate versus Iron Age. And
actually, let me ask really quick. I hate to cut in, but just the clarifying the terms things. Tim, could you define three things for me, and then B.A., if you can just confirm if that is correct for you or if you define them differently. Tim, could you define ComicsGate? What is ComicsGate to you? What is Iron Age to you? And then what is a detractor to you? If you can just define those for me.
Okay. Not sure about the detractor thing, but I'll get to that last then. So for ComicsGate, an EBS, I think, gave a pretty good explanation for this is anybody who identifies as ComicsGate. It is a specific subsection of independent comics creator. They identify themselves as ComicsGate, and usually they are on the same kind of forums. They all hang out and work together. You can see them on streams together. A lot of these guys, B.A. would consider himself, ComicsGate. I've also seen Mike Barron and Graham Nolan on these streams, and from what I can tell, they still use the moniker of ComicsGate, and EBS is the biggest name in ComicsGate and kind of the spokesman for that particular group, at least as far as I can tell. So you can always just say, hey, I'm ComicsGate, and put that tag or hashtag on your, whatever, your tweets or your YouTube videos or whatever, and there's no barrier to entry, but it's someone who's specifically saying, I belong to this particular group. Iron Age is different. Iron Age is describing a movement of independent comics creators who are rejecting the mainstream norm. So what we've been seeing over the past couple of years, at least as far as I can tell, since probably like the mid 2000s till now, is a constant degradation in comics from mainstream suppliers. And this is not just Marvel and DC. This includes IDW, Dark Horse, and a whole bunch of others. And the ones that have been largely left out of that is typically French comics and Japanese comics. But mainstream American comics from the major publishers, they're all following these trends of presenting characters that nobody cares about, storylines that don't actually focus on characters and instead focus on politics of today and gender identity and sexual orientation. And you're like, okay, there's 5% of superhero in my LGBTQ comic. That's the trend that we're seeing in mainstream. So Iron Age is anybody who rejects that and is like, hey, I remember when comics were good. I would like to create comics or read comics or do anything in the creative space help support that. All of that movement is Iron Age. So by definition, Iron Age includes ComicsGate. But the difference is there are individuals within Iron Age that do not want to be associated with ComicsGate because they think ComicsGate has a bad reputation because of individuals like EVS. There are a lot of people in ComicsGate, and you said detractors, and so this is where my definition of detractors comes in. I would not say detractors is kind of like a too nebulous a term. It doesn't quite, like, anybody who disagrees is a detractor. So I think a more apt term to describe what I'm seeing is bad faith haters, individuals who consider themselves ComicsGate and will go after anybody who doesn't want to be called ComicsGate simply because it's a in-group preference of, hey, ComicsGate or nothing. And, oh, you say you're Iron Age, but you don't support ComicsGate. Okay, I'm going to attack you and I'm going to make criticisms about whatever you're creating because you don't support ComicsGate. That's what I'm seeing from my perspective.
Can you clarify what you mean when you say go after? What do you mean by that specifically?
Well, there are 7-hour-long streams of EBS just doing nothing but criticizing anything from Eric July. There are 3 4-hour-long streams with Keddy did and what's the other one? Gateway Geek and things like that, where all they do is they attack Rippaverse comics and they will attack smaller Iron Age creators. And this is one of the things that I did want to get to is they don't support ComicsGate. They're not helping the movement. They're hurting us, sort of thing. So the primary focus of their animosity seems to be Eric July, but Mike S. Miller is also, and Doug Tenable have also been criticized by these ComicGate people. So they have nothing to do with Eric July. They're not a part of his company. They haven't done any work for him. But these are individuals who get attacked by members of ComicsGate just because they disagree with ComicsGate.
Okay, and B.A., how do you feel about his definitions? Where do you differ, and what's your opinion there?
Yeah, I'll kind of quickly run through the 3 aspects there. So ComicsGate initially started out as basically an insult to go after the folks that were trying to pull away from the mainstream. It was mainstream folks and journalists that were actually attaching that name to folks like your boy Zach and others who didn't want to go along with the very things that Tim mentioned, right? Having to write about certain things in comics and push certain political agendas, etc. And those creators that stepped away from the mainstream and decided, hey, let's go independent, let's do something different, they basically took that word and just said, hey, let's lean into it and let's make something of it. And then that grew over time, and you had more and more folks like EVS, Mike Barron, etc. join it. And there definitely isn't a barrier of entry. I guess really the only way that you might get kind of pushed out is if you're really putting out some really disgusting stuff, which is why EVS trademarked ComicsGate, was because someone was trying to use the name and attach it to some really nasty books. And so in order to protect it and protect the group, he did that. So yeah, ComicsGate is just folks that want to be independently creative, to be able to create whatever they want, as long as it's not super degenerate, etc., and to just have freedom. And obviously, a lot of it's based around crowdfunding, because that's as independent as you can get. When it comes to Iron Age, that definition that Tim gave is basically ComicsGate. That's all of our values and beliefs in a nutshell. So to me, Iron Age was essentially just adopting the moniker of ComicsGate, but not wanting to be attached to a label, even though it created its own label in a way, because ComicsGate has been attacked by folks. It's been labeled as a hate group and a bunch of other nonsensical things. And these, I'm going to say, independent folks didn't want to risk getting canceled or potentially losing sales because you're associating with some folks that some people may not like, which you can never have everyone like you. So that's, I mean, part of being independent is you can't be canceled in reality. And apparently Razor Fist coined the term, but I've also heard that Peter Samedi also did in the past, even prior to that, but didn't really make a lot of hubbub around it. And he associates with CG and all of that, but for some reason wanted to have his own kind of label to try to market his own books, which, I mean, kudos, it is a good marketing term, but there's a lot of confusion around it because some people consider it an era. Now, Tim just described it as a movement. Other people consider it a group. When I started kind of dealing with folks in Iron Age and interacting with them and promoting a ton of Iron Age people, and I even consider myself Iron Age in the sense of a good group of people just trying to be independent and grow, which of the three is it? A lot of them are very, very anti being labeled a group, which again, I think is out of fear of being canceled or being attacked for the core beliefs of the group or the movement. The era I don't necessarily agree with because it's kind of silly to name your own era, right? Golden Age, Silver Age was named after the fact as a result of the time period and the quality of the books. To label it yourself in real time and try to attach projects that haven't even really necessarily been qualified as quality products or books, at least outside of CG, to me just doesn't make much sense. And then going into the detractor topic, I mean, my phrase is we're all human, we're all detractors. It is, because a detractor by definition is a critic. Everybody is a critic of someone or something, but it's a word that Eric July popularized, I guess, recently.
I want to say,
buzzword,
actually,
takes
I
off.
think DSP popularized it. That's how I heard detractor first. I feel like Eric was ripping off Darkside Phil, and I'm only partially joking about that. All right. So with that said, thank you both. I guess I'll go ahead and open up the floor now. And who challenged who to the debate? So who wants to bring up the first, I guess, issue? Who?
I did.
Okay.
Tim's been kind of writing me love letters in the comments of my videos, like literally novel long comments, just kind of pushing the anti-CG, anti-EVS nonsense, in my opinion. And so I'm like, dude, I can't keep reading these super long comments and then responding kind. Cool. I actually have to write novels.
I understand that. Tim is very romantic. Sam wanted me to tell you that he loves you and misses you, Tim.
Yeah, whatever.
So yeah, I challenged him to a debate.
The floor is
I have
yours,
to.
gentlemen. I'll go.
I have to give him props for actually doing this, because most people, especially super fans of Ripa and stuff, you say debate and then it just goes like completely silent. So definitely props for doing the debate, and I think that's the best way to have an open conversation versus through text, anyways. So.
Okay, so there are a couple of things that I do not like being considered a super fan of Eric. I am a fan of the truth, and I will defend anybody against lies. So I have defended Anna
Do you think?
Kasparian, although I do not consider myself a fan of hers at all. But when she is correct and she's being falsely attacked, that's a problem. I do not agree with her politically or anything, but she has had some good takes, and I defend her. Does that make me, I'm a super fan of Anna Kasparian? No. The same thing with Bill Maher. When Bill Maher occasionally gets something right, you credit him, and then all these people attack him over using basic lies and misunderstanding of.
Do you want to start with, I guess, mentioning something that you believe I lied about? Might make it a little easier.
Okay. So, I've got a list here. So this is stuff I wanted to start talking about. But you said specifically a lie that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you said that's essentially why you responded to me, right? Was you thought that I was lying, and so you wanted to respond.
Yeah.
And that you're not a super fan of Eric, but you really, really like to defend what you believe is his truth.
Okay. So you have stated multiple times that Eric is against crowdfunding.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, for sure.
No. He has never said anything against crowdfunding. He says what he does is not crowdfunding. What he does is pre-order campaigns. What he is against is the people giving crowdfunding a bad name because they collect people's money and they do not deliver on the product.
So what about his recent, well, actually it's not recent. He made the statement back in October. It was recently EFAP'd by Yanzi, Shane Davis, and EVS that 99% of creatives that use crowdfunding do not have any business sense, and that you should not listen to any of your favorite creators when it comes to business.
Okay. So he's talking about specific people that are doing crowdfunding.
He was not specific.
Not the act of crowdfunding himself.
He never specifies people. He never has the spine to specify people. He literally will say, it's maybe 1, 2, not many. He dances around actual people's names. So he's never specific. He generalized all of crowdfunding. And then he had a thumbnail saying, crowdfunding, basically talking down to it.
Okay, you're confusing it as a concept with people who do it. That those two
99% of people. 99.9%
of people doing crowdfunding.
Correct.
If you look at their campaigns, they set a goal, they get that goal met, and then they fail to deliver because they did not estimate correctly. They thought it was going to be a lot cheaper.
It's like 5% of comic crowdfunds don't actually fulfill or provide refunds.
Based on what?
Reality?
Where are you getting that 5% from? Because according to Kickstarter and Indiegogo, they're just looking at, hey, a general representation of their campaigns, not comics specifically.
Not comic specific, correct.
Yeah. The majority of campaigns on Indiegogo and Kickstarter, they fail completely to deliver, or they do not deliver within a year of completion because
delivering within a year is not fulfilling. If you fulfill a year after, you're still fulfilling. So now we're moving on to another topic.
Okay. That's exactly what he's talking about. They don't have the business sense, because if they actually had the business sense, they're like, hey, this is the goal. I met my goal. Now it's time for me to deliver based on that goal.
Well, there's no way 99% of people are a year late or don't fulfill, because I know at least 50 creators that fulfill within a few months, myself included.
Okay. That's not all of the comics that are out there. There are hundreds of campaigns for independent comics.
So ComicsGate, it's actually, there is a statistic out there that ComicsGate has fulfilled 88% of their campaigns.
Okay. ComicsGate specifically might not be part of that.
88% of ComicsGate fulfills. I highly doubt that 99% of all comics on crowdfunding platforms don't fulfill.
Okay, so I'm not sure.
I see where you're getting at. The problem is he's purposely trying to make crowdfunders look bad to try to sway folks into his method, which is in a way crowdfunding.
What?
So he's trying to convince.
2 mistakes there.
Okay, let's hear the mistakes.
Well, the first is you're saying it's basically crowdfunding, but it's
Mhm.
not. It is specifically different from crowdfunding.
So why not ship right away like a normal store? Why do you need to do pre-orders if you don't need the money?
So a pre-order it's already completed. It may not have been printed
Yaira's not
before.
completed. That's factual.
Based on what EVS says, that's not factual.
No, even Eric in a recent stream with that Star Wars girl could not say it was complete. He dodged the question. If your book is complete, you will loudly and proudly say it's complete. And you will show proof, not just one or two redrawn pages.
There's no way they could make it printers and have the books be able to ship out by May 26th, which is the date he said we are going to be shipping by that.
Well, he printed the ISOM books before he even did the campaign. He did about 50,000 copies. So why didn't he ship immediately? He didn't need the money. He was sitting on $200,000 to $300,000. So why would you need pre-orders?
Because so as far as I know, I don't know if he specifically said how many he printed in advance,
50,
but the
000.
entire purpose of the pre-order is to get an estimate of how many copies of the comic book to print.
And this is the first time he's done that, is Yaira. And he has shown no proof, and he has not admitted that it's done in advance. He actually admitted that it was redrawn. Parts of it were redrawn.
Not answering the question is not the same as admitting it, because if you talk about his business practices...
Why wouldn't you just admit it? That if someone asked you a question, is it done? You would just say yes. Why would you dodge the question? It's either done or it's not. And I don't think it's done.
You don't think it's done. I'm saying, then how is he going to get it to the printers and start shipping by May 26th? Logistically, that seems impossible, because he's got to finalize a version, send that finalized version to the printers, print out the various covers, get all those back into his warehouse, and then start shipping. And given the time frame
takes
of how
about
long
a month.
it takes, a month?
Mm-hmm. But he's not fulfilling for another 2 months, I think. I mean, he started it 2 weeks ago, but he needed around 2.5 months to just start fulfilling.
So I couldn't get an accurate
He should already
number,
have samples. He should already have samples. I mean, if your book is done, you don't have to do your mass print right now. That's silly. That's what he did the first 2 times. That's why he had to do a fire sale of $5 on ISOM and the whole charity thing. But you would have samples already. You would have legit prototypes that you could show, right? I mean, that's what I did. I had my books done in advance, the novels, and I showed actual pictures of them. So
he has shown samples of the artwork. He has never shown samples of the books before, even with ISOM.
Yeah, but we know he printed those in advance. But if they're done, why wouldn't you have a sample? He admitted it. He admitted in a stream.
He printed 50,000 copies before the campaign even started.
Yep. Yeah, he did a mass run of 50,000. He ended up being overstocked by like over 30,000. That's why he did the fire sale at $5 and did the charity thing.
Okay.
Most likely.
All right. I have not seen that specifically, but if that's true, okay. That would be the only example, because for ISOM 2 and Alpha Core, they printed based on the actual pre-orders.
Maybe.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean...
The other thing is, you say it takes a month, but judging based on other people's campaigns, this includes, Razor Fist, Shad, Yellow Flash, when they're talking about the finalized versions, when they're talking about what needs to be done before it gets to the printer, they're talking about months in advance of when the actual expected print or ship date is. So how is Eric getting it within a month when almost everything else I've seen, and even EBS...
But if you're saying it's done, that means it's pre-pressed, it's ready to print.
No.
So is it done or not?
No.
Are you saying the story is done?
Those are 2 separate things.
Well, what's done to you? What's the definition of done?
Finalized version is, hey, this is going to print.
So it's not finalized, but it's
finalized.
done.
No. The finalized is, hey, these are all the art. We're happy with the panels. We're happy with the lettering. Everything on the comic book itself is completed. The only thing that hasn't happened is it hasn't gone to the printers yet.
So it's not done.
They haven't actually put it.
It's not done then.
Okay.
Done means finished. It's ready to go. So it's not done. It's not ready.
Okay. There seems to be
and there's redrawing
disagreement
well
here.
Going.
No. So
we're talking definitions. Done is done. I mean.
Okay. if your definition of done is the comic is completely printed, then I'm going to say
Or ready to
probably
be
not,
printed.
because it was not printed for ISOM 2 and it was not printed for Alphacore while their pre-order campaigns were going. Those were printed as the campaign went, and when they got to the warehouse, they started shipping them out during the campaign. But the art, if you're saying that they're redrawing the comic, there's no way they can have a finalized version and get that to the printers and then print it off and then shipped in time.
Bingo. It's being redrawn, which means it's not done. And that's why he needs extra time. And he's being smart, and he's actually getting a good, like, firm estimate of how many to print versus printing 50,000, because he doesn't probably have the money to print 50,000 of them. And it's just not good business to do that either.
Okay, I'm going to disagree with you on has the money, because all that's based on speculation. Neither of us knows how much money he has or doesn't have. But the fact that he's green-lighted at least 6 projects that we know about, plus potentially more, whereas he's just... So where did that... So it sounds like you're saying he has money to do that, but he doesn't have money to print the books that he's already...
No, I said he might not have money to print 50,000.
But why would he print 50,000 if there's only
12 that's what he did for ISOM. He printed like 50,000 copies. So again, he's becoming smarter in that sense. I'm giving him credit there.
But that's the entire purpose of the pre-order campaign, is you get a number of books that you're like, okay, I'm going to sell this many. I need to print.
Yeah, I understand the concept.
12,000 of them. You're like, hey, I can do a print batch of 20,000. I sell my 12,000. I still have 8,000 left over. If he printed 50,000, well, now he's got 30,000 of his. So, if you have excess inventory, that is your money sitting on a shelf instead of making money for you.
Right? And he's doing pre-ordering properly now.
Yes. And that was the entire purpose of doing pre-orders, is to have those, hey, we know we can print in these chunks that are smaller. We don't have to.
Which is just like crowdfunding. I mean, crowdfunding in many applications is a pre-order. Mine was a pre-order.
Okay.
My books were done in advance. I just needed an estimate of how many to print. And then as soon as it was done, I printed. Actually, I fulfilled within the period that he is actually going to start fulfilling his.
So maybe your campaign was the exception, but I'm looking at all of these campaigns from industry professionals, people who say who
are drawing, who are writing.
So yes, when you look at EVS's most recent
not doing 3D assets.
Rainbow the Brute is not a pre-order. Correct. That is a crowdfunding campaign, because the comic book is still in process. He's for a year didn't give any kind of updates, and now suddenly this year is posting multiple pages of, hey, here's what we did this week. Hey, here's the most recent drafts of the pages that we have right now. That means it's still in progress.
All of these campaigns, could you list some others? What are some other examples that you've seen?
Okay, Snowman is 3 years late. Super Killer is 3 or more years late.
No, it's only like 6 months late. Well, late again. Well, let's clarify.
Late after the delay, or because this is delay number 2 at least.
No, I think his initial date was like maybe November or something. But you got to remember, crowdfunding has an estimated ship date. It is not a firm commitment date. It is not a promise date.
Exactly.
So there's a lot of nuance to that topic.
Well,
so you can't necessarily definitively call it late when it's an estimation date. And traditional crowdfunding customers understand
except all the ones that are in the comments asking for refunds because they're tired of waiting for their Snowman and Rainbow the Brute, and now
they can do that.
3 is also seeing people in there asking for refunds, and it's like,
well, and a lot of that's because
it's not even technically late yet, but
a lot of that's because of Discord, though. From Eric and his fans, he's actually pulled customers away from some of the traditional crowdfunders because of the narrative he's been pushing. Because some of his customers are customers of some of the ComicsGate people. Because remember, it was ComicsGate that definitely propped him up at the beginning, and there was some crossover. So, but by saying that 99% of us, which I mean, he's aiming that at me, do not have business sense and all of this nonsense, is trying to frame it as, hey, crowdfunding comes with all these risks. If you're going going to back these campaigns. So, but look at
So-
me. I fulfill right away. My books are done in advance.
So
Can't you see the marketing ploy that is?
Okay.
It's a bit dishonest.
so Eric made up that these campaigns that are crowdfunding are not delivering and they're delayed and people are getting angry. He made all that up and he caused the fans to then request refunds. It's not the other way around. It's not that this was all going on and Eric saw this and said, "Hey, I don't want my company to be part of that."
He
That's
started
why
it
we're doing
doing it. He started doing it after EVS stood up
No.
to Eric after the night letter. It was an
He started
immediate.
doing that when he announced
turn.
his company. He said, "We're doing pre-orders so that way our customers don't have to deal with this issue."
He didn't really talk down to crowdfunding at all at that point because he
no.
was relying on crowdfunding
Okay.
artists like EVS and Shane Davis, Gabe Al-Taib. Basically, his entire staff, for the most part, creative staff, were ComicsGate or
Can I
crowdfunding people. So
focus this
he
for just a
relied on
moment?
them. So why would he shit on them at that point? But then once
No,
he
no.
determined, hey, Kanan White, Gabe Al-Taib, all these people will be able to denounce CG. And then I have folks like Mike Barron and Chuck Dixon that can be friendly amongst the two and need a paycheck. Well, now I can attack crowdfunding because I don't want EVS. I don't want Shane Davis. So now he's attaching to
That's false narrative.
non-CG folks.
Because
I mean,
before
that's
he even
reality.
announced he was doing a company, before he announced the Ripperverse was a company, he was complaining about crowdfunding because he saw the customers. That's the entire reason he set his business up to not make use of crowdfunding.
He was mainly shitting on mainstream. I mean, that's
Okay.
how he gained a lot of his subs.
Vito are two examples. They are the main examples, and they are specifically representatives of ComicsGate. That's why I reference them. There are
Vito is not a representative of ComicsGate. That's just funny. Vito is just indie. Some people in ComicsGate don't welcome him into ComicsGate. I do. He's a really nice, friendly
EVS
guy.
does. If
Well,
EVS
yeah.
is the one who owns the copyright on it, then
Yeah, but he's not like a spokesperson or like someone that gets propped up within CG. But
Well,
like
let me ask
EVS
this because
says,
this
there's
started
no
with
barrier of
Tim.
entry.
You said that he lied about. You said that BA lied about Eric when he says that Eric was putting down crowdfunding, and so I'm trying to. So just walk me through this.
Okay.
So you're saying that he lied, and he's taking exception to that because he feels like, as someone who has fulfilled, that he feels like that 99% is all encompassing. That includes him, and so your counter to that is what? Could you go through that for me again? Redefine that.
so maybe Eric over exaggerated with the 99%. Maybe it's something like 80% of campaigns, but I know that there are a lot of campaigns currently on Indiegogo and GoFundMe where they've met the goal, but the customers are still waiting to receive their comics. So
that's not the same thing as not fulfilling. Not fulfilling would mean they completely ghosted them. It's been a couple of years and they're just not
that's
fulfilling.
what I'm talking about. Completely
But that's
ghosted
not.
them is not no
That's
update
a very
over a
very
year
small percent. That's a very small.
Snowman, no update for what is
He
it? Almost
he
3 years
updates
now?
on all of his streams, and all of EVS's customers watch.
This is on Indiegogo itself. Last time I checked, just
Did you
a couple
back
of days
it?
ago.
Did
I
you
did
back
not
it?
back it. I did not back it on Indiegogo.
How would you know if
itself.
there's updates?
It
You
says
didn't
it
back
in
it.
the Indiegogo.
What, by comments?
Every time there's an update on an Indiegogo campaign, that's the same update that the backers receive.
But he does provide an update in his streams.
In his streams, and unless those Indiegogo backers are watching his streams, they're not getting those updates. He's not doing it through Indiegogo. Rainbow the Brute went over a year without any such updates, and it's only this year that he started doing updates in that. That's what
And
I'm talking
EVS
about.
has never not fulfilled a campaign, though. Like, he's never ghosted and not fulfilled a campaign.
Snowman being 3 years after the expected shift date, he's still going to fulfill that.
That's just late.
It's just
he admits
late
it
with no currently updated estimated delivery date.
No, he's hoping to print it very soon. I don't remember exactly when he's planning on based on his streams, but he does provide updates in the streams. He's planning on printing very soon.
That's 3 examples. Those are the primary examples.
Late is not the same as not fulfilling. He is going to fulfill them. He has never not fulfilled a campaign. He's very honest about being late. He's not happy about it either, but there are reasons behind it.
Okay, so if a campaign they met their goal, And the creator of that campaign is starting multiple new campaigns before actually delivering the comics from the old campaigns. As long as he delivers that campaign, could be 10, could be 20, could be 100 years down the line, that
That's
you would consider
exaggerating.
that fulfilled if it's 20 years late.
That would never happen. That's
Never happen.
that's a
Five
super
years
hyperbole.
late. Oh, it's still fulfilled.
Couple years late, for sure. If it's fulfilled, it's fulfilled.
5 years after the estimated delivery date, you'd still consider that fulfilled.
It's fulfilled if they ship it. Whichever backers are left and they get their book, it's fulfilled.
Okay, that is.
But he's saying 99. So
because
we're gonna have to go on to another supposed lie soon. We've been dragging this one out, but
no.
He's saying 99% of people in crowdfunding and creatives do not have business sense.
Yes,
that's not necessarily. Hold on, that's not necessarily about fulfillment, though. He's attacking their business sense to be able to calculate profit margins, to be able to be profitable. But we know there are people like Aaron Lopresti, Graham Nolan, and many others that are on time and profitable, including myself. There's a lot of profitable people who know what they're doing, that do their own fulfillment, do it on time, that are good at business. But he's saying, do not listen to any of your favorite creators. Not even Graham Nolan, which he hired to do a cover, which is really ironic. Not even Mike Barron, who's working on his books. He's saying, don't listen to the people I've hired.
That's not really what he's saying.
Yes, he's saying, he said, do not listen to any of your favorite creators.
Do you have you have a quote for that? You have a video link where he says exactly that?
It's literally in his video from making money in comics from like October of last year.
I saw that, and it does not say what you think it says. It does not say what you are claiming it says. So
it literally says that, but
no, what he's saying is they don't have the business sense, because if they did, as soon as the campaign is fulfilled,
Graham Nolan, Aaron Lopresti, Mike Barron, and myself have all done that. Hojo has done it. There's plenty of people.
If the only thing holding them back,
so why wouldn't you listen to them?
If the only thing holding them back was the money, as soon as they got the funding, they have a plan in place where hey, we have the money, we fulfilled it, we followed everything to a T. Maybe there is some unexpected delays, but you're not going to see.
I don't think you're following these creators.
1 year, 2 year, 3 years delays. That's not an unexpected event.
You're going to the extremes, which are a very small percentage. I just gave you 5 specific examples of folks that fulfill immediately upon finishing their campaigns. So that's 5. Those are 5 people that you should listen to.
Many? There are hundreds, if not thousands, of
and there's hundreds of other people that fulfill on time as well. I'm just talking within my own inner circle.
No, it is a trend with GoFunding campaigns, and you can see people who are frustrated because they fund campaigns and they're waiting, and this is not just ComicsGate. This is he said 99%, not just, he didn't specify ComicsGate. He said crowdfunding campaigns that deal with comics. This is everybody across the board.
But there's no statistics, there's no specifics, because he dances around any facts or specifics to try to make him look like he's doing everything perfect.
Kickstarter and Indiegogo, you can go through their comics and you can see how many have been, the campaign is ended, and you can scroll through the comments that, hey, I never got my comic.
It's ended?
Hey, this is still unfulfilled. Hey, it's ended. You met your goal. I still don't have my comic. I want a refund.
What about the estimated ship date? There are plenty of crowdfunders that say, hey, my estimated ship date is 6 months beyond the completion of the campaign. Do you understand the whole purpose of crowdfunding is to be able to have the funds to make your book?
Yes, if it was within 6 months.
Hold on. You are picturing this perfect world.
No.
Where we have the luxury of having the money in advance to do the entire book in advance. If you watch that video from Eric, he said, oh, it's like $26,000, $500 to make a comic if you're not the writer, if you're basically just the money man, right?
Yeah.
How many people do you know that have that disposable income? So the whole purpose of crowdfunding is to be able to get the funds to bring your project to fruition.
You're not explaining anything to me. That's exactly what I just said like 5 minutes ago. Dude.
So if their estimated ship date is 6 months beyond the close of the campaign, They are not
3
late
years.
until after that. You're going to a very few specific examples.
Not those are the main examples.
They're not. They're just the most popular
examples.
examples.
No,
those are the most popular examples. It's not 99% of creators. That's complete bullshit. I just gave you several examples. So they are not late. Especially if their dates are in the future, because they're being honest.
Not just EVS ones, not just Veto. Scroll through them. There are hundreds, if not thousands of them. And you can see in the comments, these are late. This is way beyond the ship date. I can't wait anymore. I'm demanding a refund.
Pull up some statistics.
This is for
then.
all crowd. This is for all crowdfunding you're talking about now, not just comics.
Yeah, no. This is specifically comics within crowdfunding spaces. Yeah, specifically comics. The comments are asking for refunds. This is a trend of customers who are like, I'm tired of supporting these indie comic initiatives because I never get what I pay for.
So can you admit it's not 99% of creators?
Yes, it's probably not 99.
Thank you.
But it is.
Why would you inflate that unless you're trying to make yourself look better than those doing crowdfunding?
I never said he wasn't doing.
That'd be like if I said, well, imagine if I were to go on a stream or make a video. Just let's imagine this, right? I do a video that says, you know what? 99% of people doing pre-ordering are going to steal your money and never ship your product. That'd be pretty dishonest. And wouldn't that appear like I'm trying to make them look bad to steer them towards myself?
So the 99% is not saying that they're stealing your money, because you're twisting his words. He said they don't have the business sense, because even
if they're making money, they have the business sense. EVS is extremely profitable. You realize he has an eBay store that is shipping books every day.
I checked the numbers, but they're not good for somebody of that size. It's down 45% from the peak of his business.
What is Eric's numbers down from ISOM 1?
No.
No. It's okay. It's down
from
more than 50%.
2022, for the year of I just broke down these numbers into one of these comments. For the year 2022, almost 4 million, right? 2023, 4.9 million.
For what?
So 2023 to today,
I'm talking about specific campaigns. If you have multiple campaigns in a year, of course you're going to make. You're talking sums. No. I'm talking campaign to campaign.
That's what I'm doing. So if you look at EVS, even including his eBay store and his most recent campaigns on Indiegogo,
he's over $1 million easily.
From 2023 till now, he is down 45% from the year 2020, which is his peak year. 2021 is even worse. 2022 is even worse. But if he's
still making a lot of money regardless of the decline in percentages. And he's also got a ton of YouTube money as well, which is part of the business. Eric is declining massively when it comes to super chats.
Individual campaigns.
And he's going, he went severely down from ISOM 1 to ISOM 2. And then from ISOM 2 to
Cyberfrog 2 to Cyberfrog 3 is even worse if you look at the percentage.
It's very natural for campaigns to do that.
Oh, so it's natural for EVS, but it's not natural when it happens to
Eric. But if I'm talking about profitability, even if he's only making $500,000, if he's pulling in a profit margin of 20%, he is doing extremely well and he has good business sense. And then if he's pulling in, 50 to 100,000 from YouTube, that's extremely good when it comes to business. You are so focused on this grand amount of he's making 4 million, but we don't know what his profit is. We know he's paying a crazy amount of money in warehouse costs.
If you say 20% is good, man, I feel bad for you, because that is.
I'm just giving an example. That's actually quite healthy in normal corporations. Comics, yeah, it may be 40%, it may be more, but again,
if that was the case, he'd have better luck putting his money in an industry outside of comics, because 30 to 40% for a online business is kind of typical. So you don't
understand the costs that go into comics then, and you don't understand the print costs.
He's only making 20%. That's
20% of $1 million is $200,000 and way above the average American income. It's extremely good.
The average American
income, and that's aside from his
online
YouTube
business where you're selling merchandise and all of that. 20% is low.
It was just an example. I don't know what his profit margin is, and you don't know what Eric's profit margin is. It could be 10% after you account for all of his overhead. The difference is
if he's
EVS is not hiring a social media manager. He is not hiring a financial manager. He does not have 2 massive warehouses. So it's pretty obvious which one is approaching it in a more intelligent business sense. One got very eager and just started buying things because he had the money on hand. That's not necessarily good business. So you can't say that Eric is more profitable than EVS. I think we can agree on that. We don't know either of their profit margins.
So 2 ways you can say he's definitely making more money because first,
you don't know that.
He's not going through Indiegogo and Kickstarter, so automatically he gets a 5% increase on all of his profits.
Ooh, 5%. That again, we don't know either of their profit margins, so you can't say one is doing better.
That's an automatic 5% increase, and if you look at the campaigns in general, there's more.
I'm giving you neutral ground to say that neither of us can say either is more profitable than the other. I think we can agree on that because we don't know their balance sheets.
How successful Eric is over EVS. EVS had to do a crowdfunder.
So you're a super fan.
EVS had to do a crowdfunder for a 10K advertisement on Camelot's NASCAR car.
Yeah, because he's a nice guy. He just helps somebody's dreams come true.
Why did he have to do a crowdfunder for 10K? I can get a business loan for 10K myself, and I didn't do multi-million-dollar campaigns.
So you want Camelot to do a business loan instead of
to advertise your business at NASCAR is not something he should make his fans pay for. That's what I'm saying. It's like that to me.
They're getting books and things in return. That's the purpose of crowdfunding. They're not just donating. I mean, they're getting something in return.
Let me crowdfund for that is very telling about the financial situation that EVS.
Do we want to talk about charities? About well, I don't know, making people pay.
I don't see what that has to do with. I want 10K to advertise on Camelot's NASCAR. Let's crowdfund that. That means
why would you make someone pay less than or more than the cost of a book to donate that book to a charity? Why would you even charge anyone to donate a book? Why wouldn't you just give it a 1-for-1? Hey, if you buy an ISOM book for this period of time, I will donate another ISOM book to this charity. Why would you make someone pay to donate a book that probably costs $2.50 to print, maybe a couple $100 to send a pallet? You can't criticize the one and not the other.
That's okay. One is I need 10K. I need to use you guys to raise the 10K. The other one is
He did not ask EVS. EVS offered it up, and his fans obliged by backing the campaign.
EVS has made over $7 million through his comics.
That's awesome. He's really good at business, huh?
Now, someone with that kind of money,
you're going to dismiss that amount of money and say he's not good at business?
You said he made at least 20%. How does he not have 10K in the bank where he can just be like, oh, 10K, let me do this? Why does he need to say, oh, let's crowdfund to raise money for that? That's what I'm saying there. Now,
so why wouldn't Eric just give $10,000 to the charity?
He did that eventually. But
after he got called out, sure. But why didn't he do that from the beginning? Why make your backers or your pre-order people pay for charity?
For the first campaign he did for ISOM 1, he put that as an option for people to donate to the charity by buying the comic.
Why make your backers pay for it? You are literally criticizing Camelot and EVS for the exact same thing that your boy did.
Taco Bell, Walmart, Target, any place that you go and buy, and they do a St. Jude's charity or anything like that, they say, hey, would you like to donate to this? Would you like to donate? Why are they doing that if they're making money?
They're not making people buy something at Walmart in order to give a donation to St. Jude's.
On top of what they're paying for at Walmart. It's the same thing with the comic. He's saying,
or you could go direct and just give St. Jude's money, but you have the option to decline it. I don't see where you're getting at, honestly.
The people who wanted to give money to Comics for Kids could have done that without going through ISOM.
So
There was
Vaughn's
nobody.
got a
There's
good
nobody
point.
with a gun to their head forcing
Can we
them
go to the
buy
next
that option.
lie, or kind of go to a new topic? Because this is just becoming an anti-EVS thing, which is kind of proving my point of why I challenge you to the debate. But do we want to go back to the Iron Age topic, or do we want to
EVS
bring
is
up
a
another
big
lie?
example, but do you want me to take time from this to go through Indiegogo and point out
Why is this all about EVS all of a sudden?
No,
like, what's the hate boner for?
Various Kickstarter and Indiegogo.
Do you need some Viagra to take care of your hate boner for EVS?
All right, and then I think that we're done here.
I'm trying to get us back on track. We've veered this off into just this anti-EVS stuff, which is how this all started.
Which disproves yours.
Let's just get to a new topic.
Advertising campaign. The other one is saying, if you would like to give money to this charity, this is an option you can take. He doesn't need it to advertise his business. He doesn't need the money. He's saying, I would like to make this available to you.
So we don't we don't have judges. The judges are like
EVS
the chat.
For
so there's really no we can't go from topic to topic really. So what was a different thing that you wanted to discuss? Because I don't have an issue with where you guys are going with it, but I do feel like we're kind of going in circles.
Yeah.
Well. All right.
Do you want to cover Iron Age, or is there another lie?
I agreed to this debate. Is that I thought that you might be an honest actor, because based on all the other ComicsGate people, they spread lies, and I think I was under the impression that you were just misinformed. But
who in ComicsGate spreads lies? Let's be a little more specific.
I just said one. The crowdfunding. You continually claim he's against crowdfunding, and he's not. He's saying it doesn't work for his business, and he doesn't have to rely on it because he could afford not to use it. And it is a selling point for his business. And the reason his business has done as well as it has is specifically said because he opted for pre-orders instead of crowdfunding to support his business, because the comics were already completed and he was just getting an estimate from his customers on how much they wanted to order. That's because the comic books were coming out whether people bought or not. They were going to be printed. Same thing with Yaira, same thing with Alpha Court. They're going to be printed even if $0 were raised in the pre-order campaigns. They were already in line to print those books. They sold as well as they did because there's a guarantee that those people are going to get the books they paid for. That is a selling point, and ComicsGate continually acts as if that's not a selling point.
No, I actually agree that's a selling point, but the problem is he's trying to step on others and put down crowdfunding in order to gain more attention towards his method. And I think that's the deceiving part.
No, pointing out the advantage of his system over the competition is not putting them down in order to lift him up.
When you say 99% of people using that method do not know business and you talk down to them, that is not a very good business tactic.
The other thing, so you keep acting as if that 99% refers to just individuals who do not fulfill the campaigns, but it's also referring to individuals who did the campaign, didn't make money.
No, I was saying it was about everyone doing crowdfunding. You were specifying folks that were not fulfilling
crowdfunding. So there are the people who don't fulfill their campaigns. There are people who are late on the campaigns. There are the people who lose money. So
how do you know they lost money? Eric is assuming that crowdfunders are lose money.
Kane and White.
Okay.
Kane and White now works for Rippaverse. Mm-hmm. He was a part of a GoFundMe campaign. It got fulfilled. They lost tens of thousands of dollars on that.
Okay. What's that have to do with the other 99%?
That Kane and White is an industry professional. He was working for a YouTuber that had experience in all of this. Yeah. That is somebody. You didn't have any experience doing any of this before you started doing your crowdfunding, and maybe you were one of the successful cases. That makes you the exception.
I work in the corporate world. I have business sense from a corporate perspective for almost 20 years.
You are in the 1%. You can.
No,
like I said,
it's much bigger. You admitted earlier it was more than 1%. Now you're going back to agreeing that it's 99% that don't know business.
I'm saying I used 1% as an example, as in the minority when it comes to this, of somebody who had a campaign, reached their campaign goal, delivered in a timely manner, and actually made money.
So do we want to go on to the next apparent lie or like Iron Age topic, or are we just going to stick to this 99% topic?
Ooh. Niobe Comics, I don't know who you are. All right, let me try to...
He fulfills on time, by the way. He's part of the 1% with his Niobe Comics.
Okay, but does he? So he's making money and actually fulfilling within a reasonable amount of time. Because I'm like I said, I looked through Indiegogo and Kickstarter, and you can see these countless examples of the people who do one comic and then they disappear.
There's thousands and thousands of creators on there. There's no way you've combed through thousands and thousands.
There's a very specific thing that I was hoping that you two would get to.
So that means if there was 100 successful campaigns,
let's let the moderator go. Let the moderator go. Hold on.
Tim, you said that he was a bad writer. Can you elaborate on why that is?
That's a fun one.
A bad writer. Yeah,
okay. I went through his Indiegogo for that. Let's go. What was that called? Vigilante's Creed.
Yeah, the 5-page sample.
Okay. One of the things I mentioned is you used seam like 2 or 3 times throughout those pages, and your use of seam is not, while technically correct, it paints an incorrect image of what you are describing. Like, and I brought this example up, if I said, he seemed like such a nice guy, he seemed like he wasn't a murdering cannibal, what does that tell you?
What?
That tells you he seemed like he was a normal person, but he actually ate people and killed them.
Wait.
He
cannibal?
Seemed like
what are you talking about?
A murdering cannibal.
Hold on. No, I got to pull that up.
The phrase, he seemed like he wasn't a murdering cannibal. What does that tell you?
If you want to present it, I'll put it on screen.
That's not from the clip. I'm providing an example of a...
It's not from the 5-page sample?
That's not... You used seam in 2 or 3 different places.
Okay, but I don't think I ever talked about any cannibals in my book.
I am providing
your own example of using seam. So it's not
actually...
If I make
the statement, he seemed like he wasn't a murdering cannibal, what does that tell you? It's the opposite of what he seemed. So when you say he seemed to have grown a tail, it's like, oh, it looked like he had a tail, but he didn't actually grow one. That's the implication.
He doesn't know what's happening to him. He's transforming into a creature he's never transformed into before.
And it seemed like
he doesn't have a tail. Yes, because he's not in front of a mirror.
He didn't grow a tail.
Something is growing out of his back. He's freaking out. He's in horrendous pain.
Not a tail.
It's a small little nub that's just growing. He's freaking out. He's panicking.
If it was
he doesn't know what it is.
Words other than seam.
He doesn't know what it is. He doesn't even know what he's turning into.
An editor going through that would point this out to you and say, hey, you can say the exact same thing.
So I did have a real editor, by the way.
Do not use the word seam because it gives the impression that the opposite of what your eyes are telling you is the truth.
No, it does not always allude to it being the opposite. It's just what he believed it could be at the time.
If something seems a way, there's the implication that it's not actually that way.
It could be something else. It hasn't fully grown yet. He doesn't even know what he's turning into. That's the whole point.
Okay, there was the other example of seam. Those are the ones I can remember off the top of my head. Let me scroll down here, and because I don't have the
What's up, Jess? So, do you think Eric is a good writer?
That depends. It all depends on Act 3. If he fails Act 3,
no. ISOM 1, ISOM 2. Do you think he did a good job writing the books? Be careful. You might become a detractor. Just be ready. We might change your avatar to a tractor.
In my original review, better than average, and he's setting up events, and if they don't pay off correctly, then it's a bad writing.
What was your favorite part of ISOM 1? Out of curiosity.
My favorite part was actually the interaction between Yaira and Isom. Because that that interaction, I know it gets made fun of. Like, okay, he crashed into her, she crashed into him, and now they're both confusing each other for the enemy. This is, this was actually in game when Star-Lord thought Iron Man was working for Thanos. This is something that happens a lot, but that scene painted out how the universe works in the Ripperverse. Is okay, we've got multiple storylines going on. They're all independent of each other. They're all doing their own things, and they're going to interact with each other and then move on, which is closer to what Heroes did, and is closer to the events of. There's a book series called The Wild Cards. Both, like, Heroes Season 1 was fantastic. The Wild Cards, the entire series, at least through the tour books, was fantastic the whole way through, and it operates on a similar mechanic in that this is a world that is lived in and breathed in. Superheroes are a common occurrence.
So Isom admits he's not a hero in Isom 1, right. Though. I mean, several times he alludes that, don't credit this to heroism, and I mean, it's about him being disrespected, right? And Yaira is punching civilians. Yep. There are no heroes in Isom 1. It's heroes just there are excepts.
Okay. Heroes in what sense? Heroes
no one does anything heroic.
Infallible? Nobody does anything heroic. So, okay. So when Isom goes into the club,
he just beats up bouncers. That's it. He actually throws a bouncer through 2 doors. Which all the 2 doors and the bouncer could have hit civilians, no problem.
Yeah, and
so just careless.
Darren's just an innocent civilian and not running a criminal organization.
He doesn't even touch Darren. He beats
Darren
up and kills.
Is running a criminal organization.
But that doesn't mean the security guards are guilty.
Comic? You've never read a Luke Cage comic,
so you're saying it's Luke Cage in an orange and black.
Guards and security because they're providing security for crack-dens and.
So I've been a security guard and I've been a bouncer at a club. I had no idea if they were doing illegal things. They probably were. So am I guilty for taking on a job but not knowing what's going on at that business? There are plenty of businesses like Enron that people worked at. Are they guilty if they don't know that company's doing illegal things? You don't just kill a bouncer, especially when you oh, dude, he made his guts splatter out.
The chat
no one survives
pleading.
In fact, we went over this last time. So
the banging sound to be killed. Is that possible? Is that a possibility?
Sorry, what? Oh,
the banging
sound.
Hey,
Josh, can you knock it off for like 5 minutes, dude? Hang on. Sorry, my brother's
I think chat might
it's
actually give you the win just for stopping the banging noise.
It's like almost 10 o'clock and he's practicing drums. Sorry about that. I tune it out.
I got it. All right. There you go, chat. All right. I'm sorry to interrupt.
You might start it up again. If that's the case, then.
So I guess your only criticism of my writing so far is just using the word "seem" a couple times.
No, that's not my only criticism. I gave you several paragraphs of all the things that, as an editor, they would point out in your writing where it's amateurish, or you have typos, or you're using words incorrectly. You like to use a lot of phrases incorrectly, so this is something I wanted to touch on.
All right, let's hear it.
You keep saying word salad.
Not in I'm talking about my writing in my novel, not my writing in comics or in the comments. I don't use the word salad in my book.
Okay, so you are a good writer, but you just write bad comics.
Huh?
Sorry, you're a good writer. You just write bad comments
I talk differently in my book than I do in YouTube comments when I joke around a lot, for sure.
So I'm
having fun on YouTube.
Well, the way somebody talks and the way somebody uses phrases and expressions to get their thoughts across.
I don't self-insert my own language into my books. I try to write them professionally and like.
That makes absolutely no sense at all.
Okay, so if you meet a friend and you're like, "Hey, what's up, bro? How's it going?" You're just gonna have all of your characters to every male character be like, "Yo, what's up, bro?" Exactly.
What I'm saying is,
I mean, Eric kind of does that, but I don't.
Right is evidenced by, but the writing you do in your book should be the highest quality that you're capable of.
Yeah, they are, and my in my books, but not my YouTube comments, especially since it's on my phone and I'm just trying to squeeze out a comment really quick.
But
Usually joking.
yeah, so you're joking when you describe things as word salad when they absolutely are not word salad.
Oh no, a lot of your stuff is word salad, and I don't have time to read.
No. Word salad is
Paragraphs.
empty calories. That's why it's called salad, because salad is
Yeah, I
empty calories.
think most of it is empty.
Benefit.
Yeah,
It
it's
is-
not really
no.
mental benefit when I read a lot of your comments. It's
It is
attacking.
No, I structure my paragraphs exactly how you're supposed to structure paragraphs in the English language. Hang on.
I'm glad all the chats are having.
God, the chat is killing me, dude. I'm glad.
What's going on in Katie Did's channel as well? They're having fun.
Oh,
so that's
my
good.
Lord.
That's good.
Oh man.
Yes, I did. I definitely. Oh, no, dude, it's like 9:40. Like usually he's done by like 7:30 or 8. Sorry. Okay.
All right, so I get it. You don't think I'm a good writer. You don't have
no.
any specific examples.
No,
other than
I gave
the
you.
word scene.
I gave you specific examples, and you dismissed
Dude,
it
I
as
didn't
word
read.
salad.
I didn't read. Yeah,
Yeah,
because I didn't read all of it. Like, I don't need a lecture in my
Something you don't
YouTube comments.
read,
So
even if it's substantive, and it is
you have some examples here.
Piece of sentence and then supporting sentences. That's word salad to you because you didn't read it.
Can you give us all some examples, because not everyone has read that comment
Holy crap
that you made, because I didn't even read all of it because it's exhausting. That's why I made the sarcastic joke, like, hey, you should seriously write a novel because you're spending a lot of time writing about my YouTube videos.
Do you remember if that was on one of your videos or it was on a video that you were applying from somebody else? It might be on the
I don't know. You've been going at my writing in a couple different videos, so I can't keep up. You're like a super commenter. You're really boosting engagement on my YouTube videos. So thank you.
Like you act like 5 paragraphs takes an eternity to write and is very complicated, and I'm like, dude, that's
to
like
read. It does when
minutes.
you're like at work and stuff. For sure, I don't have.
To read should be less than 5 minutes unless you have like a 3rd grade reading level. That's I don't understand how you expect to be a good writer when you cannot, like, you're like, oh, 5 paragraphs is too much to read, and you're like, in order to be a qualified writer, you have to read thousands of pages, not only of your own stuff but of other people's stuff. So I don't know how far.
I think we can. I think we all know though that you did not buy the books and you have not read any entire book, so you don't know the whole encompassing ability of my writing.
I'm saying you.
I did read ISOM, by the way.
You presented five pages for people to get an estimation of what the full book is, and I'm like, it should either be
part of the book,
your best 5 pages, like the part that you're most proud of, or at least the part that you think is going to attract more people. And so I'm saying, based on this, if this is the best you've got, or if this is supposed to be the most enticing part of it, wow, that's a big.
But you bought ISOM? What was enticing about ISOM for you to buy that? I'm curious. I mean, seriously.
Well, for starters, I didn't know the actual story. It was hey,
nobody did. There was no sample. How about that? But you bought it anyways. You didn't know if the writing was good.
Because there was enough anticipation.
About what? The suit? Him looking like he can fly, but he can't? I mean, seriously, what enticed you to buy it other than, or was it just Eric's name and popularity? Because I don't have that going for me. So I just have character designs. I have story structure. I mean, it's not me that's selling these books. So what enticed you to buy Eric's book and believe that it could be potentially good writing?
It was
and above average.
The ethics statement for the Ripperverse.
The ethics statement?
Yeah, there's page where he's talking about these are the guaranteed promises we are making for our fans concerning the universe we're building.
Was that released before he sold the book? I'm not sure.
Yes, that was. That was.
But that has nothing to do with the quality of the book or the writing ability, right?
No.
So it was more off of maybe politics, personal beliefs that he tried to portray?
No, it is this is what we're building, and this is our promise to our customers.
But it had nothing to do with the story or the characters, correct? You didn't know what ISOM was, what the story was about. So you bought it just because of something Eric said, so because of Eric.
Because of the promise he made, yes. That's
what I thought, yep.
Now, for example, I mentioned a series. So this is not a graphic novels, but these are novels. And the reason George R.R. Martin is heavily involved in this. This is prior to Song of Ice and Fire. It's about groups of superheroes. But the very first book is called Wild Cards. And the premise for it is interesting and actually really, really well done. But the actual book itself sucks. So I started in the middle of the series and then went back and read the first one. I'm like, if I had started with the first one, there's no way I would have continued on with the series because all the characters are unoriginal.
Sounds like ISOM, yeah.
All the characters are unoriginal. The writing is, it's kind of just, step 1, step 2, step 3. It's very
describing ISOM right now or this other book? Because it sounds exactly like ISOM, sorry.
But what it builds into is a fantastic universe with some of the most interesting characters I've ever heard of.
Wait, hold on. No, seriously. Are you talking about the ISOM universe or this Wild Cards universe?
This is Wild Cards. And I'm saying it started off with a premise and a promise and saying, hey, this is what we're trying to do. And once it got going, once they actually found their footing and they built their characters and they established the universe the way it should be based on the starting premise, what they ended up creating after a decade or so is
you're waiting for a decade
universe that's ever been built.
Wait, so you would be okay waiting a decade for a good book from Eric?
No,
versus a year or two for a fantastic book from a creator like you.
Year or two.
Is that what I heard?
Again, not from what I've seen.
Oh, hold on. Let me start with the first part of the question. Would you be you're okay with waiting potentially 10 years for Eric to, in his what he likes to use the phrase, get his shit together to create an entertaining book?
What I'm saying, as long as it starts off with a good premise, even if we
didn't know the premise when you bought ISOM. You said you bought it from an ethics statement.
No, I said what made me want to buy the comics was the ethics statement.
Exactly. There was no premise.
The story is hey, this is neo-noir because you have a reluctant hero being called out of retirement or called back to do something. And he begrudgingly takes it and it puts him in a situation where he's over his head. And the most classic example, or one of the best examples of this, is Who Framed Roger Rabbit. We're introduced to Eddie Valiant. He is a private investigator. He's kind of a washed up scrub. He's drunk. He's not a likable person. Throughout almost the entire movie, he's not a likable person. You don't know anything about him. He's just some washed up schlub. He gets hired for a job he doesn't want to take, but, his motivation was there. Oh, what's his motivation? His motivation was $100. Not, oh, he's a hero. He's a compelling. No, that is typical for neo-noir or noir in general. Is a reluctant hero, not the best guy, a guy with a past, something. Maybe he was a crooked cop and he, was kicked off the force for something. There's always something where it's like, oh, he failed or he's a failure or he's not a good person. But throughout the story, there is a bit of redemption because he's usually in a situation where he's over his head. And this is his moment of redemption. He's like, I messed up in the past. I was the bad guy. I was the crooked cop. I was the one who, let my brother die or whatever the situation is. And he finally gets his chance for a redemptive story. Now, with noir, the hero doesn't always get that total redemption. Sometimes he dies in a blaze of glory, or sometimes the bad guys win, but at least he did whatever he could to try to stop them. And then sometimes, like in Roger Rabbit, they succeed. They stop the bad guy. But when you look, so what I'm seeing is, hey, he's telling a story in that same genre. I like that genre. That's my favorite genre. Is noir.
So you like my books?
No,
because you haven't read them. You don't know. But I do give a plot.
I've seen the plot premise, and it doesn't interest me, and it doesn't sound like a noir.
Oh, you don't like real heroes and real villains? You want to not know what this ISOM is about, if it's a hero or not? You want to be confused going into it and just buy it based off of ethics?
No, ISOM is a hero. He's a reluctant hero.
He says in ISOM several times he is not a hero. Do not credit what he's about to do to the elite as heroism. I mean, he doesn't even care about Jasmine. He admits it several times. A hero would want to save the girl before just beating up a guy for
no. You're confusing. So there's heroes who have already completed the hero's journey, and there are.
I thought he was a hero who left the city for some unknown reason in ISOM 1 to only go back. So he was a hero, became an asshole, and then is trying
looking for redemption.
But nobody knows what he's trying to redeem himself. But real villains and real heroes are not a traditional classic story.
We found out in book 2 what he's trying to redeem himself from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he can
counter. But you didn't know anything about it when you bought it.
No. But there was enough potential there to make me want to buy it.
So back to, I guess, the topic at hand, right? The 5 pages of mine don't do it because of some unknown reasons other than the word seem, but you bought ISOM based on an ethics
off the top of my head. I'm scrolling back to try to find that comment because I stated it all there and you didn't read it. So now I got to go scroll back through. That's what I've been doing, scrolling back through days of comments and trying to find the one where I specifically mentioned you. Okay.
I mean, if you can't find it, that's all right. I mean, we can always jump to another topic. But I will say, regardless of what you throw at me for criticism, I'm not going to freak out. I'm not going to call you a white bread N-word or anything of that nature. I won't call you bad faith because I don't believe in bad faith. That whole terminology, it's either valid criticism or not, or useful criticism. So I will actually consider your criticism.
Well, no, you didn't, because you said it was word salad and immediately dismissed it.
I didn't even know that's what you were doing in that paragraph, to be honest. I just looked at like 5 paragraphs and I'm like, yeah, I need to work right now. I thought I could just view a comment real quick because I like to interact with everybody on my YouTube videos because I'm such a small channel. I can do that. But nobody else writes me love letters in my YouTube comments. Thank God.
Oh, nope, that's not you. That is the other guy.
Should play some music. Man. Not the drums, though.
Well, the chat was asking for Josh to come back, so.
Okay, because
I feel like that was sarcastic, though.
This is not.
We could always play some Careless Whisper in the background. I don't know.
Okay.
Get away with that, but.
So let me talk about, you ask for the lies. The other lie that you've been telling is about the art in Yaira. And this is something that is pissing me off because
about the chick that looks like her head's been twisted halfway around her body.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that was a preview page that was actually in his books. Yeah.
Yeah. So when it was
why did Eric say he had no idea where that came from? Like, I can remember every page from my books, especially the comics, right? It's visual. Okay, so why did he say he had no idea where that came from?
So every page of your book is, you said, at least from what I can tell from the Indiegogo campaign, is 5 pages of comic, right? It's five illustrated pages.
That's all that's probably on the Indiegogo, but it's a 15-page mini comic. And I know every page that's in that. Yeah.
15-page mini comic. You know every page of that 15-page.
Of course.
So Eric has ISOM number 1, ISOM number 2, Alpha Core, Yaira number 1, Gooding, The Horseman, ISOM number 3, Alpha Core number 2, Bloodruth. That is 9 books that we have confirmed at least that are all 90-something pages.
Only 3 are complete, maybe 4. 4th one might be near completion, but
so okay.
But that preview section preview
those
section is a
books.
very small section of just one book. I'm pretty sure you would remember your preview section for a future book.
And not
Which-
when you've been looking at
Well, let me ask you this.
previews of
Do
books.
Do you know if that page, do you believe that page will actually be in the Yaira book, or will it be
No.
removed? You don't think it will be in there?
No.
Why
I
not?
don't even think that was done by Deborah.
That's even worse.
How is that worse?
He announced Deborah
Yeah,
like a
she's
long
the artist
time
on
ago.
the Yaira book. That does not mean the preview page in ISOM 2 was something she drew.
So pages were redrawn or eliminated.
Yes, because that's what happens when you're
I thought
writing
Eric
a
said
book.
nothing was redrawn.
He never said that. That's what
Yes, he
says.
did. No, he said
No,
it,
he
but then a couple days later he
No.
admitted pages
No,
were being redrawn.
EDS said that Kanan White or Joe Bennett redrew it. That's where Eric said no. If anybody redrew it, it was Deborah. It's her book. It's her art. He was clarifying that Kanan White and Joe Bennett did not go in and correct Deborah's art.
So
The art that's in the Yaira book is Deborah's.
You're dodging my main point, which is
No.
he said he had no idea where that came from. Maybe it came from Instagram, but it came
Because
from
he-
his actual book.
And I didn't recognize it either. And that's
So
what I was,
but he never corrected the statement.
because he probably doesn't.
Want to?
Somebody would have to point out and be like, hey, this is where it is. And he would have to accept that criticism and be like, oh, okay, that was.
I'm sure he has a
in
copy
Yaira.
of. I'm pretty sure he has a copy of ISOM 2. He could open up and be like,
Everybody-
"Oh, damn! There's that preview page. That
Yeah.
nasty little preview
Everybody
page
who
that
has
looks
mentioned
horrible."
it is people that he is ignoring because they are bad faith actors and they have
There's
provided.
no such thing. So I'm
there
guessing
is.
you're referring to Dick Masterson, who gave
Yes.
exquisite,
Masterson-
detailed notes and is actually
Where he
extremely
said that Isom
intelligent.
assaulted somebody by putting his hand on her shoulder.
No, well, he was saying that it could seem like he was assaulting her because the security guards
these are
just
the
see this
same people-
guy
I want to jump in.
grabbing a
Technically,
girl's shoulder.
it is legally
say-
assault to put your hands on someone when they don't want it. I think he was using that to make a joke. I don't think he was like, he's literally assaulting, but like by the literal definition of a physical assault, that could be legally considered that, which is why I think he made the joke. I think people made too much about that. Sorry, just cutting in there.
He made too much about that.
Well, it was a joke, but when you read it, though, think if you're a bouncer, right? You're nearby the club. You see this guy in a hoodie just have his arm on a girl who looks freaked out, because Jasmine, admittedly, is freaked out. And she works at that club. Any good bouncer would be like, hey, get your hand off her. What are you doing? And he could have been like, hey, no problem here. We're friends. Instead, he just lets Jasmine run away instead of going after her. And then he attacks the bouncers.
Mm-hmm.
So heroic.
I never said it was heroic. Do you not understand fallen hero? Do you not understand he is on a hero's journey? So
Dick was joking about the assault thing, but in reality, it could have been viewed as assault from the point of view of the security guards. But all of his notes were legitimate. Like, he actually gave very good criticism that could have helped him improve his future writing. And Dick has written books.
No,
I mean, he's
so
actually experienced. He's a profitable writer.
Yeah, not for comic books, and he says he has a disdain for comics.
Yeah, but
and games. So,
but being able to write a proper story and plot applies regardless of if it's a novel or a comic.
Dick Masterson didn't write a story.
Yes, he did. He wrote a book.
He wrote a book. It's not a story.
Huh?
What?
Every book has a plot.
No.
Every book has a reason.
No. What?
You're saying if his book was a troll, but it's still a story.
The Compound Effect. There's no plot and story. It's helpful advice. There's a book called How to Win Friends and Influence People. There's no plot and story. It's saying these are good habits to build up in order to be a successful business person.
You still have to have story structure and know how to write.
For a self-help book?
Yes. Sorry, but yeah.
Trump's The Art of the Deal is not there are countless books that do not follow. Dick Masterson his book is along those same lines, and that it's a joke book about men. There is no actual story or plot. He's not introducing fictional characters.
He has actually worked alongside people in Hollywood. He's been involved in several things. He is actually intelligent. He has and had
Uh,
more experience than Eric. Eric had 0 writing experience when it came
Okay.
to writing
And-
stories.
And Eric acknowledged that, and he says, "I'm going to go with the advice of Chuck Dixon."
He didn't have
Or-
Chuck Dixon at that point, but
Yes,
okay.
he did.
Not when he wrote ISM 1 and when the whole thing initially blew
No,
up with
Not
him
when
and
he
Dick.
wrote ISM 1, but when he had the discussion with Dick Masterson, he said, "I am relying on the advice and assistance and ballad criticism of Chuck Dixon."
And now
who is
he
actively
has
working
other
with
people
me to
writing
help
his
me improve
books.
My writing.
So the point is, Dick had valid criticism.
No.
A lot of us have seen the criticism, and if you read ISOM,
And
a lot of it
disagreed
would
with
click.
It's similar to EVS. It's BS, bad faith criticism.
There's no such thing as bad
said
faith.
that yes, there is such thing as
There's
bad
valuable criticism and there's invaluable criticism. If you would have just
No.
said, if you would have just kept it at
Okay.
that book is dog shit because I think so, that's not valuable. There's no proof behind it. Like what you did to me, you had no proof. You had no examples of why my writing was shit.
Yes,
So
I did.
in your own definition, you were a bad faith actor. You're Dick Masterson.
I pointed
Oh,
out
boy.
specific examples within
Oh
your
boy,
writing.
you didn't show it though. But see, Dick
I
actually
showed
published.
it in my comment that you ignored.
Pull it up. Dick published these notes, and they were very intelligible and they were very valid. And he has experience writing, so yes.
Okay, because
was
I
good
don't
criticism.
have that exact comment in front of me during this debate, then it doesn't exist. That's man, you guys are so fucking dishonest.
You didn't read the whole book. I read all of
I
ISOM.
read the 5 pages, and I said, based on those 5 pages, if that's a sample of your writing, then you are a bad writer. I can make a determination on your writing style.
There's
based on
tons
that
of backers
5-page sample.
that disagree, but there's not a lot of ISOM backers or pre-order folks that are raving about his writing and giving examples of why it's fantastic.
I think he's a better writer than you guys are giving him credit for, and it all depends on book 3. If book 3 turns out
no, it doesn't
the way
depend
that
on the
I-
future.
Yes, it does.
Either his
Because
books
book
are
3
good
is
or they're
act
not.
3 of the overall story. He
You
is
don't need to
setting
read my 3rd book to know if my
because
characters
your
are
book
good.
is
Or not.
self-contained. He is telling a 3-act story.
My book is not done. Like my series is not done.
Ill-advised is 3
If
parts.
you would have read the books, you would have known that.
Ill-advised is 3 parts. It does not work without the finale. Now, Game of Thrones was 8 parts. If you watch the first 6 seasons, it is a fantastic show. If you watch the last 2 seasons, it is absolute dog shit. Based on the ending, they are terrible writings and terrible writers and terrible showmakers. But they gave you all the pieces to put up to build to an amazing finale, and they dropped it at the end. Had everybody who watched that show known how it ended from the beginning, they would have never gotten invested to start with, or at least a good portion of them would have never gotten invested.
You got
because
invested
the
off of
ending
an
was
ethics
so
statement,
terrible.
not the actual book.
Dude.
Thank God no one is backing my book based off of an ethics statement or how
I
nice
said
my
that's the
hair
reason
is.
I bought the book. Holy crap, dude! You are conflating
Right.
distinctly different terms.
I'm agreeing with
What
you. You
made me
didn't buy it
interested
off
in
of the story or the characters. You had no
What
idea
made
what the book was about.
Fucking hell.
People know what my book is about. I
already
gave them
explained.
preview pages. I gave them actual art. They know what the plot is. They know what the story is
we
about.
had
What's
so
up, Vito?
prior to
But
ISOM's release,
nobody
the basic
knew
story
what
was set up.
ISOM was about.
We knew the basic story that
A reluctant
the
hero.
girl was missing. He was called in reluctantly, and he's investigating it. And because he's friends, and he's going and talking with his former friends, and things don't go as planned. That's the story and setup. I see the neo-noir there. I'm interested, but what made me want to support is the ethics statement. I stated that clearly, and now you're trying to twist my words to say
And the
something
books-
other than what I said.
No, I'm literally saying you only backed it or pre-ordered it. Sorry, can't bring up crowdfunding because of the ethics statement.
You
And
can
in
bring
reality-
up crowdfunding. It's inaccurate.
Telling a joke.
Fucking hell, dude.
So both ISOM 1 and 2 have no payoff and there are no stakes, especially
There
in
is a
ISOM
payoff.
1.
In ISOM 1, he goes to the club, and he is at first beaten by Santuan, and then the fight is interrupted by his interaction with Yaira, and he is sent to the hospital. And then
Okay.
in the 3rd act, he comes back and he overtakes Santuan. Now, the reason for this is unclear, and it's probably related to how his powers work. And it's some kind of scaling power or scaling ability or gaining of new abilities. It's something along those lines based on the book so far. He is not a static power character. He either can gain powers by seeing other people using them, or it is encountering someone and then gaining the ability to overcome them based on that interaction. So he's either like a Doomsday, or he's like what's the guy's name? It wasn't Peter Petrelli. What's the guy's last name?
He just has some extra strength than Ice on One. That's it.
I don't remember his last name. What?
All he has is some extra strength than Ice on One. That's it.
No. They're in the middle, in the second fight, Santuan says, you couldn't do that before.
Yeah, he couldn't, jump off of a wall?
No. He does a move to dodge Santuan's punch, and Santuan said, hey, you didn't do that in the last fight. That's not something you could do before.
Not every fight is the same. Wow, he dodged a punch? That's a super ability? Like, that's it? That's my point. Like,
no,
he can't fly, which nobody knew going into this.
Before. It's been speculated that he gained
so he gained a little bit of super speed.
That's something he got from Yaira. And so if he can gain powers from other Excepts, the more Excepts he's around, the more powerful he will become. So that means in the first fight, he didn't have that ability. And in the second fight, he had that ability, which helped him overcome the challenge and beat Santuan the second time around.
And then just run away.
Well, he didn't want to deal with the cops.
Oh no, the cops! I thought he would
because he doesn't fight the cops. He respects the authority. Yaira doesn't respect authority. Isom does. Isom is not about.
But who cares about Jasmine? Who cares about Jasmine? Where she's at? If she's in trouble?
Yeah, at that point, Isom already knew where Jasmine was.
Where she ran away. He didn't try to do shit. He just said, hey, what's going on? Your mom's worried. And she said, oh, no, and ran away.
He reported that back to Altana. And he's like, hey, I saw her. She's alive.
Wow, that doesn't mean she's not being, like, raped or, like, assaulted or forced
Did he ever agree to help her out of the situation? No, that
was the whole point of the start of the book, was to try to...
He found her. His point of the book was not to rescue her.
So was the entire point of the book was for him to just get revenge for being disrespected?
He was asked to do something, and in the process of doing that, got into a situation where he's in over his head. And now, instead of just looking for a family friend, he is now going toe-to-toe with a criminal boss.
He doesn't have to, though. He's only doing it because he got disrespected. I mean, he states it several times, like, I can't let this go unaddressed. Like, I have to get back to him. At this point, I'm not even worried about Jasmine. I mean, he could just go back to his ranch, and the whole thing would have been avoided, and Darren wouldn't even have went after him after the first fight. Yeah. Darren would have just been like, whatever.
Could have and didn't. So
what's he trying to do? He wasn't clear and said, oh, I'm trying to take down Darren's criminal enterprise because I have a feeling he's pushing drugs, he's killing kids, he's doing horrible things. There's no stakes. It's just like, that mother effer, he just disrespected me. I'm going to get my revenge. That's your entire plot, essentially, of ISOM 1, and then there's this random Yaira, and then there's 3D assets everywhere, and then you have Norfolka that just gets tossed in there so that you know,
okay,
oh, wow,
there's some people building up to book 3.
Wow.
No. But book 2 introduces the Hellspawn. Book 3, if Eric is actually a good writer and not the hack that you guys claim he is, Norfolka was not an accident. The Hellions being in book 2 was not an accident. And book 3, we're going to see Isom versus probably the Hellspawns and maybe even Shadron again. And that is going to be what Darren has been doing. Darren has been doing some kind of cooperation with the Hellions, and Jasmine plays some part in that. That's what a good writer is setting up. If Eric delivers on that, because those are the breadcrumbs, and I'm seeing them all pointing towards that. And if we get there and it's just Darren's just dealing drugs or is dealing prostitutes, you're like, you had this great setup. It's not overly foreshadowed, but the hints are there. There's enough there where you can piece it together for yourself. And if you get there in the end, you're like, ha, I figured it out. Good job, me. But also, man, that's good writing.
So you're just waiting for the third book.
Don't give him credit for that. You just say, oh, that's all this stuff is unrelated. And it's like, it's set up for a future payoff, set up for a future payoff, set up for a future payoff. Now, if the payoff isn't there, if this becomes Lost, if this becomes Game of Thrones season 8,
so
the payoff fails.
The problem is he jumps from plot point to plot point and then just completely ignores previous plot points.
Comic.
So it's all about Jasmine, and then Jasmine nobody cares about. It's all about Darren, and then there's Hell Monkeys, and Darren's not the problem. Like, it's not cohesive at all. It jumps all over the place. It's like
comic.
It's like just random things all over the place. And are we going to find out what's going on with Jasmine in book 3?
In book 3, it has to. Otherwise, the ill-advised arc is not a 3-parter, and it is more.
But it's been a couple years. If he's so efficient and the story's done, why isn't it released? Come on.
That is an unfair criticism because no one ever said that he had the books all finished.
Yeah, but it's so easy. You have to be disciplined. You can just you can create a comic within 6 months.
And you give a date on when it's supposed to be out. You follow through on that.
Yeah, he won't give a date. He's dodging it.
For ISOM 3 because maybe it's not ready yet. That's
so undisciplined. I can't believe it.
How is that different from saying, hey, this is our projected date, and then missing it by 3 years? One is a huge oversight. The other one is like, hey, you're only going to give us what is ready. And there's been other stuff in the meantime. It's not like we haven't seen anything. It's not like he's been resting on his laurels and producing nothing. No, we've had Alpha Core. We're getting Yaira. We're getting Gooding. So there's stuff busy in the meantime.
Yeah, it's like he's trying to distract from the ISOM storyline. I don't know. It's a very long wait to understand much about ISOM, but I'm curious, Vaughn's question there. Do you think that if book 3 doesn't pay off, are you willing to wait?
Yes.
For book 4?
No.
To say if he's a good writer?
If book 3 doesn't pay off, that's the end. That's
when you're done.
That's when I switch and I become Team ComicsGate and be like, dude, you had it and you fumbled. You snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. You had everything set up to show these guys how stupid they are, and you prove them right.
All right. Well, I'll hold you to that. If ISOM 3 does not pay off, I look forward to you backing my book.
Give me credit if it pays off. You guys are going to find something new to focus on and criticize. Like, okay, going back to the Deborah Carita's her art, you claiming that image is the best of her art, and that's definitely in the book.
I didn't say that. I didn't say it was the best of her art. I just said that it was in one of his books, and it did not look very good. So it was likely going to be redrawn or removed from the book because
and you claim that he said it was never redrawn and there were no rewrites, redraws. He didn't say that. He said Kanan White and Joe Bennett didn't redraw.
No, he said there weren't any redraws occurring on Yair, from what I recall.
Nope, never happened.
Okay, but why would there need to be redraws at all?
What? Because all books go through redraws. It's like, hey, the preview from ISOM 2 is a prototype of the final version. If they had the final version, then they would just release the final version instead of the preview. It's the, hey, this is what we have right now. The end product is going to be different. This is just a sample.
When he promised 3 books in 2023, why didn't Yaira get released in 2023?
You're talking about calendar year, business year, or you're talking about going by the season?
Calendar year. Come on.
Okay, you're saying calendar year based on what the Rippaverse
goalposts. Where are you?
No, the Rippaverse does not operate by calendar year, because if that's the case, if what you're saying is true, then every book after ISOM 2 has been late and is going to be late for the foreseeable future.
Do we know what his fiscal year is, or his
fiscal year is October to October.
Oh, is that what he's going off of, or calendar year? Has he ever said?
Fiscal year for businesses is October to October, but if you look at the slate of what they're doing, it was summer 2023. Fall 2023, winter 2023. And each one of those was the start of the campaign, not when the book was available. ISOM number 2 had its start in summer and also shipped in summer. Alpha Core started in fall, but didn't ship till winter.
Nothing
Yaira
started in
winter
winter.
and it's going to ship until spring.
Nothing started in winter or in 2023 in Q4 or at the end. So only 2 books.
No, what? No,
happened
Alpha
in
Core was
2023.
Q4.
2 books in 2023. He promised 3.
Because March 2024 is still winter of 2023. That's how it works. Winter starts in December, ends in March. That means March 20th is still winter of 2023.
He said he never said
until December of this year.
His statement about 2023 didn't even mention winter, by the way. He just mentioned there's going to be 3 books.
3 books
2023.
Slated for 2023.
And only 2 happened.
Holy crap, dude. I don't know how to explain that any further. So,
do we want to move on to the Iron Age topic?
Late, Yaira's late. Goodingen will also be late. The Horsemen will be late. ISOM number 3 will be late because all of them are scheduled for specific seasons based on the schedule they've brought out, and they all release after that season is over.
But crowdfunders just give an estimate.
Correct. The guy who has been mocking people for being late specifically set himself up so that way only 2 out of his 6 to 9 books are going to be on time and all the rest are going to be late. Or your interpretation is wrong. Which one makes more sense?
Or you're applying different standards and being a little hypocritical because crowdfunders give an estimated ship date, not a promised ship date.
Estimated ship dates, and they're off by years.
It's an estimation.
An estimation off by years means they're bad at business, and pointing that out means that EVS is lying about them.
You just moved the goalpost from 2023 into 2024 based on a season.
Because it is 2023. Winter started in December and ends in March. It's still within 2023 when you're going by seasons, as they've been doing.
I propose we go back to the Iron Age topic since that's been a hot topic.
Of 2023, you would have a point. If he said, but everything that they have been doing has been sectioned off by seasons, not by calendar year, not by fiscal year, not by quarters.
All right, you heard it there, folks. It was Vigilantes Creed Fall. Then it was Vigilantes Creed Winter. Now it's going to be Vigilantes Creed Spring because they've been available all 3 of the seasons. So get on it, folks.
What?
So, seriously, I'm having some fun. How about we get to the Iron Age topic?
My explanation fits exactly with what they're doing and what they said they were going to do. Your version means that everything is a lie, which doesn't add up.
No, I'm just pointing out the inconsistency that, you're criticizing crowdfunders for estimated shipping dates, but then when Eric provides a promise...
Alpha Core was also late.
Could have been. I'm just focusing on Yaira in 2023 versus 2024. But all right,
you're applying it where it suits your narrative, not applying it across the board like you should when you apply something like this.
So, are we ready for the Iron Age topic? I think that was kind of the main title, right? Of the,
I think that would be a good
whole debate. I think that'd be a good.
So I don't get the chance to say you can go on Instagram and ArtStation, look at Deborah Carita's art, and you can see that her pencils that EVS is falsely attributing.
No, she's okay, but she's definitely not to the level of EVS, of the Barton brothers.
Okay, but she's so bad that somebody else
White.
finishes her work and she gets the credit for their work.
It's possible.
And Canon White is doing the redraws and is letting her take credit for his work.
It's possible.
And again,
we have
Eric
no idea.
Lai is spending money hiring an artist he doesn't need because all of her stuff is crap, and somebody's going to have to redo it anyway. So he might as well have just hired that other artist.
I didn't say it's crap, but I'm just saying that her portfolio and the stuff that we've seen is not up to the level of Canon White, of Joe Bennett, of EVS, of many, many folks. So there are redraws. He's admitted to that now. We don't know if it's Canon White. We don't know if it's Joe Bennett. We don't know. But we do know.
One person you can't give credit to is Deborah.
But you know what? For a very long time, Eric's
can't be responsible for those redraws is her.
We don't know. Well, we don't know. I'm saying everything's a possibility.
So it can't be her.
Everything's a possibility. Just like For a very long
No.
time, there were no 3D assets. Then there were 3D assets, but it was an industry standard. You see how it can change over time. So I have no idea. That's the problem. The transparency aspect of things has really went out the window.
Did Eric ever say there were no 3D assets, or did he say, I don't know what you guys are talking about?
That's the same thing. I mean, he should know if
How would he know?
So you're saying he didn't have experience in comics and didn't know what he was looking at?
Did he draw it? Was he the one penciling ink, or did Cliff Richards? And he said, "Hey, I've seen examples of your art, Cliff. You're hired for this book." Cliff Richards was like, "Okay, this is stuff I used to do in the industry." He used 3D assets. Does he have to tell Eric that the 3D assets were used? Does he have to explain every step of the process?
Hell yeah, you should be seeing iterations.
I'm not trying to debate you, Tim, but you would see it in the penciling process.
Yes, like you should see different iterations.
They were used or not, because your artist would send you the pencils for approval. You would look over it, you would see the pencils, and then before he proceeded to another step, you would see the pencil part.
So Eric July would see the pencils and know, hey, you traced that building from a 3D asset.
So he didn't trace. From what we can tell, Cliff just took 3D assets, put it onto the page, manipulated them, shifted the angles and such.
So then there's no pencils at all for Isom. Isom doesn't have any pencils.
For a good chunk of it, yes, that seems to be the case. Now, Eric may not have known. I'm saying he may have known, he may not have known.
No.
But he should have questioned Cliff right away and been honest about it. And the thing is, it occurred. An editor, or, he should have had a comic pro, like one of the 99% that he's said you should never take advice from, even though he took a ton of advice from EVS, ironically. He should have had them look at those pages and give him critical information, like a review, and say, hey, this looks really stiff or lifeless. Like, are they doing 3D assets? Okay. And it would have at least posed the possibility, but I don't think he had a professional artist outside of Cliff actually take a look and give him some feedback. That would have avoided all this. Let's put this into perspective. If you look at the 3 covers for ISOM 1, the first cover by Kane and White, I believe it was Kane and White, but he didn't want to use his real name because he wanted to stay in the mainstream, or potentially be in the mainstream. It looked great. If the interiors would have matched that, you know what? A lot of people could have overlooked the story and writing issues. But cover 2 and 3 were very bland. They were very lifeless, not very detailed. It very much so seems there were 3D assets. How could you look at the one as the creator, as the head of this entire project, and look at the other and not be like, what the heck? How would you not want Kane and White quality in your interiors? It's just very strange. And when you have people,
Kane and White wasn't on the project yet.
No, he did. I believe he did a cover. Who did cover 1 for ISOM? Do we know?
He might have done a cover. I don't remember who did all the covers for ISOM 1. He was not on the project as part of Eric's team. So,
but he did. I didn't say that. I said he did cover 1. And if you were to look at the disparity between cover 1 and cover 2 and 3, it's a major difference, right? So it was a little bit of a bait and switch for folks that are unhappy with interiors not matching the cover. But my point is, he didn't have someone like EVS or Kane and White look at the first page or 2 of the interiors to see, like, is this up to snuff? Because it's very strange that he didn't catch it. He's been a big-time comic fan, right, for decades. He knows what high-quality art looks like. He's gotten advice from pros. How did you not catch the disparity?
For the overhead street view until somebody pointed it out.
Well, so, he may have known, but he was trying to play nice for quite some time.
No, he said, I thought this was great until I saw that it was from this 3D asset. And that's the thing.
He's playing nice.
He was playing nice. The same guy who said that Isom had a camel toe because Eric didn't draw a big swinging dick between his legs. Or not Eric, but Cliff didn't draw a big swinging dick there.
Well, that's a joke.
Nice.
That's a joke, but that panel was also ridiculous.
He's sincere with his criticisms. You take the criticisms that you agree with.
That panel was ridiculous. Why would you have just a random shot of Isom in a silhouette shadow naked in the shower?
That Isom has.
This isn't Batman versus Superman, and it's not Ben. Wow, that is a very weird
Batman has a bat signal on his dick, a bat symbol on his dick.
But a cross
No,
and a
no.
bat signal. Come on.
No. The bat symbol is on Batman's dick.
Why is it a
According to
cross?
BA.
Do we know?
Hmm?
Do we know why it's a cross?
Because
after
his
2
powers
books?
are divine in origination. There's something supernatural or relating to Christianity that is the source of his powers.
You know what? I'll bet you the 2 writers for Yaira are very divine based on their past works.
What does that have to do with Isom?
I'm just having fun, man.
No, you're not.
All right,
You're
so
being dishonest.
Can we?
So Isom
can we-
specifically said that he fought demons before when he's talking to Bloodruth. So that means he's got a past with dealing with demons. There's a cross on he has some kind of, his powers again are somehow related to fighting the demons of hell, which, hey, who else mentioned something about fighting demons? The guys from Norfolka. There's things are there in the books, and you guys choose to ignore them, so that way you can spin these false doctrines of, oh, he's got a cross.
No, people are just joking around. It's called being.
Okay, so those are jokes, and then he's in EVS when he says, I didn't realize that was a 3D asset until someone pointed it out to me. That's just him being nice. But then when he goes and crosses out all these other cards, and then says, oh, my cover is great and fantastic, even though that arm doesn't match an actual anatomy, that means his left arm is about
he gave a master
we've had a request from the chat to move on to the next topic, so if we can go ahead and move over to Iron Age.
I think Iron Age would be fun. All right, so
we kind of basically covered that, but
I guess no, we covered our interpretations of Iron Age, but I guess what is your gripe with ComicsGate? And why do you support Iron Age if Iron Age includes ComicsGate? What's the difference, I guess?
Okay, that's like saying you can't be against abortion if you are pro-American because there are abortionists in America. It doesn't make any sense to me. Iron Age is a category, and ComicsGate
thought it was a movement.
Subsection. It's a.
Is it a movement or is it an era, in your opinion?
It's a deep difference without a distinction without a difference. A movement and an era are basically the same thing. There's no
era is a time period. A movement usually has values or political bias or something attached to it. You're trying to accomplish something. An era is literally a time period. According to Razor Fist and some of the other Iron Age folks, it's an era.
They never said it was a time period. It is a classification to describe something, and that could be a movement or a specific set of time. They are identical when you're talking about as the events are ongoing. Like the Renaissance wasn't called the Renaissance as it was going. It's only after the fact, but you're like, hey, Renaissance was a historical time period, but it was also a movement.
But they named it after the fact, though, correct?
They did name it after the fact, but that doesn't.
Okay. All right. So it's a movement.
There are other. Christianity is a movement and an era, but there's no specific time frame, and it was named as the movement was going on. It's still ongoing. We are in Christianity, so I don't know if it is a movement and an era. Everything after the death and resurrection of Christ is the era of Christianity. So it is a classification that works as a movement and a time period. And you always want to say that it's only one or the other. And I'd say the only exception
I'm saying
is
other people. No, I'm saying other people within Iron Age are saying it's just a time period. I think Razor Fist and a lot of the other people that are very outspoken about Iron Age.
I've seen from Razor Fist.
I guess that's something we need. Well, I guess that's what we need some clarification on, because I've seen a lot of folks specifically say it's only a time period. It's not a movement. I've seen others say it's a movement. Others feel like it's a group, like myself.
It's not a group.
So,
group does not qualify.
Even though it's a group of people using the hashtag and marketing themselves as such. I mean, every movement is made up of a group of people. Otherwise, it can't be a movement.
Yes, a group of people, but not a specific group. When you say group, it implies there's an organization or a structure, or they are.
There's no organization in CG. At least I haven't paid my dues to CG in this fiscal year. I didn't know. I didn't have an application. There's no official group.
A group is implied unity. There is
So
no
there's no unity in Iron
in
Age? I thought you said it was based off of values, not wanting to adapt to the mainstream mindset, to be fully creative, right? All the things that CG believes in.
It
I
says
mean,
it in
CG is a group, obviously, but
C is a definitive group because they've declared themselves. They have a singular purpose. They are organized. They interact with each other. They, as you complain about, they support each other. So they are
complain
acting.
about.
Sorry, you complain about Ripa and Razor Fist and Shad not supporting CG, and you'd also
No, not
complain about
supporting
Chuck
or not
Dixon.
promoting others.
Chuck Dixon is also anti-ComicsGate, so he would be somebody that you don't
Chuck Dixon is ComicsGate.
know.
Yes,
Chuck
he
Dixon,
is.
Chuck Dixon said he didn't want to be a part of it.
I don't think so.
Maybe I'm confusing him with someone else. Gabe El-Taibbi.
Gabe and Kanan. Yeah, the ones that are
Kanan said he
hardcore.
didn't want to be a part of it. Doug TenNapel said he didn't want to be a part of it. Mark S. Miller doesn't want to be a part of it.
And thankfully, some of them don't, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, because the same people who are complaining about the Saska sisters want to encourage homosexuality and the LGBT stuff, and that's why you don't want Mark S. Miller and Doug TenNapel.
Huh?
Doug TenNapel and Mark S. Miller were ostracized by EVS because of their position on homosexuality.
No, that's not why.
That's maybe not according to EVS.
Doug TenNapel decided to leave ComicsGate, and so did Mike.
No,
but
was
it
it
had
Bounding in
nothing.
the Comics that talked about that?
Are you trying to allude to ComicsGate being pro LGBT and pushing out anyone that's anti LGBT?
That was, from what I read, that was the reason for the division between Doug and EVS was Doug's stance on being anti-LGBT and EVS being LGBT friendly.
I don't think so. No, I mean, there's different interpretations. I mean, from what I understand, Doug tried to distance himself from CG, didn't agree with everything, and potentially wanted to get back into Hollywood with Earthworm Jim, and it's hard to get back into the mainstream.
That doesn't sound correct.
Well, it's really hard to get back into the mainstream with that tag, associated with you. And then the Mike S. Miller stuff, there's a lot of lore behind that and disagreements between those two. But he just decided to leave, and obviously is still making a lot of hubbub around it. But so, all right, back to Iron Age. You said it's a movement, right? So I guess what is your issue with ComicsGate? How is it different from Iron Age, even though it's, by your definition, part of Iron Age?
ComicsGate is technically a part of Iron Age, but what they've been doing over the past year or so is antithetical to what the Iron Age is supposed to be.
Okay, how so?
Because of their because of the way EVS and a lot of the members and a lot of these live streams have been, where they spend the entire time not actually creating anything and instead shitting on other creators. And yet they say they're supporting, but they only support people who are a part of ComicsGate. They don't support anything outside of ComicsGate. It is like
that's not true.
Internal tribe. So members that are has EVS said anything about Ghost of the Badlands? Has he been promoting that?
Yeah. Actually, he has said very nice things about Ghost of the Badlands. He props up Razor Fist quite a bit.
So
in his streams.
Graphic novel.
Well, that is just a disgusting piece of literature as far as I'm concerned. No, I don't think he's going to... Actually, he did a review of the graphic novel. He wasn't a fan. Well, yeah, he wasn't a fan of the art, and he wasn't a fan of the storyline. I wouldn't be either. It's about it's about a serial rapist being framed as a hero who doesn't want to be a hero. And it mentions like an underage, I believe, allegedly an underage person also got raped by this hero. So who the hell would write?
Of it.
Did you read the book?
Mm-hmm.
Is the guy a serial rapist?
Yes. He is.
Why
also
would you? Why would you write
Because the entire premise of Shad's book is somebody like that capable of redemption?
No, you're not capable of a redemption if you're a serial rapist. Sorry, that's a horrible storyline and a horrible hero. So yeah, that's not really in line with CG, and
that's not
it's-
really in
That
line
is
with
actually the
Christi-
book.
it's drawn by an anti-CG person. So why would Ethan promote someone that shits on him constantly?
Because, like I said, as far as I can tell, everybody in ComicsGate only supports other ComicsGate creators.
I support people that aren't in ComicsGate. So does EVS, and so does many of us.
I haven't seen the proof of that, because everything that
Isaac Bell. Isaac Bell is not attached to any group. He's a phenomenal artist. Him and his girlfriend, and there are several people that promote him and buy his books.
And so, by supporting, that means you bought their comic, and you're telling people to go to their Kickstarter or whatever it is to buy that book.
Yeah, many people have. I haven't bought his books yet, but I've promoted his books, and I know Joe Sontag has had him on his channel and promoted him, and Joe is CG. So yeah, there's plenty of folks that don't call themselves CG, that CG promotes and retweets, but you're hyper focusing on EVS, which is this generalization that EVS is CG, but there's thousands of
because that's what there are streams with EVS hosts on his channel, and all of these guys show up on those streams, and they're 7 hours at a time, and and so I haven't had time to cover everything.
Right.
What do you mean no? Like EVS 7-hour stream, and all he does is talk about Eric July's company for 7 hours.
But my point is, you're hyper focusing on EVS as if he is CG.
He's the main representative of CG.
But there's hundreds of us that promote, retweet, and buy books of folks that are not in CG. You keep hyper focusing on him just because he's the most popular. And if that's the case, because Eric July, because Eric July uses the Iron Age hashtag, that means Iron Age is solely based around him, correct? He's the most popular. So we should only be basing Iron Age based off of the actions of Eric July, correct? Or no?
It's not a group, so you can't make the same.
Isn't that convenient?
No, that's like saying the Pope represents all of Christianity. No, the Pope represents the Catholic Church. No, the Pope represents the Catholic Church. You can't say he's a representative of Catholicism.
EVS is not the sole representative of ComicsGate.
The Pope is a representative of Catholicism. True or false?
Yeah, but he's not the sole representative of the Catholic Church.
Okay.
Jesus Christ is.
Is Joel Osteen the sole representative of Christianity?
No, and neither is EVS for ComicsGate. You're literally agreeing with me.
One individual is a part of an organized group and represents that group. That's the Pope with Catholicism. Another member is a group of a movement or an era. He claims to be a part of that, but he's not a representative of that group as a whole. So EVS is a part of ComicsGate. He is the most famous person within that group, and he is the largest representative of that group. And that group is unified, meaning when he does something, if they don't agree with it,
Catholics are not unified around the Pope. Most Catholics hate this Pope. He's not actually a real Catholic, in my opinion. But I'm not Catholic anymore. So anyways, if we focus on Christianity, that's actually a good example of ComicsGate, right? There's different sects or denominations in Christianity. It's the same thing in ComicsGate. There are several groups within ComicsGate that don't like EVS, that don't like other people or other groups, right? There's a bunch of individual people.
If they reject, because they're going to be associated
ComicsGate is also a movement, and people have embraced the name. Not everyone has to get along within the overarching group, right, or the movement. You can have different sects, and obviously I'm saying SECTS, but there are different factions that they don't all get along, but they all believe in creative freedom. Christianity is technically a group, but they have different denominations, but they believe in Christ. And again, there's no Christ, obviously, in CG, so let's not go down that path. But my point is, there are different groups within. They don't all like each other, but they all believe in creative freedom.
When you're talking about statistical categorization, Christianity would be a group. But as there is no group that you can point to for Christianity is incorrect to use group the way that you're describing it there. And it's similar incorrect to use group when you're talking about Iron Age, but it would be correct to talk about a group in that same manner when discussing ComicsGate.
Sorry, I can only think of the phrase word salad right now.
And incorrectly, because I just gave you a thesis support for that. And you just reject it because you didn't understand what I said. So I'm saying
you're reaching very, very far away from the original intent of this part of the debate. So you're saying it's not an organization. It's not an
trademark for it.
Has nothing. There's no organization. No, it's a group. Every movement has a group of people. Christianity is made up of a group of people, but they don't all have the same denomination. Some denominations aren't fans of other denominations. It's just like Islam, right? You have literally different sects and different denominations or whatnot that can't stand each other, but they are still believers in Islam, right? That's how I'm referring to ComicsGate. They have the same overall beliefs and values, but that's a good point, Vaughn. But
it's not.
It can still be a group. It's just not fully unified, if that makes sense, and that doesn't have to be.
From what I can tell, Americans are a group. If they're doing regular streams together, they're supporting each other. They're constantly making connections with each other. Whereas Iron Age,
that sounds awesome. That sounds awesome.
Iron Age, there is no head. There is no central person you can point to.
There is no central person in ComicsGate either. There are obviously the more popular ones that are more established, but it's no different in Iron Age. You have the more popular ones that are making more money that everyone is gawking at, and then you have everybody else. But the thing is, there are several levels to ComicsGate. That's what's wonderful about it. You have people in the top echelon that are making a ton of money, right, that are comic book pros. You have people in the middle, right, they're making $50,000 to $100,000. They've worked their ass off. They've gained some following. And then you have folks like me that are near the bottom. We're doing well. But what's fantastic about it is there are people at the top promoting the people at the bottom, and not in a degrading way to say bottom. There are people in the bottom that are promoting the top, promoting the middle. Everybody is promoting at different levels, and everyone is benefiting, especially if you have a high quality book.
Which sounds like communism to me.
Being a good person and promoting one another. Why does what is communism to you? And I've got to ask that because I actually have done a lot of research on it. I've lived in post-communist countries. I always get a laugh at when people toss the word commie around just when they say, hey, I want to help others and support others and not expect something in return. That's like having a local community where you want to help your neighboring farmer out. And this is my main complaint with the folks at the top of Iron Age. There's nothing wrong with a community. It's a great thing.
Community. Come on, dude. You can't be that dumb. Tim is dumb.
Are you literally saying community equates communism?
Yep. They are the same root. They are the same because it's a individual family is communist, right? I gotta
put a grifter mask on or something at this point. Jeez. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's just okay. Yeah, this was a mistake. You're not an honest actor.
Well, you just said a community equates to communism. Yeah. That's a word that's been commonly used in the English dictionary throughout American history and British history. It has nothing to do with communism. Look up the definitions. You will not see communism as a synonym for community. Communism
is mandatory community.
Okay, so are you saying are Catholics communists? Yes or no? Are Catholics communists because they take community every Sunday? Are Orthodox Christians, they take community. That's what it's called.
It's called community, not communion.
Are you saying communion is not equating to communism then?
Not communion with the Catholic Church.
So communion does not equate to communism, even though it's a group of people all together, right, taking the body and blood of Christ. Is a family communist?
Yes. The family unit is the only form of communism that works. Anything larger than the family unit breaks down. Because there is no exchange of money between a husband and his wife or them and their children. Or there might be an allowance or something like that, but it's not required. Instead, it's insisted that you help out the family because you're a member of that family. And despite what you may want, you can't leave that family unless you like.
So you support communism because you support families?
No.
You just said family is the only way of communism that works.
Yes, the only form of communism that works. Communism,
so you're pro-communism.
The actual ideology is saying we need to apply that to nations or to the world as a whole, and it doesn't work. You can have independent communes working together under capitalism, and it works great.
So are you saying communities, small farm communities, are communist in nature?
Depends on how it's structured, but usually they don't call themselves community unless they are acting together to support each other, in which case then it becomes communist. And the way it's interact.
Well, all right,
we learned with James that doesn't work.
Let me get back to the crux of the point. The reason why ComicsGate is so phenomenal is because they are like a small farming community. When someone needs help, they go and they help them. And usually they get help in return. That is good human nature.
And if they don't, then they get criticized and they get condemned for it.
No, not necessarily. But I don't think it's wrong to necessarily call out those folks if they're benefiting from the group, but not providing any support to anybody. And that's where the upper echelon based on revenue in Iron Age is failing, because
we call those parasites, moochers and leechers.
Okay, back to my point. That's the issue with the upper echelon of Iron Age, based on, again, the non-CG folks, is that their primary focus is just themselves. They don't want to support or promote smaller creators, and they see everyone as competition. But see, that's why everyone on every level of ComicsGate has the potential for growth and moving up. Whereas in Iron Age, unfortunately, there's a lot of people struggling at the bottom that are really desperate for reach and help, but they can't get any. They can get it from ComicsGate. I got it from ComicsGate as a novelist. It's not impossible. But if you're saying that people wanting to support one another and help others is communism, and equating that as a bad thing, you literally said that that's communism.
I said what you are describing is communism. What capitalism allows people to independently act. That means if I want to help somebody, I can. I am not obligated to help anybody.
No one's obligated in CG.
I do that, and no one's stopping me, and no one's ordering me to do that. If I don't want to give $1,000 to someone, I have the ability to, and somebody says, you better do that because you have the ability to. That's communism. And what you are describing is saying there's people at the bottom who need help, and there's people at the top and they aren't helping those people. That's a bad thing. They should, because they have the ability, they should help those people at the bottom. That is your position. That is from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. That's communism, dude. That's Karl Marx, the way he summed up communism.
No, it's not.
From each according to their ability. Eric July has a large audience. To each according to their need. There are small creators who could use
every indie needs help. Every indie needs help. Yes.
No.
Even Eric. Oh yeah, Eric July never received help. He never received help from record labels. He never received help from FNT or anybody or EVS.
Any help he got, he worked for.
Oh really? EVS never gave him free tips ever?
Not because Eric demanded it or he was obliged to. If AVS decided to give Eric tips.
But wouldn't asking for help be desperate or communistic in a way? You're expecting help if you're asking for it, right?
Asking for help is one thing. Demanding help is another. You can ask for help all you want under capitalism.
No one is demanding help.
You are, because you specifically said.
I'm saying people should. should. Should is a recommendation. I'm saying that if people actually care about the indie community,
Okay.
then they should help
Under
others. The whole
capitalism,
purpose
there is no should according the way you are using it.
the whole purpose of the indie community, right, is, well, part of the purpose is to fight back against what mainstream has done to entertainment.
Okay.
The only way that indies can leak back into the mainstream or show that they have better content is by helping each other level up,
No.
by propping each other up. Otherwise, you have basically monopolies, right? Where one person has all the money and all the reach, doesn't want to help anybody else, everybody else suffers. And yeah, you're going to say communism.
Well, monopolies, and that's a communist. There are no monopolies under capitalism. It's a false
Yes, there
narrative.
are. No, there are literal monopolies for sure.
Every monopoly is created by a government, not by capitalism. It is communist thinking and policies that lead to monopolies. Under capitalism, monopolies are physically impossible because there is competition. You can freely enter a market. You can go to alternatives. There is no way for anybody to keep and maintain a monopoly under capitalism because the barriers to entry do not exist.
So
if a
I have the
person wants to
ultimate.
do something, they can. You are saying the only way to get there is if other people are required to help you. You say should. It's the same thing as saying it's a requirement or an obligation. That is not capitalism.
Look up the definition of should. It's a recommendation. It's the same as saying I would like to see this. I would like to see people help other people. There's nothing wrong, or it's not communism to say something like that. But I have a litmus test for you.
Under capitalism, there is no should. It's, if somebody wants to help, they can. If somebody doesn't want to help, they don't have to. There is no should.
I have a litmus test for you. Yes or no, is modern day Russia a communist country?
They are more capitalist than communist currently. So they do not fall directly.
Well, it's one or the other. I mean, you're one or the other.
It's not one or the other. It's the
can't have a blend of capitalism and communism.
And China does. China is communist, but they apply capitalist principles. It's when the proportion of the economy or of that country becomes more communist than capitalist, it is a communist country. When it becomes more capitalist than communist, it is a capitalist country. Right now, the United States is not 100% capitalist. It is a mix of communism and capitalism because of the welfare state and various other programs that you would probably agree with. But as a capitalist, I object.
Yeah, no, I definitely support people wanting to promote others and supporting others. I also believe in legitimate charity. I mean, for sure. And it has nothing to do with being communist.
I would like to ask some qualifying questions here because some of this is a little
I agree.
muddied. So when he says, meaning when BA says that he thinks that people should promote them, I think you're, correct me if I'm wrong, you're kind of coming at it from like a morality thing. Like you think it's the right thing, like you should lend a helping hand to your fellow creator or whatever. So what I would like, Tim, if you could answer, what's your objection with people asking for? Do you have an objection with people asking for help? Like what's the crux of your issue with his position there?
No. So I do not have an issue with somebody asking for help. I do not have an issue with somebody giving help. I have an issue with a third party who is not involved in the transaction saying, you should give that person help. That's where it becomes a communist interaction. It is a capitalist interaction when it's one person asking for help from another, and the other person decides because they have complete control over their capital and their use, their time. They own their own property. They can use that property as they see fit to help out the person who's asking questions. A third party coming in and saying, you have more property than that guy, you should use your property to help the lower guy. That's where it becomes communistic in nature.
So is the American government communist because they come to you and say you should pay your taxes?
Yeah, all governments are communist. The institution of government, the state itself, is a communist enterprise. You cannot have a government that is not a communist institution. Now, that communist institution can operate under capitalism, which is what we have in the United States. They are using capitalism as an economic system, but the government itself is a communist entity. And you can read the Communist Manifesto. Everything that he's advising is what the U.S. government does. Talking about taxes, federal education, all of these things are things he advocated for in the Communist Manifesto that the U.S. did not have implemented at the time, but the EPA, all of these organizations are things that the U.S. implemented after he wrote the Communist Manifesto.
So churches are also communist then, right?
Churches aren't governments.
But they ask for donations. They ask for support, and all charities are communist as well, right? So,
what? I didn't say somebody asking for help as a communist. I'm saying somebody telling somebody else.
Actually, the Christian church, the Bible does say you should actually donate some money. So, are Christians communist?
Christian ideology is not communist.
So, by me saying, "Hey, you should help other people," is also not communist. It's the same example.
No, because you aren't God.
Neither is the religion. The Catholic Church is not
Christian
God.
Doctrines come from God. What God does is not communist because he is not subject to
Jesus and his disciples.
Here's what makes it communist in nature and why it always fails is because communists are run by humans. Humans are prone to error. Humans operate according to their own individual needs. And so somebody operating according to their own individual needs, telling somebody that they should help someone else is because they're going to get some kind of, oh, I'm better than thou, or, that sort of thing. Or they're going to get some kind of kickback.
The Bible literally says you should help others.
Yes, and that is a direct dictate from God, who has no ulterior motive.
What so is God a communist?
Unavoidable.
Is God a communist?
I just answered that, dude. Like 5 seconds ago. Are you fucking Zoolander? I just answered that.
All right, so back to Iron Age.
No, seriously. Are you Derek Zoolander? Because I seriously just fucking answered that, and you asked the question in the middle of my answer.
Because it's a ridiculous. This whole comparison is ridiculous, and that you straight off into communism, and it's so funny. So many people, whenever somebody says, "Oh, you should help others," or, "Hey, let's just be good people," they go right to communism. While all of us are trying to make profit on comic books so that we can be independent, which goes against communism.
Because it helps you at somebody else's expense. So
it doesn't
you gain
come at anyone.
They don't.
They don't lose from it, and most people in CG scratch each other's backs, which is exactly what I'm pointing to. CG believes in helping one another, and it's something that Iron Age can benefit from.
How can somebody who makes $3,000 on an Indiegogo campaign help somebody who made $600,000 on an Indiegogo campaign? The amount of help that one person can give to the other is
every backer counts. Every backer counts when you're indie. Now, Eric doesn't necessarily care about every backer. He thinks he has this luxury of all of his subscribers and his reach on Twitter. But as we've seen, again, the number of backers has gotten cut over time. So my point is, for real indies, every backer counts. I have brought backers to big creators in CG. Yeah, maybe it's a couple, but you know what? They've brought me tens, if not over 100 backers.
You benefit more from the relationship, which is why
same
you
effort
for it.
The same effort though, and the bigger I get, the bigger my ability to support others becomes. As my reach grows, that could multiply the amount of backers that those big folks get. The problem is you have folks like Eric who aren't even worried about anybody else.
Okay.
And it is long-term going to damage him. It's very bad from an optics standpoint.
Okay.
So yes, from an optics standpoint, it's very bad for business.
Okay. So according to you, let me just make sure that I understand your position. According to you, Eric July is a liar.
Where did I say that?
Is Eric July a liar or not?
In some cases, I believe he is, yes.
Okay. Eric July is a liar. Eric July is a phony.
In some cases.
Not a real comic
I said
professional.
He's not really a comic professional. No, definitely not. I'm not a comic
he's
professional.
A phony. He's not a real comic fan. He's just interested in money.
You're putting words in my mouth like a communist would.
I am.
Are you a dictator? Are you demanding that I say these things?
No, I am asking if these are your positions and allowing you to clarify.
I said sometimes he comes across Sometimes
Eric
he comes
July is a
across.
phony. Eric July is ripping off his audience.
Sometimes, yes. I believe so.
Eric July overcharges for his books.
Oh, for sure.
Eric July has a failing business.
Possibly.
He only cares about money.
Seems like it.
Doesn't care about the quality of his books.
Definitely an ISOM 1 and ISOM 2, but he's starting to listen a bit to EVS and others. Thanks to
Doesn't
criticism.
care about his fans.
Cares about how much money they spend.
Doesn't care about the Skoskas that are ruining his business with SJW feminism.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to care about their political ideology or their past, which is
and he
not a
can't
good
take
move.
criticism, right?
Definitely cannot take criticism. Absolutely.
So why would you want somebody like that supporting anybody?
His reach. He can bring people more followers if he really wanted to. He could help grow the entire community.
Would you want Hitler writing good things about you, or like, hey?
Are you comparing him to Hitler?
I'm saying if he is as you, I just list off a bunch of things that are negative qualities that you don't want a person to be, right? Maybe Hitler's too, but let's say Joe Biden. Like, can we use an example of somebody who's a bad guy? I can't think. Like John Wayne Gacy's not alive. Name somebody completely deplorable that you would not want to be associated with. Okay, David Duke's still alive. David Duke comes out and is like, "Hey, you should buy B.A. Turner's book."
I'm not gonna to specify everyone. This is going off into the extreme.
Did you not like? I just listed off a series of things that you say Eric July is. Why would you want him to support small businesses like yours if his reputation is that terrible?
He could still bring.
I'm saying it doesn't make any sense. You're like, this guy is so bad. He does all of these things wrong. And also he doesn't support little guys. It makes no sense. It'd be like Kamala Harris. She's an idiot. She's driving this country. Like, she's a terrible Democrat. Oh, but she also doesn't support my business. She's not promoting me to her large audience as a vice president. It makes no fucking sense.
He could lead people to truly entertaining and high quality books.
Why? He is more likely to steer them away because he's a liar. He's a cheat. He's overcharging for his stuff. He's a terrible person. He's got a bad reputation. Oh, but he would be okay if he would just support it, send more people to give you money. That's what that's where I see that's your motivation in all of this. You don't care about the rest of that. All the rest of that doesn't matter. What you care about is, if this guy helped me, I would be sucking his dick. If this guy helped me, I would be praising Eric July. If this guy helped me make more money, I wouldn't be bashing Eric July. That's what that tells me, is because it shows your motivation is you making more money, you profiting. That's all you care about. All the rest of that is superfluous.
If you watched, well, I think you watched my videos since you comment on all of them, but it's very clear I'm about helping one another and not just myself.
You're about what you can get out of it.
No.
Mm-hmm. Then it wouldn't matter what Eric July does, because Eric July is a terrible person, and you don't want his support because his support can only hurt you. It is like a recommendation from David Duke. It is like a recommendation from the worst of the worst.
So in my videos, I'm very clearly trying to give people information based on my lessons learned so that their journey is easier. Right? I'm not getting a ton of views from videos talking about my crowdfunding experience or helping them learn about
what you get out of it.
I'm not getting many views out of trying to help people understand print runs or talking about crowdfunding. I'm doing it because, you know what? If I would have done this 2 years ago without anybody's support, it would have been miserable. I want to help people have an easier journey than I had, because I've learned from this. You should share knowledge with other people in the same space.
It's called virtue signaling.
You should. No, it's not virtue signaling. Like, I know it's crazy that some people legitimately want to help others, but I am Christian. I am Christian. I do believe in those things. So I actually want to help others. If it ends up helping me as well, that's great, but that's not the sole purpose of doing it. I don't have the reach or the clout to benefit from most of my YouTube videos. Of course, I'm trying to grow, but I promote people in my videos. At the end of almost every video, I promote others. You want to know why I promote Vaughn, who's in the chat, why I promote Jimmy Reyes, why I promote Rob Hunter, EVS, all these folks, is because I see them as good people and I want them to succeed, and because I see them helping others. I don't support people that do not help anybody but themselves. That's just a personal preference, but I'm actually trying to grow and help others grow at the same time. It's not a crazy notion at all.
So again, it is condemnation for somebody who does not abide by the communist view that they have the ability to help others, so they should.
Christianity is not communism, remember? No, I think it's okay to call out people.
That is a misrepresentation so bad. You claim to be a Christian. You don't understand the Bible at all if you can make a claim like that. Christianity is not communist because it comes from God. God has no ulterior motive. Communism is bad because of the ulterior motives. Everybody.
I don't have an ulterior motive. I'm very clear.
Out and identified it with my questions and then my.
I was very clear. I am trying to grow, and I'm also trying to help others grow. If everybody wins, I think that's fantastic because we are trying to prove to the mainstream that their content, for the most part, is shit. And hey, look, there are good people that are not being accepted by the mainstream. Look at what we can do.
All right, super.
That's simple.
Sal, I don't know if you're Christian or whatever, but God does not require worship. God said, if these people did not speak out for me, the very rocks would cry out. He does not need worship from humans. That is what he wants. He doesn't need it. That is not a motivation because he does not require it.
So just like God believes it's good to call out sinners, right? I mean, there's the 10 commandments and everything. In the indie community, I do think it's good to call out when people are lying or doing things that are not for the betterment of indie comics.
You call it examples of Eric lying, and I've shown as to the best of my ability that it's not lies, it's you misrepresenting what is going on. And your biggest gripe that I can see that is legitimate, or at least as fair as you can be, all the rest is all nonsense from what I can tell, and it's superficial. And your primary thing is he's not helping me, therefore he's in the wrong. And anybody not helping me or helping
it's not about me.
That's
about not wanting to help.
Motivation.
No, it's about not caring about the community and about indies in general is what it seems like to me.
And that you said is a negative thing. You're talking about it right now as if that is a negative.
Yes, it is.
Capitalism says that is a neutral position.
Okay, think of it in this sense with communism, right? In communism, the government is the only one that benefits, the elites, the oligarchs, right?
What?
In this sense, Eric is kind of like an oligarch of the Iron Age. He is benefiting from everyone at every level, but none of them are receiving any benefits or anything, or even high quality content. But in ComicsGate, you have EVS, let's say he's, upper echelon, right? He's providing phenomenal content, but he's also
phenomenal content. 7 hours of sitting on Eric July's phenomenal content.
I'm talking about his books, and yes, Trashcast is hilarious. I like entertainment. That's why I like Dick Man.
Drawing dicks and complaining that the Horseman his dick isn't big enough. That's oh man, that's peak.
I mean,
comedy.
the joke tells itself. Horseman. I mean, come on. But the point is, he's providing phenomenal books, but at the same time, he's supporting everyone at every level. He's even promoted myself, and I'm a nobody. It sets a very good example
because you got something out of it.
I liked him before he ever promoted me. I busted my ass for a year before I got on his radar because you know what? Sometimes you do have to work hard, and then you get recognized.
How much he stabs people in the back, how insincere he is, how
in your
even
opinion,
his praise is fake. It's everything about him is fake. When he does talk about Eric's comic, he acts as if he is praising that comic, and it is the most passive aggressive, bitchiest thing I've ever seen. Because he's not direct. Like every time, like when he first started showing up on Gateway Geek or whatever, he was like, "Oh yeah, Eric's my friend," and the entire time they are crapping on the comic and they're crapping on Eric and everything he's doing with his business and the lawsuit and all of that. And EVS does his fake insincere, "Oh, Eric's doing the right thing," wink, wink, nod, nod. That's so fucking pathetic, and you don't see it because Ethan has helped you out. You don't see EVS for what he is because you benefit from the relationship. You are a leech on EVS, and as long as you can be a parasite on EVS, that's a good. That works out for you.
I don't leech or simp for anyone.
You gain more from the relationship with EVS than he does from you.
That's natural when someone has more reach.
And you don't mind that you take more from a relationship than you give back to it, and you're okay with that.
I'm pretty sure I promote him just as much as he promotes me. But again, when someone has more reach and it gets more eyes on things, it's just natural.
So somebody who doesn't have that mindset feels guilty. Did you ever see Cinderella Man?
I never said all the promotion and support had to be equal. One of the most powerful
scenes in cinema is when he has no money and he's destitute and he gets his hat and he goes around the office and you can see the shame in his eyes.
Who's destitute in this situation? What are you alluding to?
Man,
who is destitute in this situation?
Last resort to ask for help for him. And he looks into those people's eyes.
Spit it out.
You don't have to give it. And I am going to pay you back. That is what a person.
Who are you referring to?
They accept charity as a last resort and are ashamed to take it. You don't seem to have that same level of shame. You are proud that you leech off of other people.
What would I be ashamed of?
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
I promote him. He promotes me. Where's the problem?
Your promotion is to like a handful of people. His promotion is to thousands. You gain a lot more of it, and you're okay with that imbalance.
So you're trying to allude that everything has to be equal, which is again more of the communist agenda.
And the Gibson guy apparently agrees with you. You have no problems being a mooch and being a leech. Anybody who has any what's the word I'm looking for? Not pride, because that's incorrect. So
EVS
any sense of self-worth. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Any sense of
EVS has never asked me.
Is ashamed to ask for more than they are able to give back in return.
EVS has never asked me to promote him. He's never asked me to defend him. I do that out of my own conscience. So
you get way more out of the relationship than he does. Yeah, clout remora. So
I never said everyone had to have equal support or equal representation or anything like that. No, I'm saying that I don't think it's good when someone doesn't support anybody but themselves. I'm saying that people should support others to whatever magnitude they can.
It's just his money, it's his property. He can do with it what he wants. Whether he chooses to help people,
and people can call him out for that.
To help anybody, there is no right to call him out unless you are of a communist mentality.
And everybody has the freedom of speech and choice to call that out if they don't agree with it.
Vaughn, you're incorrect. I said they can choose what they do to it. So if they choose to keep
I can choose to critique it.
Greedy person saying they're greedy is the communist that I'm calling out. That's the communism I'm referring to.
And I can choose to critique
their own
it.
Money and not using it to benefit other people is not greedy. Saying it is communism. It's saying you have things, you should give it to me, or you should give it to Joe, or it's robbing Peter to pay Paul.
I never demanded anybody promote me. I've only ever politely asked.
Why is it a condemnation and saying he's greedy for keeping his own money?
I'm not saying he should give people his money. I'm saying it would be good and that
time is property too. It's his life. His life, he should be able to use it however he wants. If he chooses to use that to benefit smaller creators, that's on him.
So you sound like a simp, right?
Keep it to himself, that's fine under capitalism. It's not fine under the mentality of communism, where somebody who has the ability to help out people who are less fortunate or who are in a worse position,
I should just switch to talking to Russian.
Obligation to do that. What does that matter? It's not like you were ever actually in a communist. It was when did the Berlin Wall fall? 1980s? How old are you?
I said I lived in a post-communist country.
Yeah. Okay, so you should start talking Russian because that somehow proves your point.
The joke.
Like I don't know about communism or capitalism because I've only spent years of my life reading Das Kapital, which you've never read, actually analyzing Communist Manifesto. I did a 7-hour stream analyzing the individual sections of the Communist Manifesto, pointing out how he wanted to have a communal concubines. So he was basically wanted to put women into slavery so that way they would have sex with men, because he's like, this is what rich people have concubines. The people who can't afford it should have access to concubines, and which would be forced slavery for for women into sexual services. That's what communism. It's all about what can he get out of it. So he's advocating for all these things that sound good on the surface, but when you actually analyze it, every single one of that is because he thinks that would benefit him, and he's trying to convince you to do things that are detrimental to yourself because he benefits. And I see the same thing with what you are talking about is you keep advocating for this position because it helps you. It helps people like you.
It helps
and you
everybody.
Are going to benefit. It does not help Eric July to
yes, it could.
Smaller businesses.
It absolutely could. Optics. Go ahead.
Okay, my question is just sort of a fun slight shift. We can come back to this. Tim, what was your favorite part of the Yaira live action trailer?
Well, it's the fact that it's there at all was not. I don't think I was alone in I wasn't expecting live action, and as soon as I saw the title, it's like live action. I'm like, holy crap! They're already to the point where they can actually start doing live action. And I was under the impression originally that the live action might be more expensive than the animation, but the live action was a fraction of the cost. And it, based on what Eric has said and what I've been able to kind of estimate, less than 40K on that, which is pretty impressive what they were able to pull off with that trailer if it's only 40K. Considering CW for the same kind of production, you're talking about 400K minimum.
Did you like the story of the trailer? Did it make sense?
It's a trailer.
You have to give a preview to the story and the plot. I mean,
no,
movie trailers literally do that.
Not every movie trailer does that. In fact, most of them don't. They give you enough of an idea of what the film is to make you interested. That's the point of a trailer. The worst trailers give you the entire plot. Like The Sixth Sense, they gave away the twist ending, so now you don't need to go watch the movie, or at least the movie is inferior. Same thing with Shutter Island. Pissed me off. The trailer gave away the entire freaking twist, and I could not, it's a really well done film. It suffers because the trailer ruined everything for it. I didn't have that initial surprise. Meanwhile, The Prestige didn't tell you anything. It's just, hey, two rival magicians. Did it explain any of the story? Did it explain why there's a rivalry? No. And when The Prestige hit and that twist hit, it's like, holy crap, it sweeps you off your feet. Inception, similar. People are going into dreams. That's about it. You see a lot of cool action set pieces. You don't know the freaking story based on the trailer for Inception. You don't know the story for
Christopher Nolan is a master of his craft.
Trailers don't give away the full story.
I didn't say it has to give away the full story, but it should give you some information about the story.
You see clips of action, and you know that he has a memory issue. And then
what did you learn from the Yaira trailer outside of the fact that she sounded like a Scottish man mixed with a Norwegian lesbian? But she was Slavic, but somehow is from Iceland.
So, dude,
okay,
this is not in the trailer, but she's been around for thousands of years, so it's very possible that her dialect is actually Celtic or older.
She's from Iceland.
What do you mean she's from Iceland?
Germanic. He said that later on. He spoiled that. He broke his NDA to himself.
Okay.
That she's from Iceland, but he also called her Slavic, and the Icelandic language is Germanic. It's not Slavic. But anyways, what did you learn from the trailer?
Slavic she maybe is from Iceland. Okay, if you're talking about the guy talking about where she's from, he's like, oh, that's a bit archaic, right? if she is,
I'm just saying her accent was absolutely horrible. They paid for a
no.
coach and they
You're
butchered it.
you're
I'm talking about
misinterpreting.
quality.
Okay.
So what did you learn in
The
the
character Sally
trailer?
Rodell is not Yaira. That is somebody she is pretending to be at the moment. That character is from Iceland. But who knows where Yaira is actually from? As far as I know, I think she's from another planet or possibly some kind of like deity or something along those lines. In which case, because she's not human and she's been on Earth way longer than.
He said that she had an Icelandic accent but was Slavic. I'm pointing out that the two don't align.
Yeah.
And just that the accent was horrible. It wasn't Icelandic and it was not Slavic. But
it was a combination of
tens
the
of
two.
Thousands of. No, it wasn't. It sounded Scottish.
It was a combination.
It was horrible.
Holy crap, dude! It's like you've never heard.
You're taking this like a chomp.
Yeah.
It was not meant to be a death blow.
Yeah, did you not like? It's like you've never heard Dolph Lundgren from Rocky. Was it Rocky IV?
He sounded decently Russian.
Sounded decently Russian.
He looked Russian.
Like she's a Russian. She's speaking in a somewhat Russian Slavic accent mixed with other stuff. It is not a one accent fits all. It's like you've never met people in real life. Like there are Indian guys that I know that are from Australia, but you hear a bit of the two mixed together because their parents are from India, and so their parents have that accent, and they have that accent combined with the Australian accent, and it's a unique accent because of their mixed heritage. You're acting like her heritage should only be Slavic or Russian or Icelandic, and it can't be a mix
he said
Sally Rodell was
verbatim,
from Iceland.
He said that her accent was Icelandic. My point is she didn't sound Icelandic. So what did you learn from the Yaira trailer?
If it's supposed to be an Icelandic accent, then she butchered it, and the other person. If it's supposed to be distinctly Icelandic and nothing else. But as far as I can tell, based on is not making up headcanon, this is stuff that you can piece together yourself because she is older than anybody else that they've shown so far, except for maybe the Norfolka guys, because we don't know exactly. I'll let this bring up. Man,
what did you learn from the trailer?
You have like 5 IQ points to add together to make these comments, because you guys are absolutely retarded.
Was there any good acting or storytelling? Or
the lady who played
effects?
Altana, fantastic. Like I was like, man, she looks like the part. The delivery.
Did you like her dialogue where she woman-splained to the man and talked down to him?
Because that's holy crap, a woman-splain. Really.
It seemed very feminist. And Yaira also just pushing that security guard out of the way for no reason.
Because you're isolating that as by itself. So what feminists do is all the women characters are good, all the men characters are bad. There is no such thing as a good male character in something that is feminist. They put
Was there a good
down,
male character in that? I mean, she did put that old man that looked like he had a mop on his head down.
Because he is that guy. He is the
that guy.
Yeah, he's that old guy who doesn't understand things. He's that meat guy at work that you always see, and you're like, he's like the old guy that you're like, okay, it's time for him to retire. That's his character. That came across in the trailer. Is that not? I'm not on anybody's payroll. Eric couldn't afford me. So I'm not saying the trailer was good. I'm saying for what they had for the budget, for the time frame,
they could have done a lot better. They could have done a lot better. They could have
done a lot better if they spent more time and more money on it.
More time and effort. Not more money.
More time when it was supposed to be released with the Yaira launch campaign.
They did it in December. They had all the time in the world. All they did was fly to Vancouver for a day, probably.
The longer you film something for, the more it costs. You're saying they should be able to film for longer, do multiple takes without it costing extra. You don't understand there's a monetary cost.
They should have been able to do it. They should have been able to do it in a day. I've actually been in a TV show.
Economics. You say I don't understand communism. I don't understand economics. Monetary cost, time cost, energy cost. Energy can be quality.
How about real life experience? I've been in a real TV show for a full episode. I was on an
What was the budget of it?
I was on an entire day's filming. They filmed a 30-minute episode, high quality on Comedy Central in one day.
And it cost $40K?
It doesn't matter what it costs. We're talking about time right now. I'm talking about time. They were able to film a 30-minute like actual story in a day. Eric filmed a 2.5-minute trailer in a day.
Dude.
He had the time.
I gotta address that bullshit. Josh is my brother, you fucking asshole.
So he could have made a much higher quality production with the money he spent. I'm very confident in that. And he had an entire day if he wanted. His own writers were part of his own team, so he probably didn't have to pay them a ton.
People would do
that. They hired a friend, it seems to be. Yaira, I don't even think is a legitimate actress, really. The other ones,
you don't understand what a casting call is.
We don't know if he had a casting call. We don't know which ones were friends.
It's like there are movies where it says introducing, and then it had like Stranger Things.
The point is the acting.
Millie Bobby Brown, she didn't have any acting credits to her name before Stranger Things. That's why it says introducing. You're saying that they can't do a casting call, find somebody who matches the character.
I didn't say that. She did not match the accent. It was horrible. They could have found a legitimate Slavic person anywhere on the street that could have done
only horrible based on your interpretation of what she's supposed to sound like. If she's not
Russian accents. There are Russian women all over the place that are actresses on the West Coast.
That are 6'3" and in Canada and were able to film that day in December.
Yeah, everybody's in Vancouver for TV shows. Actually, that is literally the central hub for CW.
6'3" blonde women that are in athletic shape.
She doesn't have to be 6'3". Camera angles. I mean, there's many ways to.
Rachel's
film directors
6'5", but
would be able
Alan
to.
Richardson is close enough, right? So you're saying there's going to be just so many to choose from, and he happened to choose the worst one for the job.
Seems like it.
Only if he's fucking retarded.
And it seems like the script and the dialogue was not thoroughly thought out either, because it sounded really bad.
Taken straight from the book.
That's scary then about the book, isn't it?
Why?
Did you listen to the dialogue in the trailer?
Yes.
It was horrible.
It was horrible because of the accent? Or it's horrible because what she's talking about?
The accent, the fact that she just leaps in, the girl's already on the ground, you don't even know why the area is taped off. Like, you have no context to anything.
Because it's a fucking trailer. Did you watch the trailer for Deadpool? Do you know why Wolverine is about to stab Deadpool? Oh, it's a shitty trailer. You
already know Wolverine exists because there's been a ton of films.
I'm not saying he exists. I'm saying they didn't explain why Wolverine is stabbing Deadpool in that.
Who's the chick on the ground? Who's the hero? Who's the villain? You have no idea.
Her name is on the cover of the book, and I don't know. I don't remember it, but she's.
But who's the hero and who's the villain?
It's not. Yaira is an anti-hero. I don't know how fucking much we need to explain this to you, retards.
Is she?
She is an anti-hero.
So you know that the girl with the Christian cross, the girl with the crucifix is a villain then?
We don't know. She could be a hero, or she could be a new person who just developed powers and is having,
So nobody knows what's going on.
Because it's a fucking trailer. How many, how hard is that for you to understand?
Well,
if it explained everything, then you wouldn't need to see the movie, a trailer for a movie would be you'd see the movie to flesh the whole thing out, but the trailer for the comic book, you read the comic book, so now you get the full story, or at least as much of the story as is in that book.
No one knows who Isom. Again, exactly. This was a trailer for people who have already read all the books. That is not how you make a trailer. You need to try to attract new backers. You need to at least give them some sort of hint of who's this guy falling from the sky.
Understand that the trailer, you're like, okay, this is some kind of superhero world because they're using superpowers, or she's jumping in there, she's trying to kill somebody with one punch. That's not something that happens in real life. There are special effects. You say, okay,
that's the penguin jump. The penguin jump with the Iron Man fingers. The point is, everything in that trailer was horrible. from the dialogue to the lack of any type of story.
What was wrong
and
with the
everything.
dialogue? Because the dialogue was explaining exactly who she is as a character.
Adopt or die. What the hell is that referring to?
Mm-hmm.
Climate change?
She works for a bioengineer, dude. It's a bioengineering company. She's talking about...
She does?
It's a bioengineering company. They said
How do you-
bioengineering and in anthropology. Isn't that a bit archaic?
I don't know if they actually said what Projexis was.
It's a bioengineering company.
Did they say that in the trailer?
Yes.
Okay.
But the guy who's announcing her explains that, and he's like, well, okay, the bioengineering part makes sense. Why is she also an archaeologist? That doesn't make sense. And he's like, oh, but her credentials are valid. She's on our team. Okay, right? That whole spiel. She's giving her speech, and she's talking about why she is joining, what the archaeology applies to their business, because they're talking about potentially genes that died off a while ago that they're trying to bring back.
There's no way you would get that from the trailer if you didn't read the book.
It's part of her speech. That's what she's talking about, using the past to learn how to do new things. She says adapt or die, that's the rule of the universe, because there are life forms that have died off. But we are looking to the past to develop new technologies for the future. Like, what else is that supposed to mean? It's looking for
new
old
technology for what? She doesn't say genes, I don't think.
No, that's implied.
Implied. Everything was implied in that.
No, it's something you should be able to figure out on your own.
To me, it sounded like she's talking about climate change. For all I know, adopt or die to climate change. Maybe the whole company is about saving the environment, right? And they're a liberal organization.
Doesn't make any fucking sense, dude. You're
putting makes any
climate
sense.
change in there. No, it does. If you actually
that's my
give it
point. You have to guess what's going on.
It's not a guess. It's she said this. Why did she say that? And you're like, oh, because, and you make up a whole bunch of crap that has.
You said it was an implication.
Outlandish. No, what I'm talking about is deduction. This is Sherlock Holmes stuff. Hey, you have all these pieces of evidence. How do they all fit together? You can come to logical deductions. You instead look at all the same pieces and are like, okay, this is not a jigsaw puzzle. This is actually a murder weapon. And you're like, how did you arrive at something so completely outlandish? All these pieces are putting together and like, hey, it looks like a logical puzzle. This goes there, and we're still missing some pieces, but this is where that piece goes. This is where that piece goes. And you're like, nope, this is killing people. This is some SJW not. And I'm like, how did you get that out of the pieces that you can see when they're all pointing in the same direction? You're pointing to something completely off base that has no bearing on the evidence that's provided to you. That's what pisses me off.
No one that hasn't read all the books would know from the trailer what the company does, what she is referring to,
company.
If she's a hero, if she's a not or not.
They don't need to
why she's trying to kill some chick.
Preview didn't say whether he was a hero or not because he was an anti-hero.
No one would know who Isom is, why he's falling.
Nobody knew who Hancock was. He's just, hey, he's some guy who can fly and is strong. And then you watch the movie and you're like, oh, now that's the backstory. Thanks, trailer, for not destroying all of that and explaining everything like B.A. Turner says trailer should. I got you, man.
You got me?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. You got me that you admitted that it's not a very good trailer.
I never
don't know if she's a hero or
I said it's not very good. The trailer for Hancock. The trailer for Hancock gives you the setup. You don't know what's going on. You watch the movie for that.
But it has Will Smith, and it actually has high quality, like, cinematography.
It's a multi-million-dollar. You're comparing something that cost a fraction of the budget.
So when you don't have much,
they can achieve the same results.
Right.
It's impossible.
So
There's
when
a
you
trade-off. You're either trading cost, or you're trading time, or you're trading quality. You cannot have 100% on all of them. Every time you trade the chime, that means it's going to increase the cost or it's going to decrease the quality. Every time you trade quality, it's going to increase the time or it's going to increase the cost. You cannot have a 100%, hey, this cost next to nothing. It's the best trailer that's ever been made, and it took us no time. We got it done under time and under budget. It does not fucking happen.
So when you have very little to work with, that means your story, your dialogue, everything needs to be the best it can possibly be, just like indie comics. but he didn't take advantage of
The
that.
dialogue doesn't make
But
sense. I just gave you examples.
he was
and
able
you
to do
tried
a 10-minute making of video, propping up the Saska sisters and himself, when he could have put that all towards the trailer itself.
because it costs next to nothing to do the behind the scenes when there's already film camera and everything set up. So I don't know if you said you've been on a film set. You know there's a fucking ton of downtime in between shots while they're setting up cameras and lighting for the next scene. And these people are just standing around. They have another low budget camera. They can just walk that around, ask people questions, get shots of things in play. It does not take much to do a behind the scenes. If you look at Lord of the Rings is one of the most famous behind the scenes because they had that filming the entire time they're doing it. Lord of the Rings cost several $1 million. The behind the scenes was like I don't remember the exact ratio, but it's something like 1/100th to the behind the scenes of things that they're actively working on for the film. They don't have to do anything extra. They just have to have a camera guy go around and ask people questions for the behind the scenes. The cost on that is minimal because all this background, all the actors are already there for the main production.
So back to Iron Age.
So all these people saying, okay, it doesn't matter how many issues it takes. We didn't know fucking Superman was from Krypton until decades into his, or wait, when I was saying decades, or was that actually 2 years? It's either Batman or Superman. I can't remember which one at the moment. One of their backstories doesn't get fleshed out until 10 years after they're introduced, and people act like, oh, I needed to know everything from the beginning. I already explained what Isom's powers are. They're not defined yet for the readers, but we have glimpses of some things he can do.
So it's about the implication.
There are growth in his abilities that he has demonstrated. There are things that he couldn't do before, but could do in the second fight with Santuan.
So it's about the implication and guessing what his powers are. So basically, it sounds like this was written from Dennis from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Because Eric July is gonna rape people on a boat? Are you fucking kidding me? It's not the implication. It's like you haven't watched any TV shows in the past 10 years. You don't. That's probably a bad example because I was about to say Moon Knight, but that show sucked. But Heroes, that was one of the huge phenomenal TV show on television. It was on NBC. The first episode, you don't know jack about anything. There's just people randomly doing stuff, and like, okay, this guy thinks he can fly, but maybe he can't. This guy made the clock hand go back, and it's like, is that all in his head? Is he going crazy? Oh, sorry, a better example.
Hundreds of pages, though, right? 96 pages, and you don't have much context.
But if you look like it as a series, and if the Ill-Advised is an entire season, each book is probably like an episode or two. So let's say we are a third of the way through. So let's see if this was an 8th episode.
So basically, you're saying he needs a lot. You're saying it's a longer story. Are you basically alluding to that he is inexperienced and needs a lot of time to be able to craft his story versus actual masters of the craft that have been able to produce characters and stories properly within a first issue?
Stephen King took 7 books to tell The Dark Tower. Eric July, who knows what the end game is? Who knows how long it could take to...
But you learn nothing in the first book other than he has some strength. And he hates being disrespected.
Everything.
96 pages. For the story. You don't learn shit in 96 pages.
Because of what you're expecting to learn in those 96 pages.
No, based on good comics of the past.
Makes the story make sense. In the first episode, the first book where Wolverine was introduced, we didn't know anything about his adamantium skeleton.
We're talking about Isom.
Yeah, and you're talking about an introduction and a follow-up book. Do you know when we found out about Wolverine's adamantium skeleton? It wasn't in the first 2 issues. The whole Weapon X program was several years after his introduction. And now you're like, oh, you act like these things that you know now about characters that you like and enjoy were always the case. They weren't always the case. You found out very little about these characters, and you learned more about them based on their interactions in the events that they participated in. And as the comics went, you learned more, and you finally got a clear example of their where they fit.
You were expecting every
story to be Spider-Man.
No, the difference is all Spider-Man, Wolverine had interesting character designs. There was a lot of intrigue to the characters,
so Yaira
stories,
doesn't have any characters.
And there was, she looks like a Pilates instructor in ISOM 1.
That's
with
not her
dress shoes.
Costume. That's her walking around, and this event happens.
We're talking about ISOM 1. When you're reading ISOM 1, you know nothing about the future. She looks like a Pilates instructor. My point is, those stories have a lot of intrigue. They have exciting character designs, and there are some stakes to the story. There's something that pulls you in. So let me give you an example here. This is where ISOM fails immediately, okay? Altona calls him and says, "Oh, there's something wrong. I need your help." And what does ISOM say to his sister? What do you want? Not like, "Oh my God, is everything okay? I love you." Like, there's no like any love or even heroism in him.
Okay.
And then when she continues, he's dismissive. He doesn't even care about Jasmine. Why is this my problem? So he doesn't even care about Jasmine. The only thing that convinces him to go into the city to care about a girl is the fact that he doesn't want to upset his mom. You know what? If there were stakes,
okay, apply that same to Roger Rabbit.
Hold on. If you wanted stakes,
apply the same standard to Roger Rabbit.
Hold on. I don't give a shit about Roger Rabbit right now. The point is, if you wanted to get some
standard,
I'm talking about ISOM. If you wanted to create excitement or some stakes, you would have said, "Oh my God, Jasmine's been raped or she's been killed." Right? She's been beaten. Something that would make him... But she hasn't been
killed, raped, or beaten because she's still alive. She's pivotal to the story.
You don't know this at the... You don't know that... You don't know that at this point. So my point is, there's nothing to pull the reader into to make them excited or on the edge of their seat like, holy shit. You know,
what are you talking about?
ISOM should be pulled into this conflict emotionally, like, oh my God, I can't believe she's been hurt. I've got to do something. Better yet, fuck having Jasmine even be the main plot point here. Switch it around. Have Jasmine call ISOM and be like, "Oh my God, your sister is missing," or "she's been hurt," or something. Then ISOM, any normal brother, would be like, "Oh my God, I know it's Darren. I'm going to go beat the shit out of him." Then you have the reader engaged and there's stakes. Because there are no stakes towards Jasmine's story because of the way ISOM responds. What were the stakes
in Roger Rabbit? $100 paycheck. I already covered this. Based on your
comparing ISOM to Roger Rabbit.
Here is a film that is highly praised, and it's applying the same type of intro as what we see in ISOM. And if you applied your same standard...
Is Roger Rabbit a superhero story? No.
Eddie Valiant is not a superhero, but all the cartoons would be because they have beyond human powers.
So it's not a superhero story. It's a different style of story.
If this was a real, if Roger Rabbit happened in real, if Roger Rabbit and all the tunes were in our real world, they would be considered superheroes. There's no distinct difference between Roger Rabbit being able to do what he does and what superheroes can do. In fact, there are superheroes who are based around cartoon powers. So
there are stakes or no stakes at the beginning of the story. Does it engage the reader and make them
Eddie Valiant
excited?
Is doing everything for $100. Man, there's no stakes.
Why answer the question.
Movie? Why didn't everybody shut that down after the first 5 minutes?
Answer the question. Were there stakes?
He does it for $100. What are the stakes?
So there's no stakes. Are you admitting there's no stakes?
The stakes are low. It's not that there are no stakes. You just don't accept the stakes because you are not applying the same standard that you would apply to every other major form of entertainment, any comic books. You apply one standard to ISOM and to Eric July's book, and you do not apply that standard to your own book. You don't apply that to anything from EVS. You don't apply that to
my book has high stakes right off the bat.
No,
because I need to pull the reader into the story and make them care. It's not that it has
high stakes. You can start off with high stakes, but you can also start off with low stakes.
There's no stakes throughout the entire story.
You say no stakes. It is low stakes, not high stakes. It's okay.
So what are the stakes of ISOM 1 at the end of the story? Who is
End of the
he?
story.
Yes, at the end, when he gets his suit, what are the stakes? What does it leave you with? Who is he trying to protect at that point? Is somebody's life in danger?
As far
There's
as he
some-
could tell, based on his interaction with Jasmine at the end, he said she's okay. She's not in immediate danger, but
How does he know
sense
that? She didn't tell him anything. He's just assuming. What a horrible character.
Yeah. How is that a horrible character? He's saying based on what he could tell, how is he supposed to know things he doesn't know? As
He
far as
shouldn't.
can
He
tell,
should
that's
look
what's going
into
on.
it. He should
That's
have
what
ran.
he's doing. In book 2, that's what he sets out to do, and he gets sidetracked because the wife
He
shows
gets
up.
sidetracked. Exactly. He doesn't give a
It's
shit about
okay.
Jasmine.
Dude, have you never read a fucking Spider-Man book? How many times is he chasing Doc Ock and the Rhino interrupts and he's got to deal with the Rhino because the Rhino is actively engaging?
Would he
How many times has he been fighting Mysterio and then some other villain shows up? It's like, oh, this is the Scorpion. That is his entire appeal. Is he's always over his head, overwhelmed by all the enemies that
would
are
he
facing.
abandon Mary Jane and get sidetracked by another character,
Jasmine
or would
isn't
he do
Mary
it?
Jane.
Right. He has no emotional connection to any character in the story, not even his sister. You get a glimpse of it with his niece, but she's not in harm's way. So, again, extremely low stakes to no
Low
stakes.
not no stakes. You kept saying no stakes. It is low.
I said there were
stakes.
no
That's
high
what you wanted to
stakes.
say. No, you said there were no stakes. It is low stakes.
Essentially no
That's where
stakes.
he wants to start, so he has something to build up to. You are asking that he blows his load in the first comic, and I know what's his face said that was, oh, that's terrible.
Who uses that phrase? Come on.
Everybody uses that phrase. It is the don't put everything you have into the first thing because you need somewhere to build up to. This is why the Matrix 2 and 3 failed, because they put everything they had in Matrix
Shouldn't
1
you
and
want?
Matrix 2 and 3
Shouldn't
had
you
nowhere
want
to build up
your?
to.
Shouldn't you want your readers blowing their load over every comic because it's so fucking good?
No, that's a readers blowing their load is not what I said, and it's not what he said.
Oh, you're leaning into it.
Because you're fake and dishonest. You pretend it's a joke. You are deliberately misinterpreting what is being said. And I brought that up because I wanted to address that from your fucking video where you fucking said that. You misrepresented it. That is not what that expression means. Blow your load is not talking about.
Why are you talking about the definition of that? Jesus Christ, that's disgusting.
Terminology. Your entire clip, fucking idiot. It originated in the Wild West, not fucking porn.
We don't live in the Wild West anymore.
It is I didn't say we did, you fucking idiot. Holy crap, what is your IQ, like 65? Like, was it room temperature before you started the syphilis with EVS? What the hell is going on, man? I'm alleging that you're having gay sex with him and he gave you syphilis. If you don't understand, syphilis rots away and eats your brain. That's why I'm saying your IQ is lower than it was previously, and it's embarrassingly low right now. Holy crap. Well, we don't have to live in the Wild West to use expressions that originated from them. I'm saying it arrived from guns, not from pornographic or whatever you're trying to explain.
So this has been fun, but since we're obviously going into personal attacks and all that, I do actually have to leave. I've got to help put my kiddo to sleep, and I don't really want to talk about gross catchphrases. So
it's a gun terminology.
But I do
explain that, you idiot.
I do applaud you for
gun terminology.
I do applaud you for taking up the debate. So thank you, and thanks Frost for holding this. I hope everyone had fun and didn't take it too seriously.
Thank you, Chad. Thank you, everybody.
So just like I say in my videos, don't take everything too seriously. Have some fun, and no one should get that upset by no one should get upset over crazy over opinions.
No one should get upset over lies.
Okay.
Lies and misrepresentation, man. That's all you have. I thought you might have been different, but you are exactly the same as all those people. It's like I was hoping that you were just misinformed and weren't critically thinking enough to understand, but now I see you are a dishonest actor. You have no good faith in you. You're incapable of it.
All right. Well, thanks everybody, and
thank you, J-Bod.
Hope everyone had a good time. So
thank you, B.A. I appreciate it, buddy. You have a good one.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Yeah, you're gonna let him call you a chump like that?
Yes. I've always wanted to be a chomp, but maybe like a chain chomp.
Dude, I know I get angry, but holy crap, dealing with retarded people, this is like I am very anti-abortion, but the more I talk with people, the more I'm like, okay, maybe they had a point. Holy crap.
That's a horrible thing to say, dude.
Yeah, like I see where eugenicists are coming from the more I interact with these people. It's like
because you disagree with a guy about comic books?
No, it's because they're full of lies. Everything about them is fake. They present one face, and it's like they act like we can't see exactly what they're doing. He did it the whole fucking time, and I'm like, dude, okay, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt, but the more this goes, the more I can't.
So I don't know. I guess I just assume that you're both being honest, and I assume that you're both. You're very welcome, Moxie. Thank you.
He can't be honest based on his responses. When I pointed to the actual facts, and he kind of accepted them or maybe played them off, but then he goes back to the same talking point like 5 minutes later. It's like, dude, we already covered that. I already showed you where you're wrong, and you act like that conversation never happened. It's like, man, that I have debated people on the right wing. I've never encountered somebody doing that on the right wing. It is always a leftist tactics. Every time I'm debating communists, every time I'm debating Democrats, they all do the same kind of thing. And that's what I'm seeing from ComicsGate. They pretend to be right wingers. They pretend to be, conservative or whatever, but everything they do is leftist. Everything they do is a lie. It's fake. It's all virtue signaling.
I don't know, man. I have a hard time agreeing with that because I mean, you said that about Sam before too, and like I personally know him. I personally know his beliefs. I personally know, like, I know for a fact that he is what he says he is. So, like, when you say that he is a leftist or a communist, like, I guarantee you, like, I would put like my life on the line betting that he is everything that he says he is.
So if he is, he did not demonstrate that when he was debating, because he took a stance on things he does not actually believe. Granted, he could have been playing devil's advocate, but he was not when he was doing devil's advocate, you still have to be honest. You still have to take their arguments to the best that you can make them. You don't just make crap up and act like it's true. And that's what he's continually doing. Hey, there's Sam.
Hey, Sam.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, and it's like when you make up things in order to try to win.
I heard you said that dude had syphilis.
That was obviously
what was that all about?
I was talking about his brain rot.
Why?
Jolly Green, JG has been wanting to ask you this for hours. Is Nerdrotic a communist for promoting smaller YouTubers?
No,
he's basically Stalin.
How many times have I fucking explained this? You aren't a communist for helping other people. You are not a communist for asking for help for your stuff. You're a communist if you're saying other people who have the ability to help need to or should, or however you want to phrase it. It's the same basic principle. Is you saying somebody else needs to do something with what they have for someone else. You are a third party. You don't have any participation in that. You don't get a say on what they do with their stuff.
I did want to ask you this when you were talking about this topic with him. How would you phrase it if you were in his position and you wanted to ask somebody for, promotion? How would you word it? How would you ask?
Well, you just do that. You say, "Hey, would you mind promoting me? Here's a sample of my stuff. Do you like it? Is there any way that you can, would you like, hey, I mean, you're the professional here or you're the more experienced person. What can I do to improve that?" That's what people do all the time. And that's how that's how EBS got his start. He went to those comic conventions. He showed, comic professionals what he could do. It's like, hey, this is the art I've been working on. Is this good? Is this good enough? And sometimes they would say, no, this is not good enough. Go back, try again. Fix this, this. That's how almost everyone, you talk about Chuck Dixon and all these people, whenever they're on interviews, that's how they got their start, is they went to these places where the people they looked up to did their stuff and they asked them for help. And it's like, well, usually, I mean, they would pay for, like an autograph or something. It's like, it's not like they were just saying, hey, help me out. And and do it out of the good. Sometimes the other person did it out of the goodness of their heart, or sometimes it was like, hey, I see potential, and offered him help. But it seems like B.A. Turner and a lot of these CG guys are like, if I have something, you should just look at it and promote it. And it's like, no, you have to work and earn that, either by showing respect to the people who are succeeding and reaching out to them to get them to help you. But it doesn't make
Tim,
any sense.
I have a question. Admittedly, I wasn't here when apparently you went off. I wasn't watching, but my wife was. And she said that you said that you're anti-abortion, but dealing with these stupid retards makes you consider being pro-abort. Is that something that you said?
Yeah, that's something I said. I was like, no, I didn't. Okay, that's a slight variation. I think you said stupid retards. I didn't say that exact words.
Are you a psycho?
I said I can see where they're coming
with
from.
you,
I didn't say that I agreed with them.
Genuinely, what is wrong with you? This is a debate about comic books.
Hey,
and you're
Moxie.
saying this
No,
would have killed him.
The
I'm
debate's
saying the
basically
more I
over, so I
interact
figured
with
I'd give a
people,
shot
I'm
on
like,
the bandwidth.
holy crap, there are tons of people like this. Humanity is doomed. That's the expression.
Doomed because there are people like B.A. Turner who...
Because there
for
are
the bulk of
dishonest
the debate
idiots.
I watched like 90%, except for that last portion. He seemed like a very nice guy who just wanted to help people out. And through
What? That's all fake, dude. Did you not hear?
I've seen with him on Twitter, he seems like just a nice fellow. And you're over here saying,
No.
dealing with these people, man, they're really stupid. They should all be dead. Do you not understand how, like, you're
No,
taking
dude.
0 to 100?
Well, I already proved his motivation is he is
so
not what he claims to be.
unlikable, being just off the cuff, like mean, rude to someone who wasn't that way to you.
Yes, he was. Did
No.
you not watch the debate? He's constantly insulting, constantly throwing out fakes. And I'm like,
He didn't say that
He's
your
just
mom
like
should
you.
have killed you, man.
I didn't say that about him either. I just said I can kind of see why.
What's the
people think that way.
implication? What's the implication of saying something like that? Own up to it, Tim. Have some balls. Don't be a bitch. Own up to it.
Half the people in the world are retarded.
And does that include you in that half, in the retard half?
Obviously not.
Or are you only half retarded?
Oh, holy crap, dude. It's like you can't even... If half the people are retarded, then the other half, by definition, wouldn't be.
Or is it everyone's just half smart?
Otherwise, it would be
retarded?
100% retarded. It's like you can't even fucking understand basic English.
Yeah. I had some questions. I think I forgot them. They were like early on.
Holy crap.
Have you read Alpha Core, Tim?
Yeah.
I think the last time we talked that came out right in between.
No, I had the book when we were having our debate. Yeah.
But you didn't read it.
I think it just
No,
came out,
I
yeah.
had read it.
Oh, I hadn't read it, I guess. So what's your favorite part of Alpha Core?
My favorite part of Alpha Core was actually the bank scene. I thought that was going to go completely different because you're talking about a Superman
scene?
character versus a
The
flamethrower
first
guy.
one or the second one? Why does he try to block fire with a wooden table?
Because that's close to, like, have you ever seen anything that's not a wooden table at a bank? What do you think he's
Yes,
gonna
I
put?
have. There are
Like,
many
there's
things
the
in the
marble
bank that are not
counters, it's like-
wooden tables.
He grabbed the closest thing to him and was losing that fight. And I was like, oh, I thought this was going to go one-sided for Solari, but he got, pretty much, KO'd in that whole thing. I don't know if he got completely knocked out, but it wasn't until the bank manager just stepped in and set things down. I was like, dude, that is amazing. That is a great scene.
Yeah, dude, your standards are so low. Like,
Why did
that
ISOM
goes
need a
wild.
super suit at the end of ISOM number 1? What purpose does it serve?
It shows
the
that
utility belt, remember?
it is the start of the hero's journey. So he was a fallen hero. He's begrudging. He doesn't want to get dragged back in. He's trying his best to avoid it. And at the end, he comes to the realization, I have to be part of this again. He puts on the super suit because he's made that determination. It's time to start to become a hero again. Doesn't mean he is a hero. It means he is on his way back to becoming a
Well,
hero.
that sounds boring.
Where did his gun go in ISOM number 2 from JBot?
It was in his belt, if I'm not mistaken, because
Yeah, but then he switches
to
into his
understand-
super suit from his civilian clothes. So he's talking about after that.
he was preparing to go to the club but instead, it's not Samwise. It's Sanford, I think is the guy's full name. Sanford's wife comes to the door.
Sanford? Where is that ever said?
Is it Sanford or is it Samwell?
I think it's just Sam. Yeah, I think it's Sam.
No,
Samwell? Lord of the Rings? What is this?
No, it's Sanford.
Where do they say that? They just call the guy Sam. I would assume his name's Samuel. Samford?
No, it's Sanford.
Where is that?
I don't know if that's in the books or if that's in the card, but it's Sanford.
He doesn't have a card.
I'm not sure where exactly that's from, but it is Sanford.
Well, how do you know that? You're saying it is Sanford. I'm asking you, where do you know that?
Because there's a list of all the names from the books.
Where is this list?
He's credited as Sanford.
Where?
It's ISOM characters.
ISOM characters. Is this official? What is this?
Thank you, Jolly Green.
Is this the ISOM wiki? Is there an ISOM wiki?
It's. I don't think
there
that's
is actually a
wiki.
Ripple wiki. Yes.
What'd you say?
I think there is I think there is one.
Yeah, Sanford Williams, lead ranch hand at Silman Ranch. That's.
Oh man, I would have lost money on that. I thought for sure it was like Sam.
Where is this? Where is this though? Where's the link? Where you're just
it doesn't
saying
quite matter if his name is Sanford or not, but that's what I'm seeing. It is Sanford Williams.
Seeing it where? Why can't you answer
I just said,
this question?
You just look up ISOM characters. It's right there.
My website.
Whew. Okay, let's go back to it.
What do you mean go back? It's a simple question.
I just closed the tab because I just answered my question.
Just copy and paste the URL. How is this too complicated for you?
Okay, this is actually.
Do you have syphilis rotting your brain from all the gay sex you have with your roommate?
All right.
We all know
this was a waste of time. Let's.
He was clapping those cheeks. Those weren't drum beats,
dude.
Come on, man. What's the URL?
I'm not a homosexual. That was my brother, you fucking asshole.
Oh, no, your brother's your boyfriend? That's fucked up, man. Thanks for letting me on there at the end. Why couldn't he post the link? Why is that so hard? That is so funny. He could not find the link. He's just like, Sanford Williams.
Well, it's funny if you're still watching this, Tim. Tim just messaged me and said, "Don't contact me again." Tim, I didn't contact you. You contacted me, and you asked me to host the debate. So that won't be a problem. If you don't contact me,
he did ask you to do this.
He asked me to do this. Yes.
Oh my god!
He says you brought that piece of shit in to accuse me of having gay incest with my brother.
Yes, you knew I was coming.
That was the plan. That was the plan. Yeah, 3 hours and 27 minutes ago, I was like, you know what?
I need Josh. We need
long
Josh.
Game.
I feel bad for Josh. I mean, imagine having Tim as your brother. I need to go back and watch when he goes off. My wife started blowing up my phone, being like, "Are you watching this? This is unreal." I'm like, "No, I'm doing something else." So I come back here, and I see that B.A. Turner's left, and so I just like go back a little bit, and I just hear Tim at the top of his lungs going like, "Do you have like syphilis or something?" But here's the thing: he's accusing B.A. Turner of having gay sex. That's what he was saying. And then when someone throws that back at him, he gets so mad he quits. What a pussy! Who does that? I literally just threw the same insult back at him, and he spurgs out and leaves.
Yeah, it's weird because I mean, besides him asking me to host this, he told me he wanted to do. It's weird that he was so offended by you showing up, because he said that he wanted to do a 2-on-1, and he wanted to do a 2-on-1 because of my opinions on Alpha Core, and so he then accused me of believing that I'm a better writer than Chuck Dixon because I had criticism of Alpha Core. Then he said, because I was like, I said, but he took issue. He's like, he's really, really, really literal with everything that he says. So because I said, you're very welcome, RBM, when you get to this part. BA is great. He's happy. I'm happy to have him on anytime. But I said that Chuck Dixon doesn't need to take my advice because, why would he? And Tim said that I was a hypocrite and that it was false modesty, because if I truly didn't believe that Chuck Dixon needed to take my advice, then I would have no criticism for Alpha Core 2, because he doesn't need my criticism of it, which is a really weird ass take. Someone who's written, hundreds of everything, comics and books and everything at this point, I imagine, and who's made a career out of it. Obviously, he doesn't need to take my advice. Even if I don't like what he does, he doesn't need to take my advice, because he's clearly been able to be successful enough to make a career out of it. So why would he need to take my advice? It's a weird thing to say. Like, that's just like, obviously he's Chuck Dixon. I respect the guy's work, his body of work. And so it was a really weird conversation that I had with him for several hours
too.
Yeah, it's strange. Because he was like, well, he was saying that anything that I criticize, I must then think that I can do it better. And I was trying to say,
it's so stupid. It's like,
no, I would do it different. Whether or not it's better is like subjective. There are things that you can objectively do better or worse, but
at the thing than the person you're criticizing. It's like, I think probably everyone has criticisms of the prequels, the Star Wars prequels.
That's the example I used.
People think that they're better directors than George Lucas. Like, no one's claiming that just because you have a criticism of something. Very weird. And that's also weird that he gets like all pissy about criticism, but then judges B.A. being a bad writer based off 5 sample pages that he used the word "seems like" too many times, which Tim also didn't even understand the definition of seems.
Right.
I was watching that and I was like close to yelling at my screen because it's like I'm getting frustrated for BA because you have someone like, you're a bad writer because you use this word too many times, and this word in my mind,
I mean, it's strange, right? Because you have
does.
a guy who constantly talks about everything except for comics, in comparison to defending what he thinks are good comics if someone doesn't like them, which is also really weird because he's very defensive about other people not liking the comics that he likes, which is strange. You don't have to watch anything that I put on my channel. It's completely optional. I'm not a communist. I can't actually make you watch my channel. So he chooses to like come and watch stuff, and then he gets upset about it, which is really weird because you could just not watch it or stop watching it or whatever. But then this guy defends these comics by going to TV and going to movies and everything else. And then he says that if you criticize it, then it's because you think that you do that thing better. So I asked him, like, my favorite Star Wars, it's not the best one, but my favorite one is Return of the Jedi. But I think that the Ewok stuff is fucking stupid, right? So if I think that the Ewok stuff is stupid, do I think I'm a better filmmaker than George Lucas? No, I don't. I just think that the Ewok stuff is stupid, and I wouldn't have done that.
Yeah, it's so weird. I think he thinks he has a duty to watch these videos and like correct the record. Because that's what he was saying at the beginning, where he's like, I feel compelled to leave these comments. And they're really like schizophrenic. They're like bizarrely long comments. And I don't know. I read his like back and forth with B.A. Turner in the comments of B.A.'s YouTube video. And Tim just goes 0 to 100. If you have a different opinion than him, then you're just a liar. And you're trying to defame Aaron.
That's the thing too. He does the same thing with BA that he did with you, and he did the same thing with me when I was talking to him privately, because I always talk to people privately when I have something I want to ask them. I don't put them on blast or whatever. So my conversation was private with him, and I was just like, why do you act like everything that I say is like I'm trying to trick you, or I'm trying to lie to you, or I'm trying to like like get something on you, and he never just assumes that I'm telling the truth or that I'm actually just expressing my genuine opinion. Like all the stuff that I have issues with in Alpha Core, and I praised Alpha Core too, and I actually recommended it to someone. He didn't care. He was just focusing like hyper fixated on the issues that I had with
You
it.
gave it like a 6 out of 10. That's a positive
Yeah,
score.
it was like right in the middle of the road. And so, but like he ignores that, and he was like hyper focused on like my criticisms. And he said that everything that I had was just a parroted thing that EVS said. I had at that point, I had no idea what EVS like even thought of Alpha Core. I hadn't watched anything he had said about Alpha Core. I hadn't read a tweet that he'd said about Alpha Core. So like everything that I expressed was just my opinion, but because of the opinion, he just believes that it comes from somebody else, and then I'm just parroting it for whatever reason. He will not give me like, that's the good faith thing. He wouldn't give me he wouldn't assume anything that I said was in good faith. He just assumed it was all bad faith, all lying negative. Very odd.
Yeah, it's weird behavior, and honestly, like you see a lot of weirdos online, and there's just a lot of like crazy people, and there seems to be a lot of crazy people in like comic book spheres specifically.
Yeah, for sure.
But even inside like these spheres, I can't think of like a group that has more of these type of people than like the Rippaverse fans. I'm not saying that everyone who likes the book is a certain way, but it's like Renown Zero, Hail the Lore, Tim. I don't
Tim
know
is something.
what it is. I mean, this is like at the end of the day, it's just a comic. I saw.
Yeah.
And they take it so seriously and like fly off the handles, like Hail the Lore when he was going after Shane Davis's wife. That was like,
yeah, what's her name?
that's
Yanzi?
schizo. I mean,
Yeah.
for no reason too, because she like corrected you on something.
Yeah.
And it's just weird.
Yeah, it seems
And
pretty innocuous to just bring up the fact that they don't take submissions. I mean, most people know that they don't take submissions. If they
yeah,
did,
I mean,
they
they
would
haven't
do
for, like,
nothing except reject
decades.
submissions.
Yeah. It's just weird. And I think with these people too, you see it's become so tribal, all this comic book stuff,
Yeah.
whether it's CG or the whole thing with CG versus the Iron Age stuff, which I feel like was barely covered in this.
Yeah,
It devolved into communism. Where did that come from? But I
I
was
have no
laughing
idea.
my ass off when he's like, "Community is communism." It's like, no, what? But you see people like not Tim specifically, but like the Renown Zero guy, the Hail the Lore guy, and they get like promoted by people,
Yeah.
and it's like they're doing pretty nasty personal attacks on pretty innocent parties, and it's just leaves a bad taste in my mouth for the whole community.
Yeah, it's very strange because it's
the commune.
I heard that's related to communism.
Yeah. It's the same root word, therefore it's the same.
Therefore, it's the same thing.
That
That is a common America
and
doll.
Homo
Yes,
sapiens,
I'm a
same
big fan of
root
Common
word.
America
Everyone's
and
gay.
Shovel Knight, both. To Giant Sir Jack. If you're still watching, Naomi, hi. I do fully intend to still put the link to your stream in here. I just didn't know how long this would go. I kind of suspected it would go a while. Fun fact about Tim, the last debate that Tim was in, which was against Sam, he had about, what was it, a 2.5 hour debate, and then I ended the debate, and Tim stayed in the background. He stayed backstage for another 2 hours, telling Sam how much he hated him. It was one of the strangest experiences I've ever had. Because Sam was trying to just like joke around and be amicable and everything, and Tim was just saying "I hate you" repeatedly.
It was so
very
wild
bizarre.
Because I honestly
angrily, very honest hatred of you. Yeah,
I don't have anything against. I mean, other than he's like clearly an asshole. But like we did the debate, and it was just I'm just having fun. It's about a comic book. It's not serious.
Right.
I'm just having fun.
Right, yeah.
And at the end of it, I'm like, that was funny. There's some funny moments. And he's like, you are the dumbest person I've ever met. And and the thing is, he he rage quit right now because I made the joke about him and Josh.
Tell me, okay, I'm gonna say this,
How many
and
times did he
you
call
were there.
me a
I want you to vouch
homo
for it.
in that like conversation after the stream?
He
and he like
did
can't handle
many
it back
times.
one time.
Yes, many times that he asserted your questionable sexuality.
Which
No,
no, it's not
he
questionable.
legitimately brought up how he was much smarter than you and how high his IQ was. Correct?
Yeah, he was trying to flex his IQ.
Yeah,
on me.
multiple times he was flexing his IQ.
Yeah, it's that kind of person you're dealing with.
Yes, yeah.
My favorite
Okay.
part, probably, of this whole debate was when he goes, "Eric couldn't afford me."
Yes, yeah.
What?
Well, did you see the
For one,
comment?
that sounds so funny. Like you can phrase that in a way where it comes across as a call boy. But also, like, what would he hire you to do, Tim? What do you mean afford you?
I don't know. He's allegedly either he said this to BA in one of the books he wrote him, or he said it here, or I don't know. But he said that he's a coder, like he's a programmer, so he writes code. So he said that he writes more. What he writes is more valuable than anything that any of us will ever write because of his code being so valuable.
Temple OS.
I would have loved to see Terry interact with him. That would have been amazing.
Oh my god. I don't know. I mean, Terry seemed like a nice guy. That's
He did seem like a pretty nice
fair.
guy.
He seemed like a very, he's crazy, but he's nice. Like Tim. It's like part of me, because obviously he has like some kind of thing, and like part of me feels like, I guess, sympathy for that. But he's so vile to people based off nothing that I can't even feel bad for him for like his severe autism, because he's just an asshole.
Yeah, he's very rude and combative, and I tried to confront him on that, like politely, again when I was talking to him one-on-one, and I was like, I said, why are you so hostile to me? Like I'm very respectful to you. I've always been nice to you whenever we've talked in the comments and everything. I have no idea why you're so rude. And he was saying, well, I'm not rude to you. That's just the way that you're reading it. And when he's repeatedly telling me that I can't understand things, or that my argument is stupid, or that I need to reread it because I didn't understand it. And it's like, okay, I guess if you mean it that way, that's fine. But then I'm starting to think that you clearly are on the spectrum or something, bro, because this is just not the way that normal people interact with other people. So I don't know.
I mean, there's something up there, and there's something up with like a lot of these like hyper online.
Yeah.
I mean, people say ripetard. It really, that term, every time I see Tim or Hail the Lore or Renown Zero, they really just hammer home that term. But it's, and I'm not saying that like everyone likes ice.
Yeah, of course.
Is like that, because these are exceptional individuals. These are.
Well, it's like I think I told Tim this, even, and I mean, it's not like it's not a bragging point or anything, but like if you politely talk to Eric July and you tell him that you don't think his writing is good, he won't block you. It's not that, like, he does block people who act really extreme to him. I'm not going to pretend that everybody is like, polite, but like I did tell him that I didn't think his writing was very good, and he didn't block me. But like, if you say that to the wrong person, then you're going to get people who will get very hostile. I've seen people get very hostile towards a friend of mine who just said that I don't really like what I've heard about Alpha Core. I'm not going to read it. And someone just came they just replied and said, why are you an effing retard? And I'm like, okay, well, that's kind of extreme for him to just say he doesn't want to read this book. It's really weird to go there.
It's so weird because I don't see people act this way about like Marvel comics or DC.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Or even like ComicsGate stuff. I don't think I've seen anybody be like this about Cyberfrog, which I just recently got Cyberfrog. I read the first one, and like I liked it. It wasn't like the greatest comic ever, but I haven't seen anyone like online go, if you don't understand Cyberfrog, then you're like a retard. No one does that. Either you like it or you don't. You don't. No one cares. And that's like that for like every other comic book. I've never seen this about a comic where people are just like have gone insane about it. It should be studied. It is something that should be studied.
The only review that I've done publicly so far, has been Alpha Core, and so that's the one that Tim has he took the greatest exception to my opinions on, because I've shared all of them. But like the thing I brought up in Alpha Core is that it's 96 pages, and I didn't feel like I really got to know any of the characters. And then I, in the video that I did, one of the points of comparison I make is Spider-Girl, which I love, obviously. And it's 26 pages. And in 26 pages, you find out everything you need to know about her. And I don't mean like, because Tim got fixated on this in my conversation with him, where he was talking about, well, if Braxwell or Braxton or whatever the fuck his name is, if he got his powers from eating Fruity Pebbles, does that mean that you suddenly are invested in the character more? And I'm like, no, dude, that's superficial. I don't care about his powers. What I want to know is like what makes him tick. Like he brought up like Solari. What if Solari was a clone? Does that suddenly make you like the character more? I said no, but if he's a clone, I said, for example, if he's a clone, and so then I want to know, why as a clone does he want to become a police officer? How does he connect to people? How does he feel about it, like as a clone? So like those were the things that I wanted to know about in Alpha Core, and those are the things that I found out about in Spider-Girl. And he thought the point that I was trying to make is that you have to do it that way. And I wasn't trying to make that point. I was trying to say, I like it when it's like this. I wish they had done this, but clearly they made, 1 point whatever million dollars and sold a bunch of copies. So, I mean, you don't have to do it that way. But like when I'm talking about the book and I'm saying, I like this or this like that, it's perfectly fine for me to not like that they did something a certain way,
Yeah, it's just a critique. It's just
that's it. It's just a
not
preference. It's subjective.
deep. And I don't know. It's this weird, like, for one, it's like you're caping for a multimillionaire. You honestly think Eric cares about all these videos, these reviews? I mean, maybe on some level he does, but you're over here putting in way more effort than he does with this stuff, and it's just weird. But I don't know. I can't help but feel like it's a little tacitly like encouraged. At least the hyper ones like Renown Zero and Hail the War.
You got me, Andrew.
But,
you got me.
Yeah, you are a hardcore communist. I remember
red.
you were saying that you hate Eric July because he's rich and you need to eat the rich.
That's right. You don't know this about me, Sam, but I watch a lot of Hassan.
Oh time. Yeah, I'm a huge Hassan fan.
Big
too.
Hassan Piker fan.
Do you remember when Tim said I didn't like Eric because he was black?
Yes, I do.
That came out of nowhere, man.
Oh, dude, Jolly Green, I was dying. Like the whole time I was dying. I was so happy I was on mute because like I would have been like if I wasn't muted, then Tim would have a legitimate excuse to say that I was unbiased because I could not stop laughing. Either from him, the exchange between B.A. and him, or just reading everything that you guys were saying, because the chat was fucking hilarious.
Chat was
you guys were
off.
So funny. It was amazing.
I will say this to Tim because I know he's still watching, and I know that he's going to watch this replay because he was like seething for like a month after our conversation, like still just as mad. But I'll say this to Tim, man, I want to do a show with you. I want to do like a weekly show. He's such content. It's like I really do think people will tune in every week to hear him spurred. It's like a sideshow. It is, but it's like I really want to do that with him. I want to go through like comics where we both read them and we have to review them. I think that would be really funny.
Yeah.
So Tim, if you're up for that,
I can't contact him again, but you should give it a shot. Maybe he'll work with you.
Yeah, because you were really going out your way to contact him.
No, he was so mad at you that so the first thing out of the blue was him asking me to host this, And then like it was like 2 or 3 messages later, he immediately starts talking shit about you again because he's still so fucking mad.
Unprompted. Unprompted.
I hadn't even seen or responded to the other messages, and he immediately flows right into, God, I hate Sam so much.
And I was nice to him. That's like what was so unbelievable is like I was legitimately like after the stream was over, I was like trying to be nice and be like,
Yeah.
this was funny, maybe if you want to do this again, that would be fun. But he just like went in. It's like he couldn't.
He's so mad.
He could not separate his hate, and he called me like a leftist. You remember that?
Yes. Yeah,
he's like, I'm convinced you're right. Didn't did he pull that with B.A. where he's like, I think you're a leftist?
Yes. Yeah.
Why?
He as soon as B.A. left, that was the first thing he said was that he's never seen anyone act like B.A. unless they were a communist or a leftist or whatever. There's no way he's a Christian. There's no way that he's a conservative. There's no way that he's any of the things that he says he is, because of the way that he talks about. And it's hard to talk to him in person because he's so like defensive and cagey about everything that you try to ask him. Because I think he's like super hyper wary of being led down a garden path to get him to answer something a certain way or something. But I was trying to ask him, do you not think it's just a different perspective? Like, do you not just think that BA sees it this way? And that's just like his worldview and your worldview? No, he is lying because Tim is correct. He is obviously correct. And if you don't agree with Tim, you're obviously incorrect. And so there you are lying if you think that he's wrong. It's very strange. I've never met anyone else that thinks like that.
The litmus test for your whole worldview is whether or not you like ISOM to Tim.
Very odd.
It's that being said, I really hope he posts more on his YouTube channel. I really hope he what was it, Truth to Ministry? I hope that makes a big comeback.
Somebody actually said that he should restart his channel, so he
really should.
Yeah. I think he should, and I think he should bring you on. I think that could be some other idea.
I think the Sam and Tim stream would really my name's Samford too. Samford Williams.
Sam Ford. Do you like horses? Jackass.
I love farming an unspecified thing that's important to the community. My favorite part of ISOM is whenever Avery's at the ranch, we never once see him do any ranch work. We don't know what he farms. We don't know, is it livestock? His guys are packing like crates onto a guy's car. It's just
he grows crates.
Yeah, he's growing something or raising something. Never specified, but there is a kick-ass track and home gym there. I legit I first started reading ISOM, I thought it was either a prison or a high school. Like when they do the establishing shot, it doesn't look like a farm. It looks like a prison or a high school.
Yeah. What I find so bizarre.
I gotta say this real quick. Jolly Green.
Yeah.
My favorite part of ISOM 2 were the 3 pages of them doing the Super Mario hop on the blood platforms, and it kept repeating and repeating. That was when I think about an action-packed comic, I think of people doing bunny hops on platforms that disappear, like fucking Super Mario. Go on, Jared.
Oh, I was the thing that I find so strange is like I bought like 4 books now since I put down money on Yaira. And I've complimented the logistics because they had a really great customer service team with me. I had an issue with my first book. They took care of it. And I've complimented like the writing of certain aspects of Alpha Core. I have not said anything about ISOM. And like me joking around about stuff like this, some people would just throw me into like the detractor camp just because like I'm like joking around about it, which is really strange to me. And I think that's like what you were talking about earlier with how tribal everyone is about it. Like I just want to like, yeah, it's weird that there's like a giant floating block on his house. Like, it's strange. Like, I
What
can
is
joke about
that?
that, and I don't hate Eric July, and I don't hope that ISOM fails.
I mean,
Uh,
even the term detractor to me is crazy. It's like, you're a detractor
Yeah.
of what? You don't like a comic? These
I
people have spent
guess.
their entire career shitting on Marvel and DC, all the comics that come out of those companies, shitting on the individual creators.
Yeah.
Are they detractors of Marvel and DC? I don't think they would define themselves as that. And yet, as soon as anyone throws any bit of criticism back at them for their own project, oh, they're detractors and they're in bad faith and they're dishonest. It's like, well, what
Yeah.
have you been doing to the mainstream for years building up your audience? And to me, that just seems like mass hypocrisy. And it's
Yeah,
like,
and it's like
I get it.
inferring hostility where there isn't any.
Yeah, and the thing is, I get it. Like, you don't want people to think that what you made is bad. I totally get that.
Yeah.
But it's like, I don't know, I think it all just spiral out of control from that stream where Dick Masterson was on. It was Flashcast,
Yeah, it was.
and
It was Flashcast, yeah.
and Eric said it was all bad faith criticism, and that was like the thing. Since then, and then everything that you could ever say is in bad faith, as
Yeah.
if an objective thing. Like, if you were to say the 3D art in ISOM's bad, or the art in ISOM's bad because it's like 3D assets,
Right.
which I think is a pretty objective opinion. I don't think anyone like loves 3D assets. I'll say this: when Eric says, "Oh, it's the industry standard," it is. And
Mhm.
I was the Ultimate Spider-Man came out. Marco Cicchetto does the art. The characters themselves are drawn, but the
Yeah.
environments around are traced 3D assets. I got to tell
Yeah.
you, it looks bad. That part, the characters are fine, but they look out of place because, like, everything around the characters are perfectly proportioned to like hyper detailed, and it looks odd. It doesn't mean that's
Yes.
good. Just because it's like industry standard doesn't mean that people are gonna like it, and that won't be a criticism. But
Yeah. And like, especially because I thought the entire point was that we did want to do better than the industry standard. Like, we wanted to be better than the industry. That was our aspiration, at least.
yeah, but I guess it's just to become the new industry. I don't know. I don't know what anyone's goal is. I know my goal. I just want to make a good story. I just
Yes.
want to make a good
Same.
book.
Same.
Um,
Jolly Green. So a couple things on that. I'm waiting for an update on Out of Obscurity, which will be coming out sometime. I was a contributor to it and not involved in the production, so I kind of get updates when everybody else does. So I'm not sure exactly on that one. After that, I do have a comic coming out, hopefully in May. It's in art production now. It's called Morningstar Chronicles. It's going to be connected to a larger book called Morningstar, and it's going to be volume 1, a 64-page book. The one that's coming out for free is a 22-page prequel. Lots of action. It introduces one of the primary antagonists in Morningstar, and it also introduces an important character for the story after volume 1. I think it's awesome. I've worked really hard on it with Sam and a bunch of other of my peers and some editors, and the art is looking really good, and everyone will be able to get it for free, and they'll be able to criticize it and hate it or whatever at their leisure. They'll be able to get it for free for signing up for a just my mailing list, basically, because I just want to notify people when the campaign starts. And if you sign up, you get a free comic, and I hope that you'll love the comic so much that you're going to jump on the campaign. And it's got a pretty low goal in mind. I haven't done the hard numbers, but I have a rough idea. I think that we can definitely make it if I campaign hard on that book out. So once the book is out, I'm going to be doing like a campaign tour, but it's going to be different because instead of asking for money up front, I'm going to be saying, "Hey, take this. Here's a comic. Take the comic. I hope you love it." And it's gonna be great. I think it's gonna be great, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm very excited. Every day that I get like the pencils is like Christmas because I get to look at the new artwork, which I can't draw because I'm a writer. Sam, are you working on anything?
I am. I'm working on 2 projects currently. I think I've teased one of them on Twitter. It's a Western set during the 1880s that features a lot of historical gunslingers. And the basic elevator pitch is a serial killer is hunting down the famous outlaws and lawmen of the West. So, like Wyatt Earp, Wild Bill Hickok, Buffalo Bill, all these characters. Doc Holliday is one of the main characters, Johnny Ringo, Bat Masterson, and kind of I think an unexpected main character, but who really works for the period. But I think I'll hold off on revealing that. It's NDA'd. It's NDA'd. I would break my own NDA.
You sign an NDA with yourself, and you can't break it.
Yes, and I would
Or you'll
sue
sue yourself.
myself for $1 million.
Yeah, that's right.
Dollars,
Yeah.
and that's how you make $1 million. It's a life hack.
Yeah.
And then my next project is a short one-shot that's kind of meant to be like a proof of concept pitch for a series, but it's a fully self-contained story, and it's 22 pages of not 1800s, early 1900s kaiju action, featuring Paul Bunyan as a U.S. Marshal who is assigned to deal with kaiju popping up across the United States. So that one should be coming out first before the Western, and I'm aiming for that to come out by June, and hopefully I'll have it by the time Dallas Fan Expo rolls around, because I want to have the physical copies of that. Who knows if I'll get it out by then, but I'll be starting the campaign for that probably in May or June. I'm getting all the art, and I'm hoping to have enough preview art all completed. I'm aiming to have the whole book completed before I launch the campaign, and I'm aiming for a reasonable price. I think for crowdfunding of $5 for a floppy. I know that's high,
a great goal,
compared to a lot, but
yeah.
I just wouldn't feel right being like, well, here's $20 for a 22-page comic.
Yeah,
that's why I'm working on.
I completely understand that. I've thought about that a lot, and I'm trying to figure out where the there you go, $5 is communism. That's true.
Yeah, I know that
trying to figure out where that sweet spot is, but I think that's a great goal. I think that worked really well for Richard Embry with his.
It did. I think also having those slightly discounted like retailer packs was a good idea.
That was cool. That was a good idea.
I'm trying to just think. I think that like doing a lot of perks per tier, I'm not sure how much that's really going to make versus the cost of like making those rewards. So I'll probably just make it very simple. I mean, it will be my first crowdfunding campaign, so I'm going to try to aim for it to be simple and easy to fulfill, which is why I want the whole book completed before I run the campaign. Yes. That way I just know what I need to run for my print numbers, self-fulfill it, get it all out on time, and try to build a good reputation like that.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about just like having a tier, 2 tiers, one digital tier, which I would probably charge like very little for, and then the physical tier, which would also include a digital PDF.
Absolutely. I like doing the combo. I think that's really nice.
Yeah, a lot of people do that. I know Tome of Reckoning did that, where if you get just the regular comic, you get the PDF of the comic. And I kind of think that should be the standard. I remember Marvel, I'm not sure if they still do this, but they used to back when years and years ago when I read it. They used to have like a sticker inside the book where if you peeled it off, there was a code that you could go on to the Marvel like comic app and redeem it for that same issue.
Yeah.
So you could get the digital version. I kind of think that should be the standard, because I know some people are like worried about piracy. The books, if your book gets pirated, I kind of take that as a compliment that that someone cared enough to do that. And then also, if you're like even a bigger creator, it's kind of inevitable. Like, I guess this kind of goes back to Eric July. I think Ethan Skyver does this too. What's the like benefit for not having a digital tier. I feel like if anything, you would get a lot of more skeptical buyers be willing to buy a cheaper digital tier if you're like,
I know
you've
I've
heard
done
of like
that. Yeah.
ISOM. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
literally done that too. But
Yeah.
I just go for the cheapest option. And
Yeah.
like a lot of times people don't want to pay, $10 or $20 plus the shipping, but if you can get them with like a $5 digital tier,
I know
because
that some
like let's
people,
face it,
it's the only way that
ISOM.
they read stuff anymore. Is they want to read it digitally. They have a tablet, and that's the only way they really buy.
And if you don't have an option for that, then people are just going to go on, read comics online and look up ISOM. Like,
Yeah.
how many
Yeah.
people have done that would have bought the digital edition? That's something that I think that is just like a weirdly like leaving money on the table thing. I get that, not everyone's a fan of digital, but
Yeah. But still, I think I'd probably rather do that. I agree with that, Jolly Green. Digital is good for unknown creators to get a track record of delivering.
Yeah, that's very
Andrew,
true
I wanted
as well.
to ask you, is this your channel? Is that where you have your comic hosted, or where is it on XP Comics? Is it on YouTube? I'm not friends with Vic or anything, but I've met him a couple times, and he was a really cool guy. He's a nice dude. Digital option would be great to see if that comic book series is for you, by physical later. Yes, I agree with that 100%. That's awesome, Andrew. Thank you. I'll check it out for sure. I like Vic. He's a good guy. If I can figure out a way to hire him for voice work for something of mine, I would like to. I just need to figure out the right character for him and the right, I guess the right.
Have you revealed
for him to act with.
anything about your preview comic, like the character names?
I mean, yes and no. Like I showed off stuff before I saw that he was originally going to be called Grey Guardian, and then I realized that it was owned by someone who literally has a character that is a octogenarian who calls himself Grey Guardian, and he literally has it copyrighted. And I was like, okay, well,
I remember.
we're not doing that. Yeah.
I found that out. I was like,
yeah.
Let me just make sure this isn't copyrighted. And it was
And
literally
of course
a comic
it is.
character by some old man. And I'm like, Jared, I'm sorry. And you got to think of a new name.
I know. Oh, I owe you on that one. No, that was hilarious. But good on him. I mean, he's living the dream, I guess. I'm trying to make it work. Is there a Tim character? Not yet. maybe in the future. No, the prequel comic is it's a more grounded character, I guess, than the primary protagonist of the 64-page book. Because he's like a vigilante. This is kind of like your Nightwing, your Batman, your Question,
Horseman.
your Rorschach analog, where he's he's on the streets beating up drug dealers and all that, and traffickers and all that, and he's got a bike. He's got a cool bike he rides around on and everything. And that's a lot more grounded than some of the other stuff that you'll see in the bigger book, which I allude to in the prequel. I want to kind of whet everybody's appetite and let them see, what's going to show up in that one if people can do this. So there are powered people and shenanigans like that, but you're not going to see it from our protagonist in the prequel comic. You're going to see him just punching and throwing and doing cool gadget stuff like that. He's got this is something that we talked about a little bit, but there's not he doesn't have like a name. There are several different names that the press call him. He's just a vigilante. But one of the names that they call him, the city that he works out of, is called Ashcroft. So the city, as part of the name, they call him the Ghost of Ashcroft. So the story title for this one is Morningstar Chronicles #1. And then when you open it up and you're looking at the credits, the subtitle of the story is Ghost of Ashcroft, and that's his story.
Nice.
Can you have a protagonist that doesn't care about the low stakes conflict? Everything is high stakes all the time in all of my stories.
In mine, I really like having a disconnected protagonist. So I have this monster eating people, and Paul Bunyan goes, "Man, why do I care? Wait, did you just look at me wrong? Now that's disrespectful."
I have someone. I actually have. I have his friend call him, and then he takes a nap. I figured that would really get people invested.
Yeah, in mine, his whole family's kidnapped, and his response is just, "Man, I'm gonna lay down."
Yeah. That's
And
what
then
I've learned so far.
then he grabs a Glock. He's like, "What?" I like how he's like, "Yo, my sister got slapped. Finna cap this guy." He grabs a Glock. And then,
Did you read the ISOM edited edition? Did you read that one?
I haven't gotten a chance. My reading stack is very high right now, but
Right, yes,
is it something like that? Does it go something like that?
It's genuinely better. It's actually pretty good.
I hear they make ISOM gay.
They do make him gay, but I know, but it works. It works because his boyfriend is the farmhand dude. So
that does add more.
Like he really cares. Yeah. When he goes missing now. So I don't know. They actually made it work.
Wow. Jeez Louise, they're doing better gay representation than modern comics, eh?
That's why they had to bring in the Oscars, right?
Oh man,
they had to punch up that gay representation.
How many have people pointed out the weird anti-religion thing in the making of Yaira trailer?
I genuinely did not see it because I'm not even I'm not trying to dunk on the trailer, but I started it and I cringed myself to death and stopped watching it. So I actually did not finish the trailer. So I didn't watch the making of or anything. So I've heard people talk about that. What actually is it?
So in the middle of the trailer, they're talking about we always wanted to write a superhero story. And they inspire you to be good people, and do good things, just because, not because of a fear of hell. And it's wait, what? What is that shot?
Oddly specific.
It is oddly specific. And it was so it's so odd too because it's I don't think. I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I don't do good things because I'm afraid I'm going to go to hell because I don't. I do good things because when you're a Christian, when you're a believer, you feel compelled to because that's just the right thing to do. It was a weird shot, and generally, if you're going to go with the fear of hell route, that's usually stuff that you don't do. It's stuff to avoid. Not the active being a hero. I'm literally never heard that. If you don't act heroic and don't do good things, you're going to hell. I've never seen that be a theme in anything, and that's just so randomly and just inserted in the trailer that I couldn't help but be is this a shot at religion?
I can't figure out. I can't figure them out because
I can.
Well, I mean, so what I mean is their entire last 2 decades, the decade, whatever, their body of work going back at least a decade is so overtly anti-religion and satanic and everything, and
just perverted. Can we just it's all of it is perverted.
And so what seems weird to me, and I actually Eric, I tweeted at him and he actually was good enough to reply, so I'll say what he said. But what's weird to me is that I didn't see at any point, I didn't see them talking about redemption or repentance or how they turned from that or explain within, well, this is just us performatively or whatever. Now, and I'll add, I didn't look for it really hard. Maybe they have said that, but there are a lot of really autistic people who have been looking for it really hard. And I figure at this point, I probably would have seen it if they had said something like that. So it's weird to me that they have that. And then occasionally they now post something about God. It's very strange. So when I asked Eric, I said, when you talk about people being, it was like in the relation to like people being social justice warriors. And I said, so when you say that they are not, you mean that, you know, they no longer have this set of beliefs anymore. And I believe that's the way I worded it. And he confirmed that they do not. So at least privately in some capacity, they must have said something that alleviated any sort of concerns that he would have had. But it's weird to me that they haven't publicized any of that, given the concerns that some people have had.
Yeah, I mean, just like you said, looking at their body of work, looking at the comic that they made before
Yeah.
Yaira, and I think it might have been before the Black Widow one too, where it's the nuns, the incest nuns, who kill people.
That is not the one I read. What?
What? Oh no! Oh, you didn't know about that one?
No, I did not. I thought it was
It's
the
just
one where
really
she
a
was
shock.
killing the
I mean,
pedophiles.
this is really like
What?
a big gas. This is not the worst thing they've done.
What?
And like, I'm not gonna try like pearl clutch here, but
Sure.
I find it very weird their kind of compensating behavior now. Like, because I have seen them post like I think they posted something for like Palm Sunday. And I think
Yeah.
they've mentioned on a couple streams like, oh yeah, we're church girls. You didn't expect that, did you? And it's like, well, yeah, and there's
no.
reason.
I didn't.
There's a
No.
reason. And
Yeah.
I know I'm cynical. I can't help but think that like
Sure.
I think Eric's genuine. I do. I think he's
I do
genuine
too.
in his
Yeah.
beliefs. I think he is genuine in his political and religious beliefs.
Mhm.
I don't. I can't bring myself to even think that all of a sudden, because it's a sudden shift too. If you look at what they were posting like a year ago,
And it's drastic.
now they're just on board with everything, and this is what they're posting, as if this isn't just like bait. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not that naive. Yeah, kill crazy nymphos. Attack was the comic book, and they're nuns that like bite
Oh,
people's dicks off. It's so. You know what it is? It's like if a 12-year, if you have like edgy 12-year-old try to write something where it's like, oh, but they're like nuns and there's gore, and it's like, come on, can we just grow up here? Oh man.
Yes, that is Sam G Silver at Sam G
Yeah,
Silver.
yeah. I think you follow me, Jolly Green. I'm Indian, in case
He
you
is.
can tell on our
Yeah.
profile picture. I'm 52 years old, and I'm from Hyderabad, India. I think that's a place. No, it is a place. My home.
You can really tell from your dialect too. Like you can tell you're not from a different part of India from the dialect. Of your
Yeah, no,
speech.
this is a Hyderabadi accent.
Yeah.
I
It's
look at
pretty
all the
obvious
women
if you've
around,
been
and
there.
they're Hyderabadis.
Yeah.
But I'm just looking at this article written about the Saska sisters, and it's called like hashtag Miss Muff. Like, what is this? Every time you look up the Saska sisters,
Yeah.
it's disturbing. And like, I
Yeah.
don't believe that they made that sudden shift. I don't even. Well, thank you, Andrew. That's very kind. I try to make my voice sound very youthful for phone scams. Indian born in Australia, both parents from India. Yes, very true. That way, it's kind of a mixture of like a Slavic and a Icelandic and like a Scottish accent.
Yeah.
That was so
Perfect.
funny, man. Tim was just writing stuff in his own head. Just like, well, you see that one character, the white guy, he's that character who's like, man, you're on like your way out, and you're like, not with the times. When did they ever say that, Tim? You're just like pulling this out of your ass.
MSK, you can certainly ask a question. I also sent you the link if you want to jump on, since we're just chilling here for a bit.
I think I wanted to talk to Master Swag King. I think I had a couple questions because I saw him. I think I saw him threaten to fight someone. about maybe that was someone else.
Maybe.
But I think it was like doing like the pull-up stuff, and and then maybe you want
Maybe.
to talk to him.
He is very serious all the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, everyone knows I'm very serious all the time. I'm
I
the most
know that you're
serious
very
person.
serious.
I'm the most serious Indian on planet Earth. That's saying a lot because there's a billion of us.
Yeah, well, that's true. Bet you're the most serious.
I am seriously Indian. The buffalo's sacred in our culture. That's why it's my profile pic.
Perfect.
Zintin's full name, I know, right? Master Swag King, the Dark Magician. I'm
So that's
intimidated.
like a full
quite
name and a
frankly,
title.
I'm intimidated. I see Master Swag King, the Dark Magician, and I immediately think professional Street Fighter player.
Yeah.
I'm intimidated. He's gonna pull out some moves on me.
He knows the like the Evo moments. He has them memorized.
Yeah,
he's
he's like the one of the guy blocking all the kicks at like 1 HP. He plays on repeat with like an anime. What's that called? AMV or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think I'm in trouble if he's got questions. Oh Lord.
I want him to hop on. This will be.
I think he will. I sent it to your Twitter, MSK. I don't know if there's a better way to get a hold of you.
I want to know how he got that name. It's a gamer tag, right?
I don't know. Actually, I've never asked him. Usually, we just talk about Dragon Ball and comics.
It doesn't shock me he likes Dragon Ball. I know that's exactly the name I would expect. Someone who, like, if you need to get motivated, you watch a Dragon Ball AMV.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, I'm going to ask him that exact question. That's my question for him.
Perfect. Hey, there he is. Hey, man. How's it going?
Hi, Sam.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Hold on. And what was that? I saw a white man for a second there.
I am white. What are you talking about?
Oh, hello.
I'm a self-hating black man.
What do you think of his video comic?
Oh, I watched it. It was cool. It was cool. I liked it.
There you go.
Yeah. It was a nice, cool idea for this. Instead of doing like a campaign or something like that, he just put voice actors together and got the animations done. Obviously, he probably had someone doing like a tablet. I think it's cool. It's a nice, new, innovative way on doing things. Instead of like having a campaign and getting it funded and all that stuff, try and see if there's demand for it. And if there is enough demand for it, then go from there. I like people that do different things like that.
And like voice acting comics, I think is kind of untapped in indie right now. I think that would be cool to do.
But I do want to make sure I point this out. Okay, so I know people have been saying bad faith's not a thing. That's not true. Okay, so just because
that's a bad faith argument right there.
I hate you. Oh my god. Why are you so Indian and so like?
Why am I so Indian? That's quite racist.
I'm just kidding. Okay, so if growing up in life, okay, if I don't know something, you learn about it, right? I feel like a lot of people haven't been exposed to certain words, so they're like these words don't exist. It's like not how life function. Like specifically bad faith, right? So before I didn't understand what bad faith meant. I just didn't. I'll be honest, I didn't understand it. So I looked it up. Bad faith, by definition, means intent to deceive. Okay, so by what that means, that's not a good thing, right? So let's say if I don't like you. So let's say I know Frost is married. Okay, so let's say this is not happening. This is not happening. Let's say I liked your wife. Let's say I loved your wife.
What the fuck?
And let's say I told you your wife's cheating on you with Tyrone down the street, just to get your wife, right?
Yeah, you have an obsession with interracial relationships, Master Swag King.
Maybe.
I've only watched your show like once or twice, and like there were an obnoxious amount of references to how much you love specifically white women, and now we got this reference right here. What's going on here?
Just pointing out that bad faith legitimately is a thing. Anyone think it's not? It's either misinformed or just has not looked at what it means.
Well, a lot of people are more familiar with they're more familiar with like concern trolling is what a lot of people call it now. Concern trolling is people acting like they're just terribly put upon that you're
and I do love white women.
this great difficulty. I can't blame you. I do too. But they act like it's just this horrible thing where, we're so worried about this ordeal you're going through. It's such a shame. And it's really, they don't really care, and they're not really trying to do anything other than just poke at you or anything. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I was pointing out. I mean, I've talked to Brett before. I've had Brett on my shows. We disagree, but I have Brett on. I don't think Brett's a bad guy at all. But I
don't either. I think he's a cool guy.
Who's Brett?
B.A.
Was it Brett? B.A. Good Lord. I call him Brett. His name is Brett. Good Lord. Freaking white people. Ugh. That's just...
What?
I don't care
What was that, Sean? I'll have you know, my colonizers were very nice people.
You're overly fond of the British still?
Oh, I wish they would return every day.
I don't mind if people disagree or think the same. That is totally fine. All I always say is because I'll point out.
What do you think about black people names?
They're overrated. Just saying.
Black people names?
I'm just saying, if there's a black girl named Sharkeisha, are you dating her?
No, I'm Indian.
No.
Of course you wouldn't. They would disown your family. Your parents would disown you or something?
I'd be thrown on a pyre.
You come home wearing a do-rag, saying the N-word, your parents might be they were like, oh no, he fell into
What's
the
the
trap.
N-word?
No, they're just used to the last part, not the first part.
What was I saying in the chat? Oh, it was the whole cloud chasing thing. Okay, so normally when a smaller person contacts a bigger creator, because they're trying to have access to their bigger audience. Because why, beside liking, because you might personally like them as like a content creator, that's fine. But why else would you be contacting them? Because you want access to the bigger audience.
I thought that was a strange line of argumentation, because I can't, like, if I would love it. I talked to Sam about this. I would love it if Ethan Van Sciver would tear my comic apart, because even if he hated it, and it would be in front of 3,000 people. Like, that would be amazing. But like, would he want to do that? Probably not, because like, who am I and what's my comic? So why would he do that? But I would ask him to. But like, why would I not ask him to? If it helps him for me to say, buy Cyberfrog or whatever, sure. But like, my 300 people on YouTube and my 6 people that see my tweets, I don't think they will really give a shit. But if they do, great. I'm happy to lend a hand. But that was really strange. I don't really know what. I still don't know what the issue is that he had with that.
The problem with people in that line of thinking is I have no issue with it. Just pointing out, I have no issue with it, because people network. That's fine. But don't try to lie about the intention behind it. You want access to the bigger audience because they have a bigger audience. Because if we're being honest, why not talk to people at your similar level? Because they have no reach. I'm just saying, there's no issue with doing it.
Wait. I feel like that's a little. Are you talking about BA? Like, why does
no? Just in general, I do in many communities.
I feel like a lot of people do talk to people on their same level. At least
they do.
I know,
I'll talk to everybody.
I talk to everybody. I don't think that's a necessarily.
But specifically, bigger creators have something that you don't, which is a bigger audience, which will get you more exposure. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just pointing out.
What does this have to do with bad faith?
Oh, like those are the two different things he was talking about in the chat.
Oh, it's just two separate things.
Yeah. Like, I don't care if someone wants to talk to a bigger creator because they have a bigger audience for more exposure, but like, come on, let's be honest here. That's the reason why you're interacting with them. Like, is that not the reason? Well, what else would be the reason? Because I don't know any of the
that was the whole point when I was campaigning for Out of Obscurity last year. I was reaching out to everybody I could, small, large, medium, whatever, because the way that I look at it, I have no audience. So if I'm in front of anyone's audience, it's more than an audience than I have. So, I got to go on to Pop XP, which was amazing. I got to go to a bunch of different shows hosted by people that were connected to fund my comic. And they were all, just eyes that I could get on the book. And I got most of our backers from doing stuff like that. So,
and to answer Sam's question, I want to answer your question.
Let me talk really quick. Ethan Van Sciver, he's like the biggest guy. Him and Eric July are the two biggest guys in like this kind of sphere. I see Ethan Van Sciver fairly regularly go on the channels of people who are a lot smaller than him for like an interview. What would he be gaining from that? Obviously, the smaller creators are gaining him coming on for an interview, but the fact that he's
Yeah.
even going on and doing it, is it not perhaps just out of goodwill of like wanting
saying
to
it's not.
foster this community?
It's an either or thing. Like the bigger person knows going on, it benefits them nothing. They know that going in, you know, but they're just doing it because they might like you, which is fine. I'm just saying networking is no problem. I'm just saying that, you know, that's the way that I've generally seen why people want access to bigger creators. Numbers, that's really all it is.
I mean, yeah, I don't think many people would disagree with that, but I think people would say it's not just about the numbers, and there is a general kind of sense of community.
That's fine. Yeah,
and something like something akin to that.
Oh,
That's all I would
to
say.
your question, you said what does it do with bad faith? So why would so if I perceive someone to have a bad intention, why would I want to take what they're saying seriously? You have because by the definition we know it's clearly an intent to deceive me or deceive you or whoever, right? Then why should I take what you're saying seriously? Then you're trying to literally deceive me, so nothing you're saying is genuine. So I think that's a fair assessment. Most average people think like that. It's
Who
like,
are you referring to with
just
this?
talking in general. Just talking in general.
I mean, you would have to know the intentions of the person.
That's what I'm saying. That's average people do that. Average people in real life do that. They don't just let any single person in their life or talk to them because you don't know. Honestly, that's just how it would go.
Is your problem just with people saying like bad faith criticism isn't a thing? Because what they're saying, obviously, you can lie about something that would be bad faith, but I think most people are just referring to what has been labeled bad faith criticisms, like when it came to correct me if I'm wrong, but has it not been said that the criticism of the 3D assets was bad faith, even though that was objectively correct thing to say that ISOM's art was made using 3D assets, and criticizing that, how could that be in bad faith if that's a true thing?
No, if that's a general thing people have criticism for, that's fine. I don't think that's bad faith at all. Are they doing it to deceive? I don't think they are. But when someone presents evidence of 3D assets, then you also have to ask, well, can you prove to me that person used? I'm not saying you specifically. I'm saying, can that person prove to me 3D assets were used? Because everyone says they're used, but no one shows actual proof of person doing it. It's because other person said it's happening, so I believe it. And it's like,
wait, are you do you sorry,
you're fine. Are you dying?
I know the air in
Yes, I
India
am.
is awful.
It's
Yeah,
India.
it's all good. Yeah.
Oh god, it's like dying. I feel bad for him. I want to hug you.
Do you think that ISOM used 3D assets?
All I know is that someone presented evidence of it. Oh, so we call it evidence, Twitter evidence, right? But they never specifically proved that the person actually used them, right? So I don't know.
I mean, that would be
Yeah.
impossible to prove, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is but the people are parroting it as like it's factual.
not
That's where I'm
impossible to
coming
prove,
from.
though.
You know?
Well, it's I say it's impossible to prove in the sense that unless, like, what they're asking for is that they never proved that Cliff Richards. So unless someone could literally get his computer and actually go in and find the program, and if they did that, then that will never happen. So they will never have proof that.
I would say that even that's not a good definition of proof. I feel like
I agree with you, but I think that's the proof they
you
want.
sent me the where is it?
The Office, yeah.
Yeah, the
Someone
Office,
recreated
where
the entire
it's
Office
that
as a SketchUp.
exact thing, and it's just a 3D asset in the program. There's
Yeah.
no way that just by coincidence Cliff Richards would have ever drawn this and it match up 100%. In my mind, and I think in the mind of literally anyone else, that's proof. Like, there's that idea of, a monkey on a typewriter could type out like the whole Bible with infinite time, but that's a bullshit thing. Obviously, Cliff Richards didn't come up with this. He just, I don't even think he traced it. It looks like he put a filter, like a monochrome filter, and then colored it.
That's all I'm bringing up is people are saying they think he did this. We don't know for sure if he did.
No, but I do know that he did it. I do know 100%.
Well, Von Klaus was talking about, and I will not agree or disagree because he's an artist. So I am not. I do not draw. My fingers are stupid fingers. They are using a keyboard and not a pencil.
I'm a double amputee.
Well, you have an amazing text-to-speech program based on your scripts.
It's just
And
delayed.
but Vaughn was bringing up stuff about
Yeah.
why he thought that the Yaira's book had redraws. It's logical, but like as far as like proving it to the satisfaction of like, because everything is like this side, that side. Proving it to the satisfaction of this side, it'll never happen. Proving the satisfaction of this side, it's already happened.
Yeah,
So,
I agree. Yeah,
but his arguments are very good. They're very rational, and like coming from an artist, I can see like the way that he lays it out and articulates it.
that's-
I was like, yeah,
Master Swag King, do you have a
Hello.
Twitter that I can DM?
yeah,
It
sure. Go
does.
ahead.
it
Where-
is.
where is it?
But you
Hang
got to
on.
do it by hooking me. Wait, I'm pretty sure your people believe in arranged marriages. If you can get me with a nice Indian woman, you know, price
The
is low.
whites, the Indians.
Am I?
they-
I
they
thought you were
play
married. Am I
black.
mistaken?
Me married black in
Yeah.
America? You out of your mind?
Yeah, I thought you were like the cream of the crop.
Do you
right?
hate black people? Is this like
I
a
love black-
self-hating thing?
I love black people. What do you
Oh,
mean?
you
I
just
love
like
Michael.
Do you
Jordan.
love white people?
Yeah. So
You know,
yeah.
Totally.
He's
not
he's
live.
at C9MSK8.
yeah. I'll join the private chat.
Oh,
Oh,
dude.
that's
Wait, I have
Right.
to ask too. Master Swag King.
Yes,
That's
hello.
your gamer tag, right?
yes.
What fighting games do you play?
Sorry, I think I just burped there. Played Street Fighter growing up, Super Smash Brothers.
I didn't even know. I called it.
Played the Dragon Ball Z games. I love fighting games actually. I love fighting games
too.
actually. But haven't got a chance to play Street Fighter 6 yet because I don't have a console.
That's good.
And playing on keyboard. I
No,
grew up with
that's
the
not
arcades
good.
and the controller.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta have a
That's not
controller with
good.
it when it comes to that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, but
So good.
to me, Frost said earlier, that's the thing is a bunch of people who aren't artists are saying that this is the thing. It's like I'm just one of those guys where I go, hey, if I'm not an expert in something, I'm not, gonna be chiming in on something generally. I might give my observatory opinion, but
Sure.
just how I generally see things. Like even earlier when you guys were talking about the Yaira trailer, I didn't think it was like people don't understand. I like Eric's content. I watch it, but I didn't think the live action trailer was good. I told people on podcasts.
Yeah, I thought the animated one was pretty good. I thought I should have
It
kept
was way
that,
better
but I
than
understand
live
that it
action.
was exponentially more expensive. That would make sense, but I thought
I
that
did
was
like
pretty
how
solid.
they brought the worst part of the animated trailer, which was Brian Solari's voice, into the live action trailer.
Yeah,
Valdez.
I don't know.
Oh my god, that whole thing. The first animated trailer, the animation's pretty good. It's not bad.
Mhm.
The animation and the voice
Yeah.
acting for Valdez, I think she's the only other character that talks, is pretty good. And I'll even say Eric's voice acting is not bad. But Brian Solari being like, the affluency does not mitigate its problems. I was like, how did they not tell him to do another
Yeah,
game?
like dude,
Yeah, he sounds
I
like a living cinder block.
I know
Yeah,
Sam
he-
criticized Yaira's accent. I didn't think it was that good. I thought it was a solid. So I said in my video, and I said on the shows too. I thought it was a solid effort from an indie studio with like certain shots they got, certain special effects they were able to use. But overall, compared to the other two trailers that I thought were way better, this one was the worst one. That's my opinion. I thought the accent was. I could not understand what she was saying. I'll be honest. I couldn't.
I couldn't either.
What's
And a lot of it didn't make sense. Like, why do you
Yeah.
like? I don't know. Like I said, I watched like the first couple seconds and I was like, all right, I'm done. But like when she shoves the cop, I was like, well, why did she shove the cop? Why didn't she just step over slightly? Like, who does that? Like, I've never met
Clearly
someone
she's
who's
a
like, fuck you, get out of my way when they walk.
She did drop.
I don't know. It
ice
just seemed
on the
weird.
car.
But like that's like a weird
yeah.
nitpicky thing, right? Like it just seemed odd to
Well,
me.
she's shown tendencies to do that between the first book to that one, but that was just like.
Why did she fly 5 feet and then land?
Oh, dude. My God.
Yeah.
White woman, man.
Jared, can you put that tweet up on your screen if possible?
Yes.
I just want to ask, Master Swag King, this is a real 3D asset, just base
Yes.
3D asset in this
Yes, sir.
program. I'm not a digital artist. I don't know what the program's called, but this is a real 3D asset.
Mhm.
I want you to just look at the position of the shelves, look at the background, look at the position of the lamps on the back table, the paper
Okay.
holders, the things on the desk.
Let's
I
go
don't
to-
think that you honestly need literally any more proof to say that ISOM was made using 3D assets, which again, comics use those. It's not even a big deal to say that it did, but I've seen so many people say, no, you're lying, it never happened, or you don't have proof. To me, this is 100% definitive proof that ISOM used 3D assets.
And I always say, I don't mind. I think people are generally overblowing the whole 3D assets thing. Because the thing is, if you use them, it's like, what's the... I'm just asking for your point of view. Is that a real big issue? Because you already said, and we know this.
I personally think they look... it makes... specifically the characters look stiff. I think that it makes the environments look wonky. You have the block thing above Isom's house. You have buildings not lining up on a street correctly. You have the very first page of ISOM, which is like an establishing shot of a police department. The door frame is incorrectly positioned because I think the colorist tried to color it, but it was from the 3D model, so we got the position wrong. And it basically leads to a lot of problems like that. It's very easy to do, and it's, I would assume, a lot quicker than drawing it by hand or by reference image. But I personally think that it looks low quality, and I would feel miffed if the comic that was kind of sold on trying to be better than the mainstream was using kind of a cheap shortcut that the mainstream uses to an even bigger extent than the mainstream, because a lot of times artists only use 3D assets for the background or for items, but draw the characters by hand. And the characters are very clearly just 3D models that they rigged.
Well, I'll ask you, since the image uses items, you said items like backgrounds, right? Do you consider like a desk or a couch or like a truck, as people use as common examples, an item?
Yes, I would consider all of those items.
Okay, so would you also consider those like, fair to use, actually? Because if it doesn't really harm anything, what's the problem in using them,
I don't think there's a problem in using them other than I personally don't like them. I think that I always like traditionally hand-drawn stuff more, or things that I guess you could draw digitally, but with like a stylus and a sketch pad. But for me, it was more the objective fact they used 3D assets and the constant fighting of people saying, no, it doesn't. Well, what's your proof? And then presenting it. And they're like, well, that's not 100% proof. And then Eric, who denied that there were 3D assets used for quite a long time and then admitted it, which honestly, I don't think he even realized it. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I think that he only found out when everyone else found out. But it just looks low quality. Like I said, it looks low quality to me. It leads to a lot of art issues, like with the weird floating cube above Isom's house or security house or whatever. And it leads to more mistakes than a traditionally drawn book.
The truck one, I just don't see how that was used. Because the angle that people put the truck in, I'm like, there's no way.
What are you talking about?
The truck one. Do you have the truck one, actually?
I'll look for it.
I'll look for the truck. It should be this Lathan Devers.
It's the same dude. This guy, this dude has been doing a lot of the
Lord.
He's deep
dive.
Yeah,
see, he found a lot of the
this is insane,
all those
actually.
For the yeah.
Okay. Well, I found one. Which angle are you talking about? The one in front of the Bierstein Castle?
No, it's the truck that ISOM was driving, apparently, that people said was used as a model. Okay.
Okay, well this one's a great example. I'll send this one to you. This is the up top you have the original panel from ISOM. What? Okay, this is just sitting as a pic for some reason. But on the top you have the original panel from ISOM, and then on the bottom you have the two 3D models that were found and roughly positioned to how they're positioned an ISOM. It's not exactly positioned the same way, but you can tell that it's traced from the exact same model.
This dude tweets a lot.
Oh, Jared, I already found it. Hold on, let me send it to you.
Give me 1 sec. But I hope you guys are having a good day. Hopefully everyone's doing good.
They tend to stand out because they differ from the artist's style. Yeah, no, exactly, they do. That's why Marco Cicchetto, who I think draws people very well, it's so weird to see in an Ultimate Spider-Man because you have like a very clearly 3D asset school bus that he's throwing, and it's like, well, it doesn't work with the hand-drawn character.
Oh, thank you. There it is.
It's late. My wife.
What did you say?
What happened? Oh, sorry. Freaking heck. Doing speech to text, actually. Did not work.
Did you say my wife?
My wife loves Tyrone.
Who said that?
Frost was black. Frost, why are you black?
I don't know. God, I guess. Probably. All right, there we go.
Okay.
This is Zoom. Yeah. There we go.
Gotcha. No worries. Okay. Okay, so for this one, would you prefer, I'm asking what you would prefer. Well, both of you guys. Would you prefer someone draw that as a truck or just use that?
Draw.
Because I don't think that harms anything using that, actually.
I would prefer it drawn. What about you, Jared?
It depends. I'll say that I don't really care about 3D assets for most environments. What I do really care about them for like characters. So if this was me and I was paying Mr. Richards to make art for me, then I would really not mind that much if it was like the truck, because it depends, and it depends on the truck, because my philosophy on the truck is kind of similar to like the characters. I want you, like, if my lead character is Avery and I really want to convey him a certain way, or look heroic or look dynamic or whatever, I want you to draw him every time, and I want him to to capture every panel that he's in and all that stuff, right? But if he's just like for the background, I don't care as much. Where I would be kind of like, well, is like we were talking earlier about the Ultimate Comics, and how things kind of stood out and kind of looked weird there. Making it work together is tricky, but like personally, I really want the characters drawn. But the one asterisk I put on it, like I said with the truck, is it depends on the vehicle. So for Ghost of Ashcroft, the bike, I want that bike drawn every time, because the bike is an important part of his character and an important part of what he does and his gear and everything, right? So I wouldn't want it to just be a generic bike, that we slap a sticker on. I would want it to be drawn for that bike. So for the truck, I don't know. Like, it's his truck, but it's just a truck. So I don't really know how I would feel about this one. But that's how I would feel about it. I don't really care. Does it look good? Fine. Doesn't really matter. For the characters, though, the characters are really important to me.
I guess it makes it just look so generic, because it's like, well, if you're just looking to do a Ford F-150, oh yeah, this is a Ford F-150, but like, it's your character that you're
Asking the
writing.
important
You
questions,
have to
man.
drive a generic Ford F-150. You couldn't give it maybe a bit more personality, maybe make it an old style pickup truck that you sometimes
Yeah.
see in like movies and rural farms. Give it some personality, something that makes it not generic. So much of ISOM is just generic, and it's not helped by this. And I'm not like totally against tracing complicated things like buildings. An example I can think of is there's the Parliament building in Hungary. And if I'm writing a comic and I'm like, have the parliament, I'll send a picture to you, Jared, so you can put this. It's in Budapest, so you put this up on screen so people will know what I'm talking about. It is so absurdly complex that it's like, well, if you wanted to just represent that, I don't think that's necessarily a cop out. What I don't like is just that every bit of ISOM is the copy and pasted assets. It makes it have no personality. There's no vibe to what's it called, Flores Park, like Metropolis or Gotham has. Gotham with all the Art Deco buildings and kind of the anachronistic architecture. For ISOM, they're just the most generic buildings everywhere. It's the most generic cars, most generic places. Every room is just a box. Nothing's interesting in it. And that's more my problem than literally like the idea of it being a 3D asset, is that it just makes it look generic. And this is the example. It's just like, that's a that is a hyper complicated thing. I would not fault an artist for tracing that. But again, if you're trying to portray that, that's like how the building is, and that's 10 times more visually interesting than just like the 3D asset of a Ford F-150. So I think I'm pretty fair about like the 3D asset stuff, and like, is it this horrible thing that like ruins the comic? No, the thing that for me ruined the comic is the writing. The art was part of it. I don't think it was good, but it was just so poorly written that I there was nothing to enjoy at that. That's just my thought.
Just your humble opinion as a 52-year-old Indian man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So am I getting this like Indian wife you're gonna set me up with?
Why don't you like black women?
I'm just not attracted to them, honestly.
Is it like do you like hate your mom or something?
Oh no, for sure. I love my mom. It's
Okay,
just,
well, that's good.
Hey, Jesse.
No, it's you know what's crazy is that if I say that to someone, if I say I'm not attracted to black, I'm not saying you did this at all. I'm not saying you did this at all. But if I say I'm not attracted to black women, people think I'm racist, and it's like, wait, what the? How did you make that distinction? Like, can you not be attracted to women, or certain races of women? Actually, for me personally, I just don't. I think so. That attractive, honestly. I just don't think black women are that attractive. Honestly, they just don't get my dick moving at all. Very
Jared,
few black women have ever.
Have I ever told you I literally Jesse Lee Peterson sat behind me on a plane once?
You did tell me that once. Yes.
I had a fever. I was ill on a plane, and I had a fever, and I was like kind of like passing out. It was a flight where I'm like, oh, I'll get some rest, and I didn't see him walk on the plane or in the airport, so I'm just like sleeping, and I'm kind of like going in and out, and I just am hearing like Jesse Lee Peterson's voice, and I'm thinking it's in my dream, like, oh, I'm dreaming of Jesse Lee Peterson, and then I kind of open my eyes and I see him walk in front of me to go to the bathroom, and I'm like, what? Hold on, who is that? It was a very funny coincidence, but that is a real story. It's when he was visiting India.
We're fine, man.
as he famously does often.
Yeah.
No, it's good morning for you out there. It's like night for me over here. So it's probably like morning.
Yeah, there's already tigers feasting on all.
Oh my god, you don't have that. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Were you in RRR actually?
No, it's called Rise, Repeat.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Lord.
You're on Pacific, right, MSK?
Yeah, it's 11:30. I gotta head out in a little bit.
California.
That would piss Tim off.
Wow. Oh my god. Tim hates communists. And you know what he even hates more than communists? Black communists.
Technically, you can't. Tim was pretty based. He's crazy. But the thing is, people don't understand on the internet when Tim is like that, people Now, have you noticed that most of the bigger personalities on YouTube gravitate to that kind of personality? People like the crazy, outraged people because they're just so entertaining to watch.
Yeah, like,
It's like a
like
train
Ethan
wreck.
Ralph. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is,
Well,
it's people like Tim are the ones that see it at YouTube, not the guy that's like, oh, I like turtles, I like movies.
I wanted to bring him
Who
back
said
on, but
turtle?
he was so furious at me bringing Sam on that he told me to fuck off and never contact him again. So.
Yeah.
Man,
Oh, well.
Tim, you're based if you're hearing this. You're unhinged, but I like you, man. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Now, Master Swag King, Iron Man, Top G, MSK.
Hello.
I
Hi.
saw you on Twitter. I don't exactly remember this, but did
did I
you
do?
threaten to fight someone because they didn't like ISOM?
No, that never happened. No.
No.
And if-
Did
no.
you? Have you ever threatened to fight someone on Twitter? Because I'm pretty
Let's-
sure I saw.
Yes. Yes, I did.
Okay.
But was
What
I ever
was
going to
the-
fight
I
them?
missed this.
Okay. Was it
Who
the
was it?
Ricada one? Oh,
I don't
Was it?
know.
I'm pretty
Wait,
sure
was it
might have been
Ricada?
the
I want
one.
you to fight Ricada.
No. It was God, it had to do with the whole warehouse thing, and all I pointed out.
What
But
warehouse?
to be fair, it was the warehouse that I think Riley went to or something.
Oh,
to be fair, this is Twitter.
Super chat
Whenever I
thing?
say fight me, I don't really mean that. We're never all gonna meet each other to do that anyway. What I generally brought up, I think it might have been the Riley situation. So correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember. There's a lot of people that piss me off on Twitter that makes you want to punch them in the face. Keep in mind.
Wow.
So it
Do you
might
have
have been that.
issues or something?
I'm an angry black man. I'm just doing what CNN told me, man. Hey, it's in my nature. Be aggressive. Was it? If it was a Raleigh situation, I just pointed out to people that literally, if you do that in real life and you show up to someone's property, come on, let's be honest here. I don't know if it's where you at, because in your part of the world, it's a little bit more, not crime is not as bad, right? But in America,
We're all armed with muskets.
Yeah, like just imagine your mom is working and she got a person over there like harassing her doing that stuff. Or like Frost, your mom's working and the guy's trying to harass her like that. Let's be honest here, in real life, people are going to do something to you. I'm not advocating for that to happen, but I'm saying that will happen. I think people get this like wrong perception of what the internet is.
You, like, to tell someone to pull up on you. I don't think it was like a
I don't think I did that.
discussion.
No.
No?
Yep. I can't remember what situation that was. I don't remember. Please remember. I'm old at this point,
How old are you? Are you like 35?
29.
Man, I'm 52.
You're 52?
Yeah, I'm 52. I'm 52.
I wouldn't fight you. I wouldn't fight you. You're such a lovable guy. You're like a guy that would,
That's
give
what
me a
I
cow
say.
and a woman.
But you can't say that to Tim. He gets really mad.
All I ever pointed out was that if you do stuff like that in real life, people will not take it like they do on the internet. Because people have this like
ventilated.
Yeah. Well, not really. No. I'm saying it right now. You're never gonna see a squatter in a hood. You try doing that in a hood, you're gonna get aired out. Just saying. Are they right or wrong? That's up to you to decide. But you're probably
live in the hood.
Out. No. I'm in a pretty good area. But there's black people outside, and I get scared of them pretty consistently.
Yeah, I can tell.
I asked Frost this last time. Hey, if you see a black guy in the store in your aisle in the supermarket, do you go to the next aisle immediately? And he was like, you know what? I might. I was like, okay, I agree, because they might stab you.
Wow. You sound like you speak from experience.
No. Because
you've never been stabbed?
No. What the heck? No. I would also want to be stabbed. That would be terrible, and I might die. And I'm black, so black people killing black people. It's kind of like the thing, black on black crime. Just saying, the statistics prove that black people are the aggressor ones in the situations, though. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying, it's likely that I would aggress onto Frost and you guys more than you do to me.
You ever watched the Boondocks?
Yes.
I love
Okay. Are you talking about the chair episode? Oh shit.
No. I'm just saying you remind me of a character from the Boondocks.
Everyone calls me Riley. It's a thing,
No, it's not Riley. It's not.
Yeah, I guess with the outfit sometimes, yeah.
People call me Riley and Uncle Ruckus in like a Dragon Ball Z fusion, like Riley Ruckus. It's like, what? Oh, but I gotta head out. It's late. I gotta get up at 5. It was nice meeting you, Sam.
Thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate it.
Nice
Anytime. After post, we can all disagree.
Stay away from those white women and those Indian women.
No, I need Indian women. Just saying, disagreements are fine. It's okay that we disagree. It's part of what makes life good.
It's not okay, and I will fight you for disagreeing with me.
Everyone who disagrees with me is communist.
You gotta full up.
That's what I learned tonight.
That's what I tell people. Hey, it's better to have dialogue like this where we're talking and conversing, better because Twitter is not the best place for dialogue.
No,
Yeah,
Twitter's,
and
like,
I have to
inherently
give you
adversarial.
credit. This entire time, you have not said I have syphilis or brain rot.
Oh my god.
God, because I'm just saying, man, people on Twitter are they're just dumb. They just because the thing on Twitter is engagement is like saying the most outrageous, like saying, dude, my highest viewed tweet is me saying Sydney Sweeney's hot. She got big old tits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I say like, hope everyone has a good day. Do great things. Go be awesome. 5 likes, 40 views. Put a girl with big tits, 40K views. Crazy. Anytime, if we all disagree, that's fine. We probably won't find common ground on most things, but it's always cool to have dialogue like this. And now
I just think that people need to learn how to disagree nicely because it's really not that hard.
Yeah, like you didn't, dude. I had a video where I put out a video and it was things the Rippaverse comics could improve on. Because people said I do a bunch of different. It's like it's not true. Like if Eric put out something bad, I would say I told you I didn't like the Light Gyro trailer that much. I have issues with some of the books.
You didn't like the videos. What did you not like?
The Gyro trailer all that much?
Gyro trailer. Sorry.
Yeah,
what you're saying.
Well, at least compared to the you're fine, man. At least compared to the animated trailers, it wasn't as good. But I can respect the effort. At least you tried it.
I actually can't because their whole claim to fame is the Saskia sisters. Hollywood directors directed it. And the directing is like the worst part of the whole thing. That was their job, and they fumbled it. That's not even something that would cost more money. Just the directing, whether it's the camera work or the dialogue, the acting, all that falls on the director, and they drop the ball. So no, I wouldn't say that I respect the effort. I would say that
that's fine.
They should, given their track record and kind of their career. I mean, they've been making movies now for like what, almost 20 years.
I'll be honest, I've not seen their horror movies. I had one of them on my watch list to watch. It was, I think, Bloody Mary or American Mary, something like that. I'm not saying it's good or bad.
It's not Satanic Bork Sacrifice 3.
Yeah.
I want to watch that because I'm gonna get off to that. What the heck? Sisters kissing? Sign me up. But different strokes for different folks, as I always say.
Wow, look at that. Jared found that joke so funny. He's just frozen. And
he's frozen in time. What did you do to him? What did you do to him, Sam?
I cast an Indian spell. It's witchcraft.
Did this internet die? I think its internet died.
Yeah, probably did. So now we've hijacked the stream.
Well, I have to head out. It's getting really late for me. But it was nice meeting you, man. You seem like a cool dude. I hope you guys keep...
Oh, and then he left before he even finished. Jared, do you know that you're frozen? Did the stream end? Oh, now it's just me. Oh man, Tim's back. Hop back on, Tim. Let's talk. Let's talk, Tim. I knew you'd be back. You were watching it this whole time, weren't you? Well, it's just me. This is my stream now. I've hijacked the whole thing. It is the Sam Show. It is the Sam Show. Let's go, people. 14 viewers. Let's get to 100 viewers. Let's get to 1,400 viewers. I want Tim to hop back on. He's in. I know he's still in chat. I know he's still in chat watching. Tim, if you just want to drop a comment in the chat, come on, Tim. I love you. You're the Batman to my Joker. I need you back on here. Andrew Campbell, Sasquatch, I'm actually going to incorporate in a later issue. I'm planning to of my Paul Bunyan comic. I think it would fit well. I think it would fit well with the theme, the American folklore, the monsters, the giant monsters. So I like Sasquatch. I'm a big fan of the Sasquatch. Yeah, chat, ask questions. Go ahead. It's my show now. There's no one blocking the radiance of Sam. the 52-year-old Indian phone scammer. They smell. That's my thoughts. I really want Tim to hop back on Truth Ministry. Come on, man. I know you're still watching. I know you're still watching and seething. You can totally dunk on me right now. I'm so dunkable right now. Just come back on. Just come back on. Let's see. Is Jared still alive? You'll be getting our car's extended warranty any day now. I just need your whole credit card information and social security number. Okay, it looks like Jared's internet has died for good right now. Which, I mean, online that basically means that you died. So, yeah, rest in peace. Rest in peace, Jared. Rest in peace, Frost Comics. I'm the new owner of this channel. But I'm gonna finish up the stream here. I mean, there's no way for me to actually end the stream, so it'll just be a black screen. But you can continue, oh yeah, your Amazon account. You also need to give me about 20 Amazon gift cards, and do not redeem. Just tell me the code. Do not redeem. But I'm gonna leave. It was a fun stream. Yeah, thank you, Jared, for having me on. He's not here, so I'm just talking into the abyss. But I'm sure I'll be on again sometime soon to review comics with Jared. So everyone take care. Have a good night.
Hey, okay, cool. All right. I just wanted to come back to say goodnight. My internet held out as long as it could, and it finally died. But Vincent, you're probably right. Finally, the stream is good. Thank you, everybody who came and watched. And if you made it all the way from the beginning to the end, you are absolute champions. So with that, I will say good night and thank you. And I hope that you will subscribe and check out the channel. I don't stream very often, but when I do, they tend to be crazy like this. So I look forward to seeing some of you in the future. Thank you and good night.